Wicked AF by Tyla Walker.
I can't believe this is almost the last book in Miss Tyla's AF collection.
It's definitely been a wild ride.
You know what's even more of a wild ride?
You mean other than you?
Oh, baby, you wish. No, I'm talking about the Unabridged AF collection. Each one of your favorite stories with all the naughty details that YouTube won't allow.
You mean all of these books can be found uncut?
Yes. Go to TylaWalker.com with code SAVE40 and grab the whole collection as a bundle for 40% off.
Don't forget to like this video to help us keep releasing these free, full audiobooks, and subscribe for more content like this.
Thank you for choosing Tyla Walker's Wicked AF.
Chapter 1. Lord. I could have grown the beans myself, given the time the coffee I asked for has taken. I stifle my swelling impatience, knowing I'm too busy to get into it when the door opens and Justina finally steps in. Honestly, it seems like the staff gets younger by the day. She looks like she belongs in high school. Sorry, Mr. Lorde. I had some trouble with the machine, she says, laying the cup down on my desk. I notice the slight tremble in her hands. Why are new staff always like this? Don't worry about it, I huff. Now that it's here and the smell is saturating my office, I'm just relieved the wait is over. Just make sure I have everything for the daily reports by 12 sharp, I say. Of course, she says reverently before backing away, and instantly I feel guilt buzzing around me like a fly I need to swat away. Here's the newspapers you've asked for. I've marked the pages with your mentions, she says almost timidly before turning and making for the door. Seems like she can't get out of here quickly enough. And Justina, thank you, I say, looking up momentarily from the material I've been poring over for the last hour. I know we've been busy and you've only just started, but I'm doing okay. Tell Max I said you could leave early today and to hold 2 tickets for you for the game next week. Keep it up. She smiles, only a small gesture, but I can tell this has impacted her positively. It's not like I want to be an asshole to the new secretary, but, as usual, I've got a lot on my plate. Namely, stock reports, deals, and market trends right now if I'm going to get this client. I take a much-needed slug of my coffee, and the relief is instant. There are plenty of things I could do without, but coffee isn't one of them. At least she's used the right beans. I can always tell. I need the best stuff to be at the top of my game. None of that toxic crap you get at the coffee chains. Before I get back to it, I quickly flick through the papers she gave to me, opening them to where they've been marked to see fairly generous splashes about our recent charity gala. I sip at my coffee, looking at my face staring back at me, as well as that of my father, the person who owns this place, even if it feels like I do most of the work. Franco and Alton Lorde of Lorde Capital raised the roof and $10 million at charity gala. I wince at my name, a habit that never seems to die off. I exclusively use Lorde because what the hell kind of name is Alton? Thanks, Dad. But when it comes to things like this, they insist on using that monstrosity. Apart from that, I'm happy with the coverage, the usual standard stuff that shows we're an important player in the finance industry, and that we're not just rich assholes. We also help charitable causes. In truth, there's plenty of it to go around. Dad got rich by managing the money of the very rich investments, stock trades, that sort of thing. We're uber successful, thanks to diligence when it comes to our research and the recommendations we make. It's because of this that anyone who's anyone wants to work with us. This is good, I say to myself, throwing the papers to one side and getting back to what I was doing. I tap my foot as I work, an old habit that helps me focus. I need to get this right. If I'm to be as successful as my father, then I need to bag this client. He's a local big shot, one that I know from Inferno, and I want him bad. But I don't want to look desperate. I need to try and play it cool. That's why I make sure that my work does all the talking. And this guy is a long-established older member of the club. It needs to be right. I already know I'm going to need more coffee because of the night's sleep I lost last night worrying about this deal. My foot still taps as I figure out my strategy. I know what I'm talking about, but the tight grip of fear is still wrapped around my heart, Come on, I whisper, trying to urge myself on. I can play the game and even appear confident, but that's usually far from how I feel on the inside. Sure, I've made plenty of money for this company and its clients, but unlike my father, who has always been so sure of himself, I've been plagued with doubts about myself and my abilities. It's certainly not something I'd ever let anyone in on, but this imposter syndrome has firmly taken root inside me. There are times when I almost expect to be escorted off the premises for being a fraud. Do I even have any idea what I'm doing? I call through to the front desk for my assistant. Max, can you come in here? Within what seems like seconds, he's in front of me. Can you get me some info on Salter Inc.? I ask. He looks down at me, an eyebrow raised in query. You sure about that? He asks. I don't question him contradicting me. He may be an employee, but he's also a friend and we can talk freely. If I'm going to listen to anyone, it's him. My advice, take a break, go get an early lunch or something and think on it, he says. I frown, knowing that I should listen to Max. He's never usually wrong in these situations and good at keeping some of my impulses in check, even if that can be annoying at times. Sighing, I give a reluctant nod and then get up. I'm going out, I say. I need more coffee. The good stuff, of course. Chapter 2. Lorde. I'll be back in an hour, I say to whoever is at the front desk. I don't even bother looking. Anything urgent, tell Max to call me. I know Max is right, but that doesn't mean I'm not pissed off about it. Even so, I make my way out of the office, hoping to do what he said. Grab some air and some coffee and think on everything for a while. But just as I'm rounding the corner to spill out onto the street, I hear a familiar voice. My father. Great. But his isn't the only voice I recognize. It's Gordon, or as I call him, Mr. Gordon, the client that I've been working so hard at getting. What the hell is my dad up to? Instantly, a shot of adrenaline hits me. Before they can see me, I press myself tight against the wall, while they stand and wait for the elevator to arrive. Thankfully, this takes some time, and I listen in on everything they're saying. I have to tell you, Franco, up until now that son of yours has done a great job on the cell. Gordon's tone is definitely sincere, and I almost want to punch the air, hoping that I've managed to secure this guy as a client. Sure hope so, replies my dad, but I know him better. There's no follow-up to Gordon's remarks. No, of course, Lorde's a chip off the old block, or that's my boy. Instead, there's just the usual casual dismissal of me and my abilities. In just a few short seconds, the elation I was feeling plummets to the floor, along with my self-confidence. Gordon carries on regardless, and even though he's still saying great things about my work, it all lands much differently now. All I ever needed was for my father to be talking this way about me. That's when I might actually come to believe that I can do this, that I've got a shot at becoming as successful as he is in this industry. The insecurities swirl around inside me like ghosts, and sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be rid of them, or if I just need to accept the fact that they're here to haunt me forever. I mean, it's not like I don't see the results of the work I do and they speak for themselves. Evidence is evidence, right? Thing is, even though the data tells me one story, my mind tells me another. Often I've questioned whether I've just been lucky because I work by going with my gut. On the other hand, my father always seems to know exactly what he's doing. Maybe I really am just taking a stab in the dark with these things. A lucky guess here and there, or some strategies that I've really just picked up from him. Either way, it doesn't feel like I'm quite the same when it comes to being the hotshot finance wizard. It doesn't help, of course, that he knows it all. It's always been that way with him, like he came out of the womb with this innate knowledge and experience that no one else has even the slightest chance of emulating. Of course, he's never been one to shy away from telling me this. You're too inexperienced. You'll never make it in this business if you can't find your own way. How can I trust that I can leave this legacy to you? Truth be told, he always thought that handling a deal as big as this was out of the question for me. I just never thought I'd hear him almost admit it to Gordon. I mean, what is he thinking? For a moment, a wild and turbulent moment, I wonder if I should interrupt them. But then my dad hammers the final nail into the coffin. Thing is, experience is often the winner here. My son is an asset to Lorde Inc., obviously, but we all know what really matters when it comes to making the deal and who. The conversation pauses, with Gordon not even responding as the elevator arrives, and I hear my dad speak again. After you. If I could, I think I might actually slump to the floor or punch a wall like I used to as a kid when he made me feel like this. But I'm 29 now, not 12, and this is the company building, not my bedroom. Still, are you serious, Dad? After all the work I've put into this, it seems like he's going to swoop in and just take it all right out of my hands. I shouldn't be surprised by this, but still, that same sense of disappointment and regret swims through me. I just wanted to give it a shot, prove myself. To me, my dad, and the industry. I wanted to make people see that even though I'm not my father, I can still be up there with the best of them. Looks like it's better if he handles the deal. The priority is that Gordon becomes one of ours. My father is the one who can secure that. I'm just the spare part, always in his shadow, making us look weak if I lose a deal like this. Mr. Lorde, says Justina as she rounds the corner. Is everything okay? I look up, startled and slightly embarrassed. What must I look like? Course, I say abruptly. Instantly she recoils, and that guilt is there again. Sorry, I was just going out to collect the lunch orders. Can I get you anything? No, thank you, I reply, trying not to sound like an asshole. You go and do what you need to. I was just trying to remember something and it slipped my mind. I lie. Sure. Sorry to disturb you, she says, her face now flushed as she scurries away. I stand with my hands on my hips, blowing a long, exasperated breath up into the air. Why can't I do anything right?
Chapter 3. Lisa. The scent of faux vanilla wafts up into my nose again, for what feels like the 5th time today, and I fight the urge to gag around the heady scent. I don't know how many times I've told them to stop using this awful air fragrance. I make another mental note to bring in the essential oils that are far healthier and much more conducive to aiding the well-being of the women here in the shelter. Almost done, I murmur to myself as I swipe a look in the hallway. It's been a long shift, just like always. My feet are tired, and my head is starting to hurt. Dealing with traumatized women is rewarding, but it takes a heavy toll, which is why we're trained to be aware of the mental, emotional, and physical load that we can carry. I won't lie, I'll be glad to get home after this shift. How are you settling in? I ask one of the new arrivals as she steps out of her room and into the hallway. Is there anything else you need? Anything I can bring to make you more comfortable? She looks back at me with that look I'm used to now. It's not quite a blank stare, but one that tells me she's not yet fully aware of what she's been through and how she's ended up here. Though my heart wants to break for her, I can't let it, because that wouldn't be right for me or her. But what I can do is make sure she has everything she needs at this precise moment. Maybe help lead her to a healthier way of being in the world. We can all make a success of things if we know how. I think I'm okay, she says. Thanks for everything. That's what I'm here for, I say, trying to reassure her. The bathroom's just through there, and there's a shared kitchen at the end of the hall. It's important you eat well and get plenty of sleep. She follows my hand with her eyes as I give her directions, then nods. Anything else? You can go to the office where you'll be able to find someone who can help. Thanks. I smile and leave her to explore her new surroundings. This is her home for the time being now. I'm just about to check on my other resident when Leslie, the shelter manager, pops her head out of her office. Lisa, can you come in here a minute? She asks, and I can sense something in her voice that makes me instantly tense up. Sure, I say, stepping in and closing the door behind me. Leslie's face tells me something is bothering her. How are things? she asks me out of nowhere. Is there anything you need to speak to me about? A problem at home or anything? What? No, I reply, the word coming out slowly because I'm shocked and have no idea what the hell is going on. Why, what's going on? It's just that I'm worried about you fitting in here with the women, she announces. I find myself clutching at my dress, knowing now where this is going. I know I can be. I've often been told I'm too uptight about things, but my mantra is that if we follow the rules, then we all have a chance to succeed. That's just the way I was raised. Look, this isn't about me reprimanding you. You know I value you and all of my team. I sense a but. All I'm saying is that often the women here just need to be listened to, whether that's to explore things or vent. It's not our place to judge how or why they got to be here. We just need to be here for them now so that they can hopefully move on with their lives. For once, I don't know what to say. Of course, I know about this problem of mine. I just always believed that we were responsible for our own lives and choices. And if we just follow the rules a little, it should work out. Look, it's nothing to worry about. Just something to be aware of. This doesn't make you a bad person or anything, just someone who has firm beliefs. I admire that. But you can't impose those on the women here. They're here to heal, and we need to give them the space to do that. Deep down, I know she's right, and I almost want to kick myself for letting my personal stuff get in the way again. It doesn't come from a bad place. I just want to do my best to assist. I'm sorry, I say. I just want to help. Leslie smiles warmly. I know you do, and I can see that, but if you want to further your career in this line of work, then it's something that needs to be addressed. Not everyone's life is like yours. I nod, not saying anything further because I can't trust myself not to put my foot in my mouth. All you have to do is more listening and less talking. Trust that the women that come here will come to things in their own time. Only they know what is right for them. I will, I say eventually. I'll take this on board, Leslie. Anything you need to check out with me, you know where to find me. And when we sit down for supervision later this month, we can maybe even look at some training for you. Thank you, I reply, feeling grateful that I'm not getting fired, but also for Leslie's graciousness. Obviously, I can learn a thing or two from her. I'll let you go now. Don't be discouraged by what I've said. Just think about it, and we'll go from there. Sure, and thanks, I say before slinking out of her office. Tears of frustration threaten to spring from me like a geyser, though it's not Leslie this feeling is aimed at. It's myself. Why can't I just do things properly? Chapter 4. Lisa. I'm glad I live close to the shelter. I need to walk off the steam. I usually walk upright and erect, with my briefcase firmly in my hand and my eyes set on my destination. There is never any doubt in me. I know what I want and how to get it, all by living by the rules. The pleats in my slacks are ruler straight. I wear classical lines, pure fabrics, dry clean only. I carry a Louis Vuitton briefcase and bag, not because of the brand, but because of the purpose. My hair is always in place. People less kempt call me out on it. I shrug it off. I'd feel sorry for those blow-away people, but I don't have the time. However, I don't understand the gray areas in life. Hence the ruminations on the way home. Am I on the right track with how I handle the women at the shelter? I know circumstances out of their control landed them in the refuge. None of them deserves this outcome. But I still believe if you walk a fine line and do the right things in the right order, your life will work out in the end. I mumble to myself. Lisa for the win. Then why was I called on the carpet by Leslie? I'm doing everything by the book, and yet she wants me to forget the book. Why hand me a job description if all you're going to do is tear it up in my face? I walk along. My footfalls match my mood. I go from a sure stride to a hard march. I hear my leather dress shoes slam into the pavement. Heel to toe, heel to toe. A straight line. Keep your stride straight. Life is a catwalk. The world is watching. Clearly, as much as I want to see Leslie's point of view, my gut says not so fast. Passers-by throw me a sideways glance. They assume I'm talking into an invisible Bluetooth headset. They hope I'm not Looney Tunes talking to myself. Their hope goes to die. Listen, if I keep towing the line with the women there, show them what it takes to succeed, how can I be wrong in my approach? After all, I'm acting the way I am for them. To show discipline, adhere to the rules, it's an example they need. No one gets anywhere in life by ignoring rules. Nope. I appreciate what Leslie is saying, but I'm sticking to my guns. The one thing I know for sure is these women at the shelter landed there from poor decisions of their own doing or someone else's. How can they hope to get out from under by behaving the same way? They need to know how to toe the line like me, like everyone else who has succeeded in life. My head is down. My mind's eye is too busy to notice the outside world. Suddenly, a car zooms by, its tires ripping through a deep water puddle, creating a wave which lands on me like a wall. In seconds, I'm soaked from head to toe in grimy, sandy, dirty water. My cream top and slacks are now a dingy gray. What the hell, you piece of vehicular crap? Learn how to drive. My yelling and cursing are in vain. The driver and the avenging car are long gone. Holy crap on a cracker. Can this day get any worse? My theory about towing the line in order to win figuratively slapped me in the face with that watery scene. Turns out, even if you stay on the sidewalk like a good person, you can still get screwed. I ignore the irony. I look down at soggy me. I rub my hands down my cheeks and my slacks to wick off the water droplets, and all I get for my efforts is a skin burn from the rough asphalt debris. I double my marching pace and zero in on my front door. The universe is laughing at me, and I'm not amused. The only thing to do is put my tail between my legs and scamper home where I can hide. I put the key in the lock, slam the door, head upstairs, drop my briefcase, and strip. Unlike my character, I leave a trail of soggy, dirty clothes in my wake to hit the shower. I know the warm water and soapy experience will melt the stress hanging off my shoulders. After a long session under the water, I get out. Gravity feels extra heavy. My movements are slow. Nervous exhaustion becomes physical exhaustion, and I walk into the kitchen like an astronaut negotiating steps on the moon. In my warm, fuzzy bathrobe, I survey my place. It's a lovely, decorated space I share only with myself. I know there's a lesson in there somewhere, but I've endured enough lessons for one day. I want noise, distractions, and zero stress. I want to be in a public place which keeps me from ruminating. I jog to my bedroom, whip on a button-down blouse and my favorite stone-washed jeans, and cross my street. On the other side is help in the form of a seedy bar. I'm in the mood for seedy. It's a one-story wood-shingled affair. The 2 plate glass windows are smoky. I can't see in them. It's not by how they were made. It's from decades of grime. 2 neon lights glow. One is green and reads open. The other is red and reads Budweiser. Perfect. All a thirsty girl needs to know. Nobody bothers drinkers in seedy bars. People go into dark and dank places to feel sorry for themselves, with no extraneous bother. I want a quiet table and a few stiff drinks to void my thoughts and drown the day. Lisa girl, it's time to unwind. No good comes from taking work home, in a briefcase or in your mind. Have wallet, will drink, that's the ticket. Crossing the street, I look for water puddles. None. Thank the Lord for small favors.
Chapter 5. Lord. Driver, can you take me to the worst bar in town? The worst, sir? Yes, the darkest, dankest, most seedy bar in town. where all the surfaces are slimy and the residue on the floor is sticky and questionable. My driver pops his eyebrows like I've lost the plot. I see him look at me through the rearview mirror, so I flash him a cheerful smile. He shakes his head, smiles back, and puts the town car into gear. It's not long before the driver pulls up outside a bar called Sam's. I smirk at the name. Perfect. Just what a seedy bar should be called. I get out. You don't have to hang around. I'll call the service again when I'm ready to go home. Yes, sir. Have an enjoyable evening. Be careful in there. The driver waves and wheels away. I undo my tie and stuff it in my pocket. Then I take off my blazer. This is not a tie and jacket joint. I walk in. It takes a few seconds for my eyes to acclimate to the darkness. Soon my eyes absorb the scene. One lonely old man at the end of the bar. I tag him as a regular. 6 younger guys who look like blue collars off the clock, talking smack and guzzling brews at a nearby table. I can't see all the way to the back. I sense someone else is there, but I pay them no mind. I walk up to the bar and the barkeep meets me with a lazy grin. What you be having, mister? What's on tap? The barkeep points to the neon sign hanging in the window. Okay, Bud draft it is. I grab the pint glass and notice it's frosty cold. Instantly, I fall in love with the place. What a man won't do for a frosty brew. I find a free table near the jukebox. Perfect. I feel like listening to some tunes. I set the beer down and fish for coins and scan the selection. I see a classic song by a female artist, and am tempted. Damn, I love that song. I pass. This joint doesn't look like a feminist song kind of place. Then I spy a simple classic rock option. Yep, that's the ticket. This tune won't get me beaten up in the alley. I slip the coins in, punch H4, and the 4 men begin to sing. I smile. I had forgotten how good this song was. I sit down and pick up my brew. The bottom of the glass sticks to the table. I eventually pry it loose. I guzzle half the drink in one go, like any red-blooded American man. I look up to see if anyone is watching. The old duffer at the end of the bar has got my number, and the barfly grins. Perfect. I'm accepted. That was easier than I thought it would be. After the second brew, the smile sticks on my face. Frig my dad. Frig my failure with Mr. Gordon. I do better forgetting these days than remembering anyhow. My father's caustic words try to infiltrate the buzz I have going. I physically shake my head. Nobody is getting between me, this bud, and my artistic attempt at getting hosed. Next thing I know, 2 beauties tap me on the shoulder. Hey, stranger, you want to dance? Both women chorus. Why not? The night is young. I punch J6. I'm quite proud of my honky-tonk selection prowess. It's a far cry from the chic boutique clubs I usually frequent and their hip-hop sound. For a second, I wonder how I know these tunes. I shrug off the query and thank the cosmos. We 3 head off to the dance floor. I notice the old parquet wood has stains which look like a mix of stale liquor, sweat droplets, and spilled blood. I love when expectation meets reality. The women are horrendously made up, and their taste in fashion leaves much to be desired. Their looks amuse me. Gutterballing isn't half bad. Hell, maybe I'll get lucky tonight. The strobe lights illuminate the corner of the bar I could see when I walked in. My eyes land on a singular black woman in a white blouse and blue jeans, lithe, slim, babying a drink whose ice has melted. She's looking down like she's analyzing the table or the lack of ice in her glass, or how fate really screws with life. Who knows? Off to the right, I see those 6 men again. Every one of those humps is eyeballing the woman. I give the evil eye, but those guys are so far gone they pay me no mind. Next thing I know, one staggers up to the solitary girl. I can tell by his expression, his stance, he's trying it on with her. The jukebox stops. I'm not interested, the woman shouts, instantly embarrassed. One of the girls places a hand on my chest. Hey, you want to move this to a more private place? Aw, thanks, girls. I'm honored. but I'll pass. Maybe another time. The urge to go off and do the dirty with the down and under leaves me. I'm focused on the sole female who's being harassed by the slovenly man in the red checkered shirt, greasy work pants, and grimy boots. I walk over to the bar. Another bud. The barkeep nods, pulls a cold one, and attempts to slide it down the bar. The slimy surface sticks to the glass bottom, and the pint topples over. Crap! Sorry, Mac, I'll pull another one. I nod and wait. This time the barkeep hands it to me. Sam's is no place to be sliding anything. I stand and sip, watching the solo woman fend off the sleazeball. I bide my time. I won't intervene if there's no need. I will if there is. Oh, there it is. One more move by that loser. His slimy paw on her shoulder. I make my way over to her table. There's no beer in my hands.
Chapter 6. Lisa. I open the door to Sam's, the seedy bar across the way from my apartment. The handle sticks to my skin. I look down at my palm and wonder what I would see under a microscope. Meh. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, says the last guy who keeled over here. I walk in. After my eyes adjust, I quickly scan the scene. 2 bouncers at the entrance. That's nice. They have 5 o'clock shadows at 4 p.m. One old white guy sits at the far end of the bar. If I didn't know any better, he looks like a bronze statue. He's sat and boozed there so long. 6 more guys are carousing around a center table. By the dirt under their nails and the scuffs on their knuckles, they look like they're blue-collar grunts who punch first, take names later. Nice. I walk up to the bar. I notice my sneakers stick with every footfall, making squealing noises on the wood floor. I'm about to put my hands on the bar ledge when I stop in midair. Nope. I've had enough Ebola on my hands for one day. I eye the barkeep. It's not hard. He's eyeing me too. Jack and Coke, on the rocks, please. The barkeep nods. Then I wonder if it's safe to order ice in this place. Mel, like I said to myself, I'll be immunized. In less than a minute, the drink is in my hands. It's in one of those boring industrial restaurant tumblers. Thick glass. It's supposed to be clear, but the dishwasher heat and scratches give it a foggy appearance. No matter. It's the type of glass which can withstand a direct atomic bomb hit. This glass and cockroaches. I don't look too closely at its cleanliness. What I don't know can't possibly hurt me. That's what I'll tell them at the emergency room, too. I look for the quietest seat in the place. There's a small table on the other side of the dance floor. Perfect. No light. Diagonal from the door with my back to the corner. I couldn't feel any more protected if I were in a Sherman tank. I sit down. Immediately, my jeans stick to the wooden seat. I pray it's not crazy glue. I don't love this joint enough to live here. I lift my glass to take a sip. The ice cubes clink against the sides. Shh, careful. Don't wake the boozing beasts. I grip the glass in my hands and slowly raise it to my lips. No clinking. The taste is strong, not watered down like in those chic boutique clubs uptown. I am sitting in the shadows, quiet as a mouse. I'm looking out on the world, but the world can't see me. Man, where has this place been all my life? Yet those 6 men at the center table sniff me out like I'm a cat in heat. Well, Lisa, what did you expect coming here? I expected to get a freaking drink, wallow in my thoughts, and come out pleasantly buzzed with the world put to rights, like any decent, God-fearing American. One of the men has the balls to come over to my table. It's like his nose leads the way. Hey, pretty lady, can I buy you a drink? I know it's too dark in this corner for him to see if I am pretty or not. I know he's butt ugly by his breath alone. Lucky me. No thanks. I already have one. I point to my glass. The ice cubes are gone. You want I take you on the dance floor? I have a few coins burning holes in my pocket, and I think you'll be surprised what I can do. Wow, I'm speechless. Dorothy, you're not in Kansas anymore. No thanks. Just came in for a quiet drink. Alone. By myself. Flying solo. Get my drift? Why can't a chick come into a bar, have a quiet drink, and not get slobbered over by horny losers? Why? Women do it in the UK all the time. Neighborhood pubs. Locals say hi. Nobody gets slobbered on. I get we won the Republic over here. But I grieve for England's bar manners. Hey, listen, no chick I know comes in here for a solo drink. How much are you anyhow? How much am I? Bucks, yeah. Say $100 around the world? I'm offended at the low price. I tell him to bug off. Scram, even if I were for sale, you couldn't afford me. Oh, you're one of them frozen bitches from uptown. Figures. Doubt you know what to do, even if I got you in bed. Says your mother. I lift what's left of my drink and throw it on his crotch. With bug eyes, he looks down at his pants like he wet himself. He grabs me by the arm and tries to drag me away. I see the 2 door bouncers moving in, and I smile. Oh, look, the posse is here. Cover your wet balls. That is, if you have any. Why, you piece of sh... A fist rushes past my eyes. The wind generated by the thrust kisses my cheeks as it moves past me and lands on the mouth of the slime ball. His eyes pop. He lists to the left like the Titanic and crumples to the ground. His torso bounces twice off the parquet floor like he's a canned peach let loose from the mighty jar. My bug eyes go from the manly mess on the floor to the origin of the fist. I look up, way up. It's another man. An eye candy man. A tall, athletic white man. Rough around the edges where it counts. This one is nothing like the comatose redneck. He belongs in this joint as much as I do. Huh. If I knew guys like that came to bars like this, I could learn to love such a seedy establishment. But what kind of a madman is running around picking a fight in a dive bar? That's what the bouncers are for. Words, satiny smooth, come from his sensual lips. Ma'am, are you okay?
Chapter 7. Lorde. After I ask if she's okay, the woman flashes me a frown like I just ruined her day by butting in and saving her hide. What made you? Another flying fist. This one finds my nose. Shooting pain flares up into my skull so fiercely, I'm temporarily blinded by it. Warm liquid flows out and I dip forward. I don't want blood on my Givenchy shirt. It makes a nice neat pool on the parquet. Well, I guess I know what all these old stains are from. I don't lose footing. I jump back, coil my fist and let it fly, hitting the redneck who came to rescue his comatose friend dead center in his nose. The idiot doesn't lose his footing either. He rocks back, teeters, more from the booze than the hit, and lets his fist fly again. I duck. He misses. Another fist, right cheek. Another, his jawline. One to the ear, one to the mouth, one to the gut. Fists are flying back and forth. So is spit and blood, but thankfully no teeth. The last one, not mine, hits the bouncer, and the brute of a man who resembles Hulk Hogan on steroids punches back, the force throwing the redneck into tomorrow. His butt slams into the dance floor and slides across the parquet and hits the men's washroom door. The door's swing arm rotates back and forth and keeps banging him in the head. I laugh. A big old belly laugh. Damn, it hurts to laugh. Frigate. I'm laughing. This is hilarious. It stops being fun when the other 4 rednecks race my way. I grab the woman's arm and we run for the bar. We both hurtle over the top, land, and cuddle up beside the barkeep, who's holding a sawed-off shotgun at port arms. By the look on the barkeep's face, he's suffered through this game before and knows how to fight back. For keeps. Then I hear sirens, 2 sets, wailing, louder, louder, coming closer to Sam's. The sound is ear-piercing. Squealing tires come to a sudden stop. The boys in blue burst through the door with billy clubs in hand and unclipped gun holsters, each cop ready and raring for a fight. I whispered to the barkeep, "Did you call the cops?" "Nope. Not me. Usually my little friend here eventually stops the fun." "Then who did?" "Me." I look over at the woman who I rescued. She and I hiss at one another over the barkeep's head. "Why did you do that?" "These guys are out of control. You'd be dead if I hadn't." "But look at what we're facing now. Do you really want to be arrested?" "'Cause I don't." "Hey, whoever you are, it's your fault. You threw the first punch. Is violence the answer for everything with you? You saw the bouncers. There was no need for you to put your big size 11s into the fray. If you had butted out, everything would have been handled the proper way." "Are you for real? Now you're saying this whole deal is my fault when all I wanted to do was protect you? Who says I needed protection? What are you, some white knight?" Glares like eyeball daggers shoot back and forth. The debate stops as soon as the cops lean over and find us huddled against the barkeep. "Okay, mister, you're coming with us." "What, me? What did I do?" "From all reports, you were the instigator this time. Let us escort you to our fingerprint bay and drunk tank, all on the taxpayer's dime." I reluctantly get up, and before the cops manhandle me, I throw another icy glare at the woman who just ruined my night. She throws me a screw-you look and wraps her arm around the barkeep like he's her new best friend. As they escort me out the door, I remember. Damn, I didn't even get her name. How am I supposed to fight City Hall if I don't know what City Hall is called? In no time, I arrive at the cop shop. I'm glad to be free of the police cruiser's backseat. It's stickier and slimier than the bar at Sam's. After fingerprinting, I'm allowed one call. I get Jeff on the line. He's a buddy from Inferno. But better than that, he's a lawyer. A good one. The phone rings before I hear his voice pick up on the other end. "Jeff?" "Yeah, it's Lorde. Alton Lorde from the club." "Sure, man, what can I do for you?" "I'm in trouble. I'm down at Central Booking for drunk and disorderly and grievous bodily assault." "Holy crap, Lorde. My heart bleeds. But I'm on a date with Leslie. Can this keep?" "Of course, this can't keep. They're threatening to stick me in the drunk tank with some brute called Tony and another amoeba called Tiny. This night will not go well for me, Jeff. I'm too pretty for this." I hear a great big sigh on the other end, followed by muffled words. Some of those words sound higher-pitched and definitely not amused. "Fine, but you owe me big for this." "Right. Big. I owe you. No probs. Come get me out of here." Nearly an hour later, I hear footsteps echo down the sterile hall. It's Jeff with a cop. The cop is holding a key ring. "Okay, man, you're free on bail. Your hearing is a week from today." "Holy cow, man, thank you." "My bill is in the mail." "Hey, no problem, bill me twice." "The cop said they heard you started the fight down at Sam's because of a woman. Who is the lucky lady?" "Ah, crap. The grunts would have to squeal." "You realize this info is golden once everyone knows at Inferno." Jeff smirks. "Who's going to tell them?" "Me. Naturally. I'm only human, and this is way too juicy. Once I'm done telling the tale, you'll never live this night down." "A night out, you said. Alone, you said. Have a few quiet drinks. Drown your sorrows, you said. Note to self. Stay away from seedy bars called Sam's."
Chapter 8. Lisa. I watch the steam rise from my chamomile tea. I believe the supposed soothing liquid is mocking me. I talk at the teacup, assuming it will listen. What's the point of owning inanimate objects if they don't listen? Okay, yes, I feel guilty about getting that guy in trouble with the police tonight, but none of it was my fault. Everything would have stayed peachy if he had kept his nose out of my business and his fist away from other noses. If anyone should feel guilty around here, it should be him. I wrap my fuzzy bathrobe tightly around me like a protective shield. I continue to talk to the teacup. So far, it's said nothing. I assume it's a good listener. And anyhow, I can never be caught in a seedy barroom brawl. It'll be bad optics for the women's shelter. My work there is sensitive. It involves psychological and legal issues. Having me as one of the senior staff being involved in a physical altercation would generate bad publicity and negatively affect donor contributions. At least it was over quick, and no one got seriously hurt. The teacup sits there, no more steam eschews from the bowl. I flash a look of disdain at the white porcelain. I think it's back to mocking me again. Fine, be like that. I'm abandoning you, Mr. Teacup, for a nightcap. I'll bet Crystal will be more forgiving than your haughty porcelain. I leave my kitchen stool and pad over to the living room minibar in my fuzzy slippers. The slippers nicely match my robe. Both have embroidered pink bunnies and yellow ducks. I exude decency and order with every step. I pour an ounce or two of brandy into a Waterford snifter. I swish the amber liquid around and around in the bowl. There. That'll help me sleep. Chamomile is such a bedtime phony. I go to sit down. I think better of it. Instead, I pace back and forth in front of my living room window. The shears are closed, but I can still see the neon signs hung in Sam's windows. The Budweiser one is turned off, and the open sign now glows closed. The barroom lights are out, and the squad cars and drunk tank van are all gone. But the peace and quiet doesn't stop me from ruminating out loud over the earlier events, as if doing so will justify all the actions I took. Okay. After the dust settled and I got out of there, maybe I should have bailed him out. That's the least I could do. I look down at the glass. Suddenly, the liquor disgusts me. After all, it's liquor which started this whole mess. I put the untouched snifter on the coffee table, pad back to my bedroom, and throw on the nearest clothes, a sweatshirt with an inscription which reads, "I'm temporarily out of order, please try again," and a pair of relaxed fit jeans. Doing something feels better than doing nothing for that misguided man. 15 minutes later, I bang through the police station doors in time to see the man I plan on bailing out. He is picking up his belongings and signing papers at the front desk. Another man sporting a suit and briefcase stands by his side. I can read the room. I'm too late. He's already been bailed out. The man beside him has his back to me. Regardless, his body shape looks familiar. Who is that guy? Why does he look so familiar? Before the men turn around and see me, I quickly hightail it out the door and jog through the night to the parking lot and my car. I get in, start the motor, and wheel out of the station like I was never there. Talking to myself makes the late night drive go faster. Nice job, Lisa. The guy is out of jail. Your attempt to recuse the idiot was in vain, and he has a lawyer on his side. He's good to go. He doesn't need your help. What happens after tonight is none of your business. Not your problem at all. You tried to help. At least you can say that if anyone ever asks. And besides, I'll never see the guy again. I have zero plans to go to Sam's ever again. I say those things, but I'm only half believing my words. My gut senses it might not be the last time I bump into the guy from Sam's. That thought alone makes my stomach squirm. As I wheel the last couple of blocks back to my apartment, I force the entire ordeal out of my mind. I refuse to think about any event where it looks like I lost self-control. Any situation which went awry on my watch. Such happenings are unacceptable to me, and therefore should not be consciously entertained. If I have anything to be blamed for, it's allowing myself to be exposed to places and people who don't see life as I do, where there isn't a sense of proper decorum and room for bestial or unwieldy reactions. If only people behaved properly in all situations, nothing like the farce which went down at Sam's would have ever occurred. I smile at the thought I may have missed my true calling. I should be a headmistress at a finishing school where proper manners and sober reasoning is taught. I ponder the idea of a year of such training being a requirement before high school graduation. Then no such hijinks would bubble up. and there's no reason to have seedy bars in the first place. I guide my car into its spot, turn off the ignition, and head for the door. On my way, I whisper to myself a few words to bookend the awful night. Yes, one encounter is enough with that fist-ready man. Another meeting with the likes of him will surely have me go out of control. And that, above all else, is unacceptable.
Chapter 9. Lord. I can't believe I'm standing in court, waiting for the judge's verdict on the bar fight at Sam's. Why didn't I do what I normally do on nights where I want to let my hair down? I could have been at Inferno, where the only things thrown are credit cards at bartenders. I'm back in a respectable suit and tie with Jeff, my Inferno club pal and savior lawyer, by my side. Thankfully, my father didn't attend the hearing. The humiliation is bad enough. I don't need his disapproving look stabbing me in the gut, too. I had enough of his glares when I came home from jail the other night. I whisper, "Why is this taking so long? We've been here forever already. Is the big wig golfing on the back nine or something?" Jeff whispers back, "Shush." I managed to settle with Sam's and some of the customers there that night privately, but you still have to face the judge for the assault charges. Be happy your wallet isn't buried in civil lawsuits, too. Why can't we throw money at this charge? Something in 6 figures would probably put a smile on the judge's face. Jeff glares at me like I just committed murder. I shrug my shoulders. It was just an idea. I decide to shut my mouth. It seems when I open my mouth or close my hand into a fist, bad things happen. This will be the last time I'll appear in front of a judge for trying to be a knight for a woman in distress. The judge bangs the gavel. The officer calls out, "Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Thorncliffe presiding." The judge looks down at his papers for what feels like forever. Then he slowly lifts his head, and his blue eyes bore into my soul. I feel naked in front of the honorable man. "For the altercation and bodily assault at the drinking establishment known as Sam's, I do hereby order you, Mr. Lorde, to 30 hours of community service at the women's shelter on 5th and Regal, where you can learn about the effects of physical violence firsthand. Let this be a lesson to you, and an opportunity not to squander or be taken lightly, son. I don't want to see you in my courtroom again." The judge bangs the gavel a second time and leaves the room. My eyes pop. I jerk my head at Jeff and hiss, "What now? Community service? 30 freaking hours, that's like 4.2 gazillion minutes. Is the old duffer nuts? I'm so well connected. The judge knows it. Why do I have to be subjected to embarrassing manual labor with the unwashed masses? Lord, be thankful it's not a jail sentence. It so easily could have been, you know? With citified looks like yours, you wouldn't last one night in there." Jeff looks at me like half my brain is asleep. "But couldn't I have just written a donation to the Police Benevolent Fund or something? Or better yet, a big old check to the women's shelter directly. They could buy a big screen TV or something. Lord, oh my God, you're seriously pushing here? You're lucky the judge went to his chambers. If he heard you right now, he'd throw the book at you. Be quiet for once and do your time at the shelter. Smile, be helpful, make friends. It's not like you're going to be digging ditches or picking up roadkill on the highways, which as I understand could have been an option too." "Wait a sec. You mean the same women's shelter Leslie works at?" "Oh, no way. That's not happening. Bring the judge back, this minute. I want a retrial. This is a conflict of interest or against shelter rules or a violation of some constitutional amendment or something." Jeff grabs my arm and stares into my eyes. "Lord, I'll go to the hardware store and buy duct tape to put over your mouth if I have to. You send that kind of message to the judge, and you'll end up in Rikers Island with a plethora of made-up charges all in aid of the judge's fun and giggles. Top of the list, contempt of court. You hear me, idiot? Get it through that coiffed hairdo of yours. You're way too pretty for jail." "Okay, yeah. I hear you loud and clear." I mumble more complaints under my breath. Something about living in a police state and the judge looking like a fascist pig. "What was that?" Jeff turns on his heels and stares at me like I'm roadkill. Nothing. Happy to help the disenfranchised women of this fair town. When do I start? I'm giddy with excitement. I flash a toothy smile at my brief. Jeff smirks and pulls me out of court. Can you please try to make it home without violating another law? I like the income, but you don't wear well on the judge. I flash him a silly face and we part ways. The last I see of Jeff is his head shaking back and forth. I get behind the wheel and lean on the leather, staring mindlessly out at the courthouse and talking to myself as if that'll help. What the hell do I know about doing community service? Will I have to wear those orange overalls or that orange vest stamped with the jailhouse name? And of all places, a women's shelter and the very one Leslie operates. I sigh dramatically to myself. Man, I might as well have been doomed to a life of making rice cakes in China. I'll know as much. What happens in a shelter, anyway? And as a guy, won't those traumatized women run for the hills when they see me swan in? I start the ignition and throw the car into gear. I have 3 days before I have to report. 3 measly days. Man, why can't I throw a big old check at this problem and make it go away? Of all places, a chick shelter. I am seriously screwed.
Chapter 10. Lisa. Hey Lisa, could you come to my office for a bit? I hear Leslie's disembodied voice sound down the hall. Sure, I call out. Be right there. I drop the files on my desk and head into the hall. The entire way I'm praying it's not another critique of my work. Or worse, Leslie found out about the fist foray at Sam's. If it's the latter, I don't know what I'll say. I may melt on the floor. My psyche never to be seen again. I've been holding my breath for days now, hoping my slumming and subsequent police raid at Sam's didn't get back to Leslie and the others at the shelter. I'm the proper play-by-the-book employee there. There's no way my image would ever recover from that social hiccup if it were ever known. And honestly, I don't recognize myself from that night. It's all a completely humiliating blur. I lightly knock on Leslie's door and flash a big smile like somehow that'll help. Come in, have a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, she didn't ask me to close the door. That's good news, right? Lisa, a man will be coming to the shelter today to work off his 30 hours of community service. I gather he got into a fight of some kind. I'll need you to liaise with him. A man? Leslie, a man can't work here. The women are traumatized enough as it is. One look at him and they'll run for the hills. Yes, of course. I realize that. In this case, there is no need for concern. He will only be working out on the grounds or in the back office area or in the basement. He'll be forbidden to enter the residency area. We're all overworked here, and the general maintenance and upkeep have been sorely neglected ever since we had to let the handyman go. This is an opportunity to get things done without repair bills or another paycheck the shelter simply can't afford. Oh, right. Okay. That makes complete sense now. What time is this convict expected? We should refer to him by his name, I believe. He's to show up at 10, about 15 minutes from now. I've assigned you to supervise his work. Here is a clipboard with a list of all exterior and interior repairs and yard chores required to be completed during his tenure. She hands the clipboard over, then continues. All I need you to do is estimate the hours for each task and provide him with enough chores to fill a 4 or 8 hour shift. I'll leave the job order and time frame up to you. At shift end, merely survey his work and check things off once they're properly completed. Oh, that sounds right up my alley, Leslie. This I can do. I'm all about checking off to-do lists and making sure all is in order. I knew you were the right woman for this job. I have no doubt you'll get the maximum use of his help here. There are so many things I need doing. The shelter has looked so bedraggled lately. I want the place to shine. Be pleasant looking for the women when they arrive. Well, painted, the lawn neat, that sort of thing. Yes, those hedges outside need clipping, and the tree limbs haven't been pruned in years. And I won't even start on how I feel about that supposed lawn. Plus, all the minor repairs in the employee areas. Washroom, break room. It's endless. You know, I'm excited about having him here. Understand that our budget for repair materials is low, so express our need for him to do his best with very little. Will do. I'm sure the poor man is used to having very little himself if he's been up against the law. Is there anything else you require of me? Leslie folds her hands on her desk blotter and leans forward, looking intently at me. Actually, now that you mention it, I have been curious as to your view of our last meeting and my expectations for you here. Do you think you can soften your approach with the women? Teach them by your good example, but realize they are a work in progress and will need time and practice to achieve good decision-making skills. As it happens, I have given it a lot of thought. I went out that very night to digest what you said. I believe I can learn to straddle both. Show a proper, disciplined approach, but offer more patience for their learning curve. As you know, these women have been severely traumatized, so their ability to learn new life skills will be somewhat hampered. You might have to teach things to them more than once. Deliver lessons in a relaxed, non-aggressive manner, and be willing to listen and forgive while still mentoring them towards a brighter future. I heard there is a seminar on trauma I could... Leslie's phone rings. Hi, Daphne. What's up? I hear the front desk secretary's voice over the line. Right. Lisa and I have been expecting him. Tell the man we'll meet him out front. Lisa, our man has arrived. Let's head out front to make our introductions. Certainly. In a minute, Leslie and I reach the foyer and head out into the bright sunshine. It takes a minute for my eye to adjust to the glare, and when they do, I see the man standing right in front of me. My eyes pop, and my mouth drops open. What are you doing here? It can't be you? I can tell by the man's expression, he is just as shocked to find me here as well. Oh my God, no way. This has to be a joke. More like a waking nightmare, you mean? Leslie looks at both of us. She's dumbfounded as to our less than courteous exchange. Do you two know one another?
Chapter 11. Lord, what is this lunatic doing here at the shelter? This cannot be happening. To top that, she's working with Leslie. Leslie cannot know about what happened the other night. It's bad enough her hubby got my tail out of a crack. Now this? I think I'm going to die of embarrassment here. Yeah, we know one another. We met at the produce section in Vaughn's supermarket a few days ago. I look at Leslie. I can tell she's not entirely buying my tale, given our caustic reply to one another like we are mortal enemies. No, that's right, Leslie. He's telling the truth. I accidentally toppled an orange pyramid display on top of him, and he helped me pile them back on the table. Purely an accidental meeting is all. Oh yes, okay. Well, let me make the introductions in case in your produce skirmish you didn't have time for names. Lisa, this is Alton Lorde. He goes by Lorde. Lorde is a well-known financial investor in town. Lorde, this is Lisa Bennett. She's one of the permanent staff here at the shelter. I grit my teeth through a fake smile. Lisa smiles too. We shake hands. Our grip is massive, like we're trying to rip each other's hands off. To my mind, we both look and act like we have sticks up our butts. We're so stiff and uncomfortable at the moment. But neither of us want to give Leslie anything to worry about or question. Our dubious meeting at Sam's the other night is one we both want to let die. Will you two be okay working together? Leslie crooks an eyebrow, wary of the vibe she's getting off us. Yes, of course, we both echo. We equally fight grins, bold-faced lies. Great. Lorde, now Lisa will be your direct supervisor during your stay with us here. She will design your shift schedule and go over your daily tasks and survey your work. She will make you aware of what areas you are permitted to go on the property and what you are allowed to do. After each shift, if all is done to expectation, Lisa will report back to your parole worker, so your hours of community service are recorded. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, completely. Great. Then I'll leave you both to it. Welcome to the shelter, Lorde. I hope your stay here with us is a productive and memorable one. Leslie smiles, turns on her heels, and leaves us to our own devices. Instead of going over the rules and regs as she had hoped, we go at each other like junkyard dogs. This assignment is torture. I need to tell my boss I need a reassignment. I furrow my brows and cross my arms. Fat chance. Those court rulings are chiseled in marble. You and I will have to tough it out until the bitter end of your 30 hours, that's all. It won't be a cakewalk for me either, you know? You're about as much fun as Brillo pads to the eyeballs. Lisa crosses her arms. Do you plan on getting me in trouble with the police here too? Just wanting a heads up. You're hilarious. Do you plan on punching people out here for me to have to call the police on you? Yes. A heads up would be good. Also hilarious. Just remember, you're the one who got me in trouble in the first place. I wouldn't be here if not for your big mouth and the cops on your speed dial. Right. Like going around punching out complete strangers is what you do every Thursday night for a good time. When I think a decent woman is in serious trouble, hell yeah. Talk about being an ungrateful sort. I guess I got the decent perception all wrong. You could have handled the situation with that drunken man differently, you know? From where I was standing, your way of negotiation with that redneck wasn't working either. It looked like he was ready to haul you off to his cave. The way I see it, you were lucky I was around to save your skin. Okay, enough already with your smart mouth. I refuse to discuss this topic anymore. It's obvious you're a man who cannot be reasoned with. And the sooner we put that awful night behind us, the better. You say it's me who cannot see reason? It's more like you. From this moment forward, I am your community service supervisor here at the shelter. What I say goes. It's my word which is the law around here. Do I make myself perfectly clear? It's clear I'll get nowhere with this chick on the bar fight, so I give up and let her talk. I can tell she'll talk no matter what I do or say. I decide to get my revenge on this woman another day, in another way. This War of the Roses isn't over, not by a long shot. Yes, sir. I fake salute and flash her a smarmy grin. She glares. If looks could slice, dice, and julienne. Lisa goes through the clipboard Leslie gave her. She pulls out a sheet of paper and thrusts it in my hand. Here is the list of rules and regulations I expect you to follow to the letter at all times during your work stay with us. Paramount among them all is the rule which states at no time are you allowed to converse with any of our shelter residents nor enter the living spaces. Is this crystal clear? Sparkling. I don't salute again or call her sir, but I keep my look of disdain plastered on my face. Okay then. I will take you on a tour of your work areas, where you can leave your personal things when you arrive, where you can go, where to find tools, supplies, and so on. Follow me. I hear the irritation in her voice. I whisper to myself, join the line, chick. I'm miffed, too. What was that? Nothing, Lisa, nothing at all. Do lead on.
Chapter 12. Lisa. I march back up the cement path, still gritting my teeth. I feel him walking behind me. His cologne is strong. Why, of all the people getting community service in this town, does it have to be this guy with me? Just clapping eyes on this Lorde person makes me have flashbacks to the night at Sam's. Okay, so here's your locker. You can put your personal items in there. There are overalls on the hanger. I suggest you wear them while working here. We have a master key to this locker, so no storing undesirable items or hanging girly posters and such. Right. Locker. Overalls. No Pamela Anderson nudies. Got it. I take him to the back office area and to the basement supply closets. I walk and talk as fast as possible. I want this tour to end. I need for you to restain the tops of these desks and repair the linoleum on the floor. Tables. Lino. All spiffy. Got it. I sigh and move on. Downstairs here are the supply closets where you'll find the tools you'll need, plus the stains and linoleum patching. Got it. The world is my oyster in the form of supply cabinets. I turn around and glare. You're really annoying me. Thank you. It's mutual. Moving on. I huff and march outside. The shed back there has the lawn power, trimmer, and other gardening tools. I need the front and backyards to look like something out of a home and garden magazine by the end of your stay. Got it? Garden beautiful. Got it. I sigh again. Listen, if by chance you see one of our female residents through a window, please move right along and work somewhere else in the yard. I don't want them thinking you're stalking them, okay? No peeping Toms. Roger that. I sigh once more. Lorde glowers. Listen, if this is so excruciating, why don't you leave the to-do list with me, and I'll get right to work. You've shown me my areas. I believe your work here is done. I throw a dirty look. I'm only doing my job, Lorde. What is expected of me? You probably have no concept of duty either, I'll bet. Oh, I don't know. I deal in making people millions, not eking out a meager living trying to mend broken hearts which can't be fixed. What do you mean which can't be fixed? How dare you say such a thing? Well, judging by how you put me under the bus with the cops the other night, I'm guessing you don't go out of your way to make other people feel supported either. You take that back. You don't know me or what I'm capable of doing. You no good, money monger? I know you bug out from trouble the second it occurs, doubtful that bodes well for the residents around here. The taunting makes something in me explode. I'm behaving like a kindergartner with a boy bully harassing me in the schoolyard. I ball up my fists and feel my face heat up. If smoke could come out of my ears, it would. I can't believe I'm letting this loser get to me. What's wrong with me? Where's my usual cool in fraught situations? This Lorde guy punches my buttons like no man I know. We've only just met, and we're fighting like cats and dogs in minutes. This is insane. He's insane. I throw him the clipboard and march away back to my office. It's either that or pummel him with it. Doubtful that's the best example for the traumatized women inside. So I hold my breath and grit my teeth until I leave the yard and break free of his presence. I mumble to myself as I reach the office door. Yes, Lisa, walk away. Your breathing will return to normal, and your eyes will stop stinging from his cheap cologne. I plunk down in my desk chair. Sadly, I see him working near the shed outside. I pull my curtains closed. I've had enough of his smarmy face for one day. I sit back and try to calm down. As much as I hope for better days, my gut knows this guy will ruin what peace and order I have in my life. Suddenly, I hear a rapping on my window. I shove the curtains back open. It's him. His eyes are bugged out. He furiously points for me to come to the outside door. What now? I ask as I step into the yard to meet him. Let me in. Why? Your residents. I hear them coming into the backyard. I forgot the outside door locks automatically. I know we're struck in the yard with the women coming and nowhere to turn. I quickly grab his arm and drag him into the garden shed. We hunker down between the lawnmower and the workbench. It's a tight spot and we're forced to face one another. What are you doing? I slap my palm over his mouth. Shush. I whip the door closed, but it springs back enough we can see a sliver outside and can hear the residents approach. I hiss. I totally forgot. This is the girls' weekly BBQ day on the patio. I don't want the women to see you here. Some might be okay, but many will be scared stiff if they see a man, especially one who has a history of violence. I don't want you anywhere near these girls. Lorde's hot breath hits my palm. The moist heat hits like an electric jolt to my system. I squirm and take back my hand, wiping in on my slacks. I avert my eyes, fearing his expression. His freed mouth soon starts working. Lorde hisses. A history of violence? That's nice, that is. One measly arrest because of you, and suddenly, I'm Freddy Krueger. Shush. We sit there still, silent as the grave. We listen to the women joyfully talking, laughing, setting up for the picnic. Why do we have to be so close to one another? Man, I wish there was more room in here. I feel electricity bouncing between us. I ignore the body fire. After an hour or so, the women call it quits and head inside. Let's get the heck out of here. After you. We dash for the door. It's only then I remember I had the keys to the outer door the entire time.
Chapter 13. Lorde. I follow Lisa out of the shed. I shake off the body shock, the fire I feel coursing through my veins when her hand touches my lips. Crouching there, so close beside her for so long it was exhilarating. I could feel her body heat. I know the signs. I rarely have them, and never like this. I'm attracted to this weird woman, and that's certifiable. Lisa is definitely not my type. Her entire personality, her outlook on life, her entire being is at odds with everything I've ever known or liked. At best, Lisa is like a train wreck you know you shouldn't stare at, but you can't help yourself. And having bumped into this female chaos on two legs, my life is now one big train wreck too. I watch her unlock the yard door. Her back is rigid. Her movements are exact. We get inside before anyone from the residence sees us. She leaves for her office without saying a word to me. I head to the back office break room where I'm supposed to stay in between tasks. I'm about to pour myself a coffee and mull over this living nightmare when I hear the unmistakable marching click-click of her high heels. She missed her calling. Lisa should be goose-stepping in some army. The next thing I know, Lisa shows up with handfuls of dirty dishes. Jeez, does this chick have to show up everywhere I go? Doesn't a convict deserve a quiet coffee to himself? Oh, for me. You shouldn't have. I wink. Lisa is not amused. These are from the BBQ the women had out on the patio. You'll find the dish soap in the bottom cupboard and a fresh tea towel in that drawer over there. Pile the clean dishes on this sideboard. I'll take them back to the residence myself. I look at the uptight woman with a shocked expression. Me? Do dishes? I believe you have mistaken me for help. Is she nuts? You, my dear man, are the help. What I say you do is what you do. Remember, I'm the law around here. The more I look at Lisa, the more I see her goose-stepping. I'll bet even the late General Patton would have shaken in his riding boots around her. Listen, lady, I don't even do my own dishes at home. That's what servants are for. Or, from what I know of the common man, a dishwasher. I don't have the first clue how to wash dishes. All I've ever done with dishes is eat and drink off them. Quite well, in fact. I smile and fondly remember back to my flawless life pre-Lisa. Well then, here's a life lesson for you. If you can't figure out how to soap up a dirty dish, rinse it, and dry it, you're more useless to humanity than I thought. I sit there, frozen in my seat, staring at the heap of grime in her arms. I can't believe she really means it. I have an urge to run back to the courthouse and beg the judge to throw me in jail. At least you get 3 squares with no dishwashing. Lisa smiles a mischievous smile and dumps the dirty dishes in the sink. They clang-bang against the stainless steel. She turns around and glares at me. Her stare is like a diamond-tipped drill and bores into my soul, and not in a good way. Any time, Your Majesty. Your grimy subjects and dishpan hands await. I look over at the heap. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. Plates, cups. I can probably... Lisa leaves and quickly comes back in with another load. This time she's up to her neck in pots and pans and BBQ sauce-encrusted implements. I've seen epoxy on skyscraper girders look less robust. Oh, no way, man. There's a limit to this community service torture. That pile looks like it needs sandblasting, not washing. Don't you people hire out for this kind of manual labor? What's the point of donating to charities if all they do is pull convicts off the street? Lisa turns to me and laughs up a storm. You're a laugh riot. You really are. In case you haven't figured it out yet, charity shelters live on a pittance. This isn't a for-profit brokerage where we decide if the yearly bonus is a personal yacht or a helicopter. We have to save every penny we get for crucial things like food, utilities, and counseling for these traumatized women. Okay, so what you're saying is your profit margin is too low. Maybe I could invest your... Lisa bowls over in laughter. I'd point out your abject ignorance where non-profits are concerned, but life is too short. While you're here at the shelter, we can get this menial work done for free. The bonus, I can watch you squirm. It's really a win-win all the way around. Lisa flashes me a huge smile. How are you supposed to finish this mountain of dishes? You have 2 working arms. Figure it out yourself. She turns on her clickety-clacking heels and leaves the room. Echoes of her belly laughter fill the air. I slowly get up from the table. My coffee is cold anyway. I approach the sink. The dirty dish pile is so high it's scraping the underside of the top cupboards. I'm afraid to pull one dish for fear Mount Disharest comes down in a slimy landslide. Reluctantly, I find the dish soap and start squeezing the bottle. I find the hot water tap behind a sauce-encrusted BBQ tong and turn it on full force. I throw on some dishwater gloves I find in the same cupboard as the dish soap. They're a pretty pink. I sigh. My soul is officially dead. How am I supposed to finish this mountain of yuck? I should have let that caveman at Sam's carry her off. But no, Lord. You live to save the fairer sex from themselves and put them in awe of your manly prowess. Note to self. Get off your white horse. Chicks like Lisa will kill you in the end.
Chapter 14. Lisa. How are you supposed to finish this mountain of dishes? I say, smirking. You have 2 working arms. Figure it out yourself. My smirk fades as I turn around and walk out of the kitchen. I'm almost back to my office before the prep cook stops me, needing something from the staff kitchen. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but there's no way I'm going back in there today. I pretend I'm too busy, which is kind of true. I'm busy avoiding Lorde, so I tell them to handle it themselves. I spend the rest of the afternoon cocooned in my office. Fortunately, the rest of the staff is busy enough that it doesn't look strange. I feel a little guilty when the prep cook texts me with some other questions about supplies, but not enough to go back into the kitchen. At home that night, I pace around my apartment. Lisa, I tell myself sternly, get it together. You are an adult woman. Stop behaving like a child. I catch a glimpse of myself in the bathroom mirror. My face is heated, my hair tousled from raking my hands through it. I shake my head at my reflection. This is not who I am. I wish I knew what it was about Lorde that rattles me so much. It's not just that he's annoying. I've been around plenty of annoying men. It's that he's arrogant too, I decide. He thinks he knows what's best. He thinks he's in control even though he's not. He's working for you, I remind myself. You're the boss. You're the one in control, not him. Remember that. I like the sound of those words. My little mantra runs through my mind as I eat dinner and get ready for bed. After a good night's sleep, I repeat it again the next morning as I shower and dress. By the time I leave for work, I'm humming it in my head. You're the boss. You're in control. You're the boss. You're in control. My resolve sweeps me through the doors of the building and into my office. I'm the first one in, which is just the way I like it. After attending to a few minor tasks, I station myself in the kitchen. I won't be caught off guard today. When Lorde saunters in, his eyes widen. I smile and wave my hand over the prep table I'm standing beside. This is your job today. Potatoes, he says flatly. I follow his gaze to the potato-covered table. Peeling them, to be precise, I explain. You want me to peel this mountain of potatoes today? Yes. Are you serious? He asks. That's crazy. I'm not going to stand here and peel potatoes for 8 hours straight. Except that you are, I reply, unable to keep the glee out of my voice. because this is your assignment. Why are you targeting me? Lorde asks, and I roll my eyes. Please, that assumes I think about you enough to target you. I assign the jobs, and this is the only job that fits you. Really? His voice is heavy with sarcasm. Really, I say firmly. But hey, if you don't like this, you can quit. Look into getting transferred somewhere else. I shrug. Doesn't bother me one way or the other. Lorde's eyes lock on mine. I see stubbornness and determination. I can't help wondering what he sees in my own eyes. I feel my resolve begin to wilt just a little. I'm not going to quit, he says. I'll finish my community service right here. Great, I say. The peeler's in the third drawer to the left. Make sure to put all of the scraps in the compost bucket. The head cook will be supervising you today, I add as I walk away. Don't think you can pull a fast one on her. Back in my office, I try to concentrate on my work, but my mind keeps drifting back to Lorde. I wonder if he's really in there peeling potatoes, if he'll actually finish the job today, or if, despite what he said, he's thinking about transferring. Maybe it would be for the best if he did transfer. Actually, there's no maybe about it. I'd feel more focused if he wasn't here. I don't like how unsettled I feel around him. I don't like that he shakes my control. There are plenty of other places where Lorde could volunteer. Hell, I could call around right now and have him in a new placement by the end of the day. But if I do that, he'll know that he affects me. And that's not something I want to broadcast. Instead, I realize that I'll have to make him want to leave. I'll have to keep assigning Lorde the most demeaning, annoying tasks I can think of. I know he thinks he's better than this community service. He probably thinks he's better than all of us here. I grin, thinking about how I could get him to leave. Maybe tomorrow I could get him out of the kitchen for some variety and have him scrub toilets instead and hose out the huge trash cans in the back, the ones that are caked with years of garbage that's fallen out of the bags. Yes. A few days of trash duty, and he'll be begging to go somewhere else, anywhere else. I don't care where Lorde goes next, as long as it's far away from here. I smooth my already neat hair back, almost bouncing in my seat. This is going to be a fun project. I pull a piece of paper off of my notepad and begin making my list.
Chapter 15. Lorde. I've barely made a dent in Potato Mountain before my hands are shaking and my fingers are cramping. I finish peeling another potato and toss it in the pitifully small pile of naked potatoes. I look at my red hands and shake my head ruefully before picking up the next potato. The kitchen is busy this morning, but not so busy that the other prep guys and cooks don't see what I'm doing. Whenever I meet anyone's eyes, the look of sympathy on their face makes me itch with embarrassment. Fortunately, no one looks at me for very long, and no one even tries to talk to me. Everyone is running around, most people doing 2 or 3 jobs at once. It's clear that this place is understaffed. They could use a lot more hands to help. But that does make me wonder why Lisa insists that I occupy my hands with a peeler. But I'm tired of trying to understand her. It's easier to keep my head down and my eyes on my task. Still, I can't help listening to the conversations around me. The guys at the table to my left are managing to slice and dice a pile of vegetables and trade some of the saddest stories I've ever heard. One talks about the custody battle one of the house's residents is going through. She wants to keep her kids away from her ex, who beat her and their children. But since she can't afford a good lawyer and he can, it looks like they'll be sharing custody. Another guy updates the rest about another resident. She's barely out of her teens and already has a long arrest record for prostitution. It's making it hard for her to find a job. But she's also scared to leave the house because she knows her pimp is looking for her. The last time he found her, he beat her so badly he broke her jaw. The more I listen, the more I realize that my sadness is turning to rage. Rage at those scum that don't even deserve to be called men. A real man doesn't hit a woman, much less kids. These guys are just bastards that deserve to be beat up twice as hard as they beat up women and kids. I think about Lisa, who's here helping these women every day. Now her attitude makes more sense. I can understand why she might have assumed the worst about me. And it's not like I helped matters by getting angry, or by taking her words so personally. I realize she was talking to me as a man she didn't know. Of course she'd be guarded and make assumptions, given her world. "Lunch break!" the head cook calls out. I don't look up, pretty sure that I don't eat until this job is done. But then one of the guys at the other tables comes over. "Hey man, that includes you," he says with a friendly smile. "Come and join us." "Thanks," I say, stiffly unclenching the peeler and adding my potato to the done pile. "I appreciate it." I join him and a few other men at an empty table. One of the chefs made a huge pot of beans and rice for what the guys tell me is a family meal that everyone is welcome to. I see that some of the guys brought their own food, though. "Doesn't everyone like the family meal?" I ask, and the man next to me laughs. "The food here's fine, but we only eat it if we don't have enough cash for our own groceries." "Oh." I stare at my plate, feeling uncomfortable. I have enough cash to buy everyone in here groceries for life. "It's cool," he says. "Leslie made this a policy a while back. She feels bad that she can't pay us more. Anyone that wants to eat for free can, no questions asked." I nod and dig in. During the meal, I don't say much, just listen to the guys at my table. They talk easily among themselves, and the conversation all revolves in some way around money. Whose wife picked up a second job, who might let his cousin sleep on the couch to help out with the rent. Whose kids were pissed that they didn't get a new backpack like their best friend just did. After lunch, I go back to Potato Mountain, but the tedious, painful work doesn't bother me as much as it did before. I'm too busy thinking about everything I've heard today. I've never really thought a lot about what it would be like to be poor. Why would I? I grew up knowing that my family had enough money to last for generations. Same for everyone in our neighborhood and at my schools, at least everyone I hung out with. It only occurs to me now that there were probably some kids at my fancy private high school and college on scholarships. I wonder if their families were like the ones the guys at lunch have. Families full of adults doing their best to get by and give their kids at least what they need, even if they can't give them everything they want. The longer I work, the smaller the mountain gets, and the more my admiration and respect for everyone around me grows. This is a real community of people here, all working together to improve the lives of women that deserve another chance. And this community is thanks to Leslie and Jeff. And Lisa. I can't forget about her. I wish I could take back our first meeting, that I could have been kinder or less argumentative. I should have been nicer. And I resolve that the next time I see her, I will be. As the afternoon draws to a close, I pick up the pace. I really want to finish this job today. I want to prove to Lisa, and to myself, that I can do it. And then, as if I made her appear by thinking about her, Lisa is next to me. Her arms crossed over her chest, she regards the table with that same smirk. "Are you done here?" she asks.
Chapter 16. Lisa. Lorde looks at me surprised. "Yeah, I'm almost done," he answers. "Good," I say, surveying the table. I try not to let my own surprise show. I was certain that he would have slacked off and barely done anything. Instead, he's peeled all except maybe a half dozen potatoes. I don't think even our most experienced prep cooks could have done a better and faster job. I look at Lorde, and he smiles. Why is he smiling at me, I wonder? I want to look behind me and see if he's actually smiling at someone else, but that would just let him know that I'm rattled. Instead, I clear my throat. "Follow me." I whip around and walk quickly out of the kitchen. I hear the heavy tread of his boots behind me, his long legs easily keeping pace. Lorde follows me through the hallways of the building until we're outside of a storage room. "This is your next job," I say, unlocking the door and swinging it open. I feel inside for a light switch and flick it on. The light reveals all the clutter and jumble that I remember from the last time I was down here a few months ago. This storage room is where we put files that we don't currently need but can't shred yet, I explain, taking a few steps into the crowded space. We also store furniture here that we think can be repaired. And there's probably some other odds and ends crammed in here too. I would imagine, Lorde says dryly. I expect him to follow that with some smart comment, but he falls quiet looking at me. Waiting for me to keep talking, I realize. So, like I said, this is it. Your next job. You want me to fix furniture? He asks. I want you to organize the files and check over all the furniture, I explain. Make a pile of what we can repair and make another pile of the stuff that's beyond fixing. But the files are the important part. There are hundreds of folders piled all over the room. About a year ago, a fire broke out at the shelter. The damage has since been fixed, but matters like the recovered files never really got tended to. They were just shoved in here for safekeeping till someone had time to reorganize them. No one ever does. I've tried myself a few times, but each time the mess and sheer volume has been too overwhelming. I can't imagine that Lorde will be able to succeed where Leslie, Jeff, and I have failed. Don't you back all this up on computers? Lorde asks. That seems safer. Then you could shred all of this and free up some space. He pushes a stack of papers on the floor with this toe and coughs at the dust storm that small motion stirs up. This is a major fire hazard. It won't be by the time you're done, I say brightly. And like I said, we still want to hold on to the hard copies, just in case we need them one day. I'd hate to make a client's life harder just because we couldn't find some crucial piece of information. I wave my arms around, stirring up more dust. This is all important. We're just too busy to devote the time to properly organizing it. That's where you come in. Lorde stares at me. I wait for him to say that this is impossible, that I'm crazy, that he quits. I see the muscles in his jaw working, as if he's mumbling something under his breath. Then he sighs. Fine, he says through gritted teeth. What? I ask, unable to keep the surprise out of my voice. I said fine, Lorde tells me. You said this is my job? Okay, it's my job. I'll do it. He looks at the watch on his left arm. How long do you want me to stay? Until it's done, I say quickly. That will make him crack. It's already almost 4. This room is such a mess I doubt he'll be finished until after 8, and he's already been here since early this morning. Lorde looks around the room again. I watch him, and it's like I can see him sizing up the job and figuring out where to start. He nods to himself and mutters something under his breath. Okay, he says again. That sounds fair. What? No, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to ask for a new assignment. I think of the list I have in my office of all the other placements he could qualify for. I was so sure he was going to refuse to do this, I almost brought the list with me just for the pleasure of waving it in his face. Now I'm glad that I didn't. Lorde picks up a stack of folders and carries it out into the hallway. He keeps carrying folders out all around me. I stare as more and more of the gritty, dusty floor is revealed. I know that I should go, but I swear I'm too shocked to move. What happened to the gruff, argumentative guy I met? The one with the perma-scowl that thought he was too good for this place? The angry man from the bar that seemed more than happy to solve problems with fists and not words? Lisa, Lorde says behind me, and I jump. What? I ask, stepping aside and looking at him. He's watching me with a small smile. You're in my way. Lorde gestures to the papers that surround me, as if I'm on an island of file folders. The rest of the floor is already clear. Sorry. I step into the hallway and stare at the stacks of folders leaning against the wall. I hear a scraping noise behind me and turn around to see Lorde dragging out a tattered couch that Jeff and Leslie swear just needs to be reupholstered. Next, He carries out a stack of folding chairs that I dimly remember looking for at our last house Thanksgiving meal. This is where they were hiding. I guess I'll leave you to it, I finally say. Lorde puts the stack of chairs on the floor. Good night, Lisa, he says. Good night, Lorde, I tell him. But what I really want to ask is, what's going on? Did you really have a change of heart so quickly? Or is something else happening?
Chapter 17. Lorde. I shuffle slowly to my car, open the door, and drop into my seat. Then I remember to reach out and shut the door. I'm so tired that small motion feels like a huge effort. I really need a nap. Maybe I should just put my seat back and take one. No, I think. I'm disgusting. I thought the potatoes were bad enough, but now I smell like old, musty, moldy paper. That storeroom was way worse than the kitchen. As if to confirm it, my lungs decide now is the time to violently expunge the dust and mildew. As the coughs rack my body, so bad my ribs start to ache, I decide sleep will have to wait after a very long shower. I start the car. When the air starts blowing in, I realize it's not just me that's getting polluted. When this is all over, I'm going to need to get the interior detailed. The double platinum package. My phone is poking me in the ass, so I pull it out and look at it. It's after 8. I realize I haven't eaten since the small lunch the staff offered me that I could barely pick through in my guilt. Who knew organizing could be so hard? I'm suddenly so grateful for my support staff at work, especially my secretary. I do a quick scroll and see my dad has been calling nonstop all day. I nope out of dealing with that and drive home. I'm intent on taking a shower, but when I walk in the house, I see the couch. That just looks too good to pass up, and I collapse on it, filthy clothes, shoes and all. The next thing I know, I'm jolted awake by someone banging on my front door. Before I can wonder who it is, I hear my father bellowing my name. I jump up like I've been shot. I reach for the doorknob. What could be so important? What can't possibly wait until tomorrow? Is the company falling apart? I should have called him back, I think. I steel myself as I open the door, but not enough. My father bursts in and grabs me by the front of my shirt. He drags me across the room and shoves me down on the couch. Dad! That's all I can get out. My father's face is beet red and the vein in his forehead is throbbing. Do you know what you did? You almost destroyed the company. What? I'm doing the community service. I was there all day. That was the deal. I do the grunt work at the women's shelter and it all goes away. The realization comes over me that it is not going away. That was the deal, I say. Do you know how many calls I've had about your little stunt at the bar? Do you think people want their money managed by a scumbag who gets into drunken brawls? It's even worse than I thought, I realize. My blood is turning to ice in my veins. My father starts pacing back and forth, waving his arms, talking at the ceiling. People want their money managers to be calm, dependable, boring even. Our reputation is everything. I spent all morning talking to people who want to pull their money out of the company. Everyone on the executive staff did. You've got us running around like chickens without heads. Dad, shut up. You need to fix this or you're out. I don't have a choice. I have to fire you, loudly and publicly, and prove that what you did, that type of behavior is not acceptable and will not be tolerated at the firm. He did not just say that, I think. I can't be fired. All the years I've spent building my client list. I brought the firm plenty of money, but now that doesn't matter, does it? All the hours, the nights, the weekends, the stress. All it's ever been is do better, try harder, hustle, hustle, hustle. And the abuse. All the times heck, every financial advisor in existence. Tell my clients the market will dip. It's okay. It's the long-term gains that are important. Does that matter to my father? No. Any small dip in the Dow, and he'd be in my office screaming his head off. A large correction. Forget about it. You'd think it was the apocalypse. Are you even listening to me? My father screams. Yes. So what did I just say? I don't answer. Well? I decide to change tactics. I can't win an argument when he's in this state. Heck, I can't ever win an argument with him, but this one feels especially pointless. He has my fate in his hands. It's not like the fact that I'm his son is going to matter anyway. His favorite child, his absolute pride and joy, is his company. Next to that, I'm next to nothing. And the next part of that is probably overly optimistic. I don't want to be fired, I say. I hate the fact that my tone implies I'll do anything to prevent that, including groveling, which I'm basically already doing. I don't have a choice. If I don't have a job, what would I do? I'd have to give up my car, for starters. Who would hire me? My dad is right. Reputation is everything, and I trashed mine. He doesn't want to be fired. My dad whines at the ceiling, mocking me. He's not looking, so I allow myself to wince. When he turns back to me, I spread my hands out to him, trying to indicate what. I'm not even sure. I guess that I surrender. Happy now, Dad? Tell me how to fix this, Dad. This is the quickest way to deal with it. I'll allow my father to heap some more abuse on me, which he certainly will. Then we will get down to business. Get down to saving the business, which is really all he cares about. Chapter 18. Lorde. Fabulous, my father says. Now we are getting somewhere. So far, starters, who is this damn girl? Girl? What girl? Does he mean Lisa? I've taken too long to process the question, and now my father is right in my face. He's snapping his fingers less than an inch from my nose. You awake in there or what? Anyone home? How can you be this big of a screw-up after all I've given you? Nothing new here, I think. A little voice in my head says my father is just overreacting, like he always does. No, I tell that voice. He's right. I did screw up. I put everything at risk. My job, my employees' jobs. Maybe my dad always knew this day would come. The day I'd prove him right by making such a big mess of things it couldn't be fixed. This is why he was so hard on me, I realize. He was trying to prevent it. But I just wasn't up for the task. Maybe I should leave the firm, I say. I'll resign. That will be better for everyone. What? Quit talking nonsense. You're my son. I built this company and it will be yours someday. You think I'm going to give it to someone else? We just need to fix it. How? Let's start with a scotch, damn it. All right. Can you do that? Wordlessly, I head to the bar and pour him a full glass. Neat. Thank God there is a clean tumbler. I don't know what he would say if I made him wait while I washed one. On second thought, I'm pretty sure I know exactly how that would go. My dad keeps on talking about how hard he worked to build the company and how many years it took. Now his reputation is about to go up in smoke with mine. I hand him the drink. He sits in the chair and points at the sofa. I slink over and sit down, the ever-repentant son. My dad takes a long sip off his drink, draining about half of it. So let's figure this out. Who was this woman? Do you know her? Why did you help her? Why did you get involved? I decide to save time and just keep it short and simple. And truthful. My dad can smell a lie a mile away. It was the right thing to do, I guess. This guy was hassling her. She's a friend of yours? No. Your friend's girlfriend or something? No. Well, for Pete's sake, that's useless. You basically punched out a guy for no reason. Dad, we need to spin this. You guys were in a relationship, maybe. What? Shut up. This will work. She's your girlfriend, no, your fiancé. People will understand if you are defending your future wife. Young love and all that crap. They'll think it's sweet. Okay, I say. He's on a roll, and I know from a lot of previous experience the best thing to do is roll along with him. This will work. Totally different image. You're not the unstable drunk anymore. You're the protector of all you love. And, he says, beaming, of course, you protect your clients and their assets with the same amount of ferocity. Ferocity? I say. You're right, he says. That's a little too vicious. Quick, what's a synonym of protector? I see a chance to be useful and seize it. Alexa, synonyms of protector, please. Synonyms of protector, defender, preserver, bodyguard, guardian, the robotic voice answers. Stop, my father yells. Alexa falls silent. In my head, I see a pleasant-looking young woman hiding in a crouching position. Her hands are clamped tightly around her ears. Guardian, he says. That will work. I see a whole new marketing campaign. Let us be your guardian, your financial guardian, the guardian of your money and your family's future. I need to call marketing and get them on it. He slams his tumbler on the coffee table as I wince and starts poking at his phone. So, clarification, please, Dad? My father glares at me. You want me to lie and say this woman is my fiancée? Isn't that what we have been talking about? How am I supposed to claim that? Figure it out. We may need a press conference. She may know she needs to be there for that. Let me talk to PR first. Are you kidding me? Do I sound like I'm kidding? Do I ever kid? No, What, damn it? How am I supposed to do this? We barely know each other. I decide to leave out the part that we don't have the best relationship, which is putting it mildly. Pretty sure she hates me. Do I have to do everything? He roars. I'm pretty sure the booze just started kicking in. No, Dad, but I've just thought of a way to get you out of this mess. To save you and my firm. You created this problem, did you not? Yes, I admit. And now I found you an off-ramp. It just seems kind of complicated. He stomps across the room and pours himself another 2 fingers of scotch. He downs it in one go. Then he holds the glass an inch off the bar and lets it go. It's another one of his signature moves. This one translates to, I really don't give a crap. He walks back towards me slowly. Let's review, shall we? He says. He's over-enunciating each word. You created this problem. I have now come up with a solution to your problem. Where are we at now? Where we are at is that Lil Lorde needs to make it happen. Comprende? Yeah, Dad. Comprende. He points his finger at me. Don't disappoint me, son, he says before leaving, taking care to slam the door as hard as he can on the way out. Crap, I say out loud. It's my turn to pace around the room. I want to break something or hit something. I can't, so I throw some punches in the air. That leaves me completely unsatisfied. What the devil am I going to do? I mutter. Lisa, my fiancée, the rainbow will turn black before that happens. Damn it.
Chapter 19. Lisa. I wake up right before my alarm, just like I do every day. I usually wait for the alarm to get up. Sometimes I even hit the snooze. I like to have some mindful time before I jump out of bed and get cracking on whatever is on my schedule. Okay, I don't like it, but I think it's good for me. Today, I'm up, showered, and on my way out the door way ahead of schedule. I don't even bother with my usual word puzzles. My mind is ready to go, laser focused. I was in such a hurry, I almost didn't wait for my coffee to be ready. Then I had a moment of clarity. Not only do I need it, but if I didn't have it, I'd spend half my morning looking for it automatically. When I get to the shelter, I stare up at the building before going in. I realize I'm pretty stoked to get to work. Another day of Lorde to cross off. I may start making big black X's on my calendar. I yank the door to the storage room open. I can't wait to laugh at what I predict will be Lorde's. I just realized his name is as pretentious as he is. Complete failure. Abruptly, I stop. The room is pristine. I'm honestly shocked that it could look this good. I would not have thought it was possible. I'm still standing in the door trying to collect my thoughts when one of the kitchen staff comes through the hallway. He's new, and I forgot his name. I should ask him. I don't get the chance. He stops next to me and looks over my shoulder. Looks great, huh? He says. I agree, but then I realize something. Hey, oh my God, I can't remember your name. I'm so sorry, but this morning, my coffee. I raise my cup. It's just not working. No problem. I'm Pete. Pete, did he? Lorde, that is, have any help with this? No, we were too busy to help him. His face says I should know that. Of course, I say. Sorry. Did he bring in anyone else from outside? All I saw was the guy working like a dog by himself. He didn't even want a snack, I offered. It was like he was on a mission. Okay, Pete, thanks, I say. He shrugs and heads into the kitchen. I go to my office, still blown away. I never thought Lorde, who is obviously an overgrown, pampered trust fund brat, would pull it off. I thought I had him when I asked Pete if anyone had shown up to help him. I was wrong, and I do not like being wrong. The fact that Lorde is actually willing to put in the hard work, well, there is something very appealing about that. I picture him in the storeroom, sorting through files and moving boxes, but my mind quickly flips. He's on a mountain, chopping wood, hiking boots, jeans, flannel shirt. He hasn't bothered to tie back his hair, and it's hanging in his face. On second thought, lose the shirt. Now he's raising the axe above his head, some sweat beading on his upper lip. Stop, I scream at myself silently. Yes, he's good looking. I allow myself to focus on the physical attributes of Lorde for a little bit longer before forcing myself to open my email. I've read the first one several times and absorbed absolutely nothing from it. When I see someone walk by my office, it's him. All right, just be casual, I tell myself. I poke my head out of my office and call down the hall. Hey. He turns around and comes back towards me. Slowly. He looks awful, like he hasn't slept in a week. Well, maybe this is good, I think. But shirtless lumberjack Lorde pops up in my head, grinning. Morning, he says. Good morning, I say, emphasizing the good. If you say so. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask him what's wrong, but I don't. He does not want to be here, and it's kind of all my fault that he is. He's looking a lot more rumpled than I've seen him previously. It kind of adds to his attraction, though. Like how a scruffy dog pulls at your heartstrings more than a proud purebred AKC champion. Except he's kind of both, I realize. He's a champion at his chosen game, but also has a vulnerability that makes him more approachable, more lovable, more human. He raises his eyes up from the ground and meets mine. His look is like a laser into me. I'm suddenly feeling heat everywhere, and I do mean everywhere. He sighs like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. It probably feels like it is. And who put it there? Me. What's up? I say. Brilliant, I think to myself sarcastically. I was the one who called out to him, and now I'm asking him what's up. I should at least have a question for him. Something to say. Anything. My mind races through topics, settling on the storage room. I can talk about that, about what a great job he did. He did do a great job. I start tabulating a list of things I can mention in my mind, but before I can say anything, he does. Can we talk in your office for a few minutes? I have something to say. What could he possibly have to say? I hesitate a second too long. Please, he adds. Sure, I say as nonchalantly as I can. Follow me. He follows me the 2 steps into my office. Well, follows me is a bit of a stretch. Nevertheless, this is my domain. I'm in control now. I sashay around my desk and sit down, the picture of confidence. At least I hope so. He hesitates at the door. You mind if I close this? I don't mind, but I do wonder. What could he possibly want to tell me that would require privacy? I nod. No problem. Go ahead. Chapter 20. Lisa. He shuts the door and turns around. Have a seat? I say. It comes out as a question. So much for the master of my domain. He doesn't move immediately. When he does sit down, it is not so much sitting as slumping. In the harsh fluorescent lights of my office, he looks even worse. And his posture. The word that comes to mind is defeated. It puts him on eye level with me. I sit up a little straighter. Great job on the storeroom, I say brightly. Thanks. He shrugs. Even though his mouth is decidedly droopy, his eyes are as intense as ever, and he hasn't stopped staring at me since he sat down. In fact, he's been focused intently since he entered the room. What's wrong? I blurt out. My life is over, he says. What? I say. I'm sorry I asked. We should just be employee and employer. Employer and court-appointed community service volunteer. My dad is thinking of firing me. What? Why? For the company. To save the company. The bar fight. The clients don't like it. They are threatening to jump ship. What? I mean, they will take their business elsewhere. I know what that means. I mean, it was one mistake. One very big mistake. It can't be that bad. It can. It is. People don't want their money managers to be volatile. They want stability, boredom even. Boring is best. I almost smile, but I catch myself. Lorde is a lot of things, but boring isn't one of them. Maybe that's why he's so passionate outside of work, bottling up all his feelings all the time. My rep is trashed, he says. He drags his hands down his face. When he drops them, he stares up at the ceiling. I look up too, then back at him. He looks about as miserable as anyone I have ever seen, and I've seen some misery. This is different. It's one thing to have something done to you that destroys your faith in others, in humanity sometimes. When you screw up your life yourself, however, and it's not just his fault. I had a hand in it. No one's going to trust me. My dad is going to have to get rid of me, he moans. Lorde, I don't know what to say. Let me ask you something, he says. He looks directly at me. Then he puts his elbows on my desk and rests his head on his fists. How did doing the right thing end up here, with these dire consequences? I mean, I was just trying to protect you. Is he full of crap? I wonder. His eyes are big and sorrowful now. The laser stare is gone. I didn't ask for your protection, I say softly. I know, he says. But this is what is happening now. It's real. My dad was at my house last night chewing me out and, well, what? Nothing. It's hard to explain. Try. I mean, he's always been hard on me. And a lot of times I thought I didn't deserve it. You know, like he just got off on being an asshole. Exactly. But this is different. How? He's not wrong this time. It is all my fault. And it's big. It's an enormous stinking mess of my own doing. My stomach flips. How did we get here? All I wanted was a drink to relax a little bit. This is not my responsibility, I remind myself. No one told him to come over and play the hero. I can take care of myself. Still, it doesn't seem right. He's doing the community service, doing a great job at it too. That's his debt to society, and he's working it off. It doesn't seem fair that he should lose his job too. Doesn't your father have people who can fix this? I blurt out. I mean, there must have been a time in the past where someone messed up. If not at your firm, then others. Sure, Lorde says. Tons. So what did they do? They fire them, disassociate themselves from the incident. I can't argue with it. It is the best thing to do. Lots of press to explain how this kind of behavior will not be tolerated at their firm and blah, blah, blah. I'm lucky, actually, if you think about it. He says, laughing, but it comes out more like a rueful snort. Lucky little Lord, that's me. Lucky how? My father wants to save me. Oh, he's going to put me through the ringer and drag me to hell and back. For the rest of my life? Probably. Over this. But he doesn't want his son to go down in flames. Probably because it would reflect badly on him. Okay, I say. It seems like he's building to something, but I can't imagine what. He stands up and paces. Well, he tries to. My office isn't big enough to pace in, so he ends up turning around in a very small circle. He throws himself back in the chair and looks at the ceiling again. Lord, if there is something I can do to help, this isn't my fault. Like I said, I didn't ask for your help. I remember that part. We don't have to rehash that again, do we? Oh God, he is a jerk. That's all there is to it. I want to throw him out of my office. What exactly do you propose I do? I ask, not bothering to hide my irritation. He stares at me for what seems like an eternity. Then he gets out of his chair and goes down on one knee on the floor in front of my desk. What the hell is he doing? I straighten up in my seat and lean over as far as I can. Yep, he's down on one knee. Why, I have no idea. He throws his arms open wide. I can't help my reaction. He's freaking me out. I sit back in my chair just to put as much distance between us as possible. Then he opens his mouth. But what he says makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. Marry me.
Chapter 21. Lord, at least she's not looking at me like I have 3 heads. No, she's looking at me like I have 300 heads, and all of them are insane with serial killer crazy eyes. If I were her, I'd be looking at me like that too. Pardon, I must have misheard. She's speaking like someone who's trying to remember how to form words, a side effect of the shock. You heard right. I'm asking if you'll marry me, I say. I hope the exasperation isn't showing on my face. It's the only way out of my predicament. I've thought it through a lot, pretty carefully. You have? Wow. Okay, so I fail to see how a marriage solves any of your problems, and I definitely don't see how marrying me is the answer to anything. In the finance industry, ironically, you know what the central currency is? She looks at me like I've just asked for finger paints and a juice box. Dollar bills? Cash money? No. Our currency, the coin of the realm, the secret sauce, it's trust, it's reliability, it's reputation, I tell her. And a marriage between us can rehab a lot of those things that are currently hanging in the balance for me. How so? I'm still not understanding what I have to do with any of this. Because, look, what's responsible for the hit to my reputation? The arrest. What led to the arrest? The situation in the bar. The dust-up that arose around you, I say. Correction. A dust-up where you threw the first punch, in a situation that didn't involve you, that you inserted yourself into. We can rehash the details over and over, but at the end of the day, my reputation is in the hole because of a conflict that, for whatever reason, you're a part of, and reframing the reason for that conflict, in other words, recasting why it was necessary to fight for you, is what can pull me out, I say. Okay, so like a PR move. Yeah, exactly. If I'm Alton Lorde, hot-headed initiator of bar fights competing with some guy over a hot woman, I'm unstable. If I'm Alton Lorde, a man in love defending his fiancée, a family man-to-be, then I'm a protective guardian, a knight in shining armor. She scoffs. Do I look like I need a knight in shining armor? No thanks, she says, blurting it out louder than she intended. She can't conceal an eye roll. I sigh in frustration. No, that's not what I meant at all. In a way, it has nothing to do with you. Except for requiring me to pretend to be your wife. It would be pretend, correct? No, it would be a legally binding marriage. So you want me to get married and divorced? She's testing my patience. Why did I have to choose her of all people to defend in a bar? Thanks, Dad, for forcing me to ruin my life in yet another way. Although for this one, I have myself to blame, too. I changed tack. She's not going to think of herself as having any responsibility for starting the fight. Maybe I can appeal to her conscience. You're an altruistic person, Lisa. You've dedicated your life to helping people. It's remarkable. I've never been up this close to real acts of service. And basically, you'd be saving my life if you can find it in your heart to do this, I say. I'm not laying it on thick at all. Saving your life? How? She stares incredulously. First, for the rest of my life, I'm the boy prince who gets into bar fights and can't handle his emotions, much less a billion-dollar firm. All I know is finance. I don't know what I would do professionally, but something bigger is at stake, I say. And what's that? Without cleaning my reputation, it damages the reputation of our company. My dad wants to kick me out of the firm unless I do this, and he'd be kicking out the entirety of my team, I say. I see the faces of my secretary and assistant. I think about the company picnics and all of those people who would no longer have an income to bring home. She's mulling it over. And with that shakeup, I'm sure we'll have to do layoffs. We have hundreds of analysts and brokers, and that's not even getting into all of the contractors we work with. I'm going down the far end of the slippery slope and trying to persuade her. It might be a little over the top, but it's not that far removed from what would happen. Why can't my father just be a normal person and forgive his son when he screws up? Do a little public apology song and dance and have everyone move on. Because he's not a normal person is the answer. Lisa's gone silent. I'm afraid to look at her face. She scoots her chair back and walks to the window. Okay, that's normal. I wonder what she's looking at out there and what she's thinking. If this were a business meeting, this would be hardball. A tough sell. That would be easy in comparison. This is about my life. How much? Lisa asks. How much did I mess up? A lot, obviously. How much what? I'm not following. How much are you willing to pay me? You're not a victim of domestic violence or a child in need of clothing. You're a millionaire money manager. I don't think there's any universe in which doing a favor for you can be considered charity. So how much? She wants money. That's easy. She should have said so much earlier. I wouldn't have had to share my long sob story. Name your price.
Chapter 22. Lisa. My whole life, I've had a tendency to shoulder more than my fair share of blame, even when something is just a little bit my fault. Most women, especially Black women, can relate. Lorde's pouring his heart out to me at my desk. My life is over. His words echo in my head. The truth of the matter is, I was part of this. But marriage? It's the craziest plan I've ever heard. I'd have to think back, but it's probably the craziest thing I'll ever do, if I do it. I'll admit it, his story pulls at my heartstrings. It's hard to feel sorry for a millionaire golden boy, but something about the look in his eyes reminded me of the little boy who just sold the cow for magic beans. Not like I'd ever let him know that, especially with so much at stake. So I stand up by the window and think a little about it. I'm sure Lorde thinks of me as a school marmish do-gooder with a yardstick up my ass, but he doesn't know me. I grew up in New Orleans. I've held my own against more threatening characters than this man. I can drive a hard bargain, too. I can act in self-interest. I walk back over from the window, slowly. I want him to have to squirm a little bit. That night, I was on a bar stool, and then he was the one who walked over and decided to make a decision that would affect my life. He's sitting pretty on the chair at my desk, and I'm the one who's walking over now, deciding just how I intend to affect him. Whether he has a career or not depends on me. What I do next depends on him. When I sit back down, I look at him with icy eyes. He has a smug, self-satisfied look on his face, as if he just played his trump card by having enough money to pay me off, that everyone has their price and all he has to do is write a check. Does he really think I want it? I had to hold my nose when I asked. Look, Lord, I say, marriage is a big thing, even one that's just on paper. I want to know exactly what it is I'm jumping into before agreeing. So far, I know you have a hair-trigger temper. You're awful at peeling potatoes. You had never washed a dish in your life until you were 30. I'm 29, Lorde says. What? I'm not 30, I'm 29. Great. Anyway, you never had to do chores growing up. You think that everyone has a price. And just now I learned one more thing. You're vain about your age. He shrugs his shoulders and tilts his head. Probably all true. Everyone does have a price though, don't they? I ignore this. I'm not taking the bait. Like I said, marriage is a big deal. Those are the things I know about you. I want to know what else there is to you. If anything, he raises his eyebrows and scoffs. Seems like he's not used to anyone questioning his value as a person. Well, I'm Alton Lorde. That part I know. Grew up in Las Vegas, my dad worked in finance. Mom would stay at home, but parents divorced. I stayed with him. They always called me Little Lorde. I snort to suppress my laughter. He continues. And since I was similar to my dad and wanted to go into the same business, I stayed with him instead of moving with Mom. I learned the business. I majored in finance, got my MBA. I've been working my ass off since, trying to be successful, trying to make a name for myself, trying to be better than my dad. How would you become better than him? I mean, we were raised to know we were high-value people, so it's a tough act to follow. I grew up with the best of everything. The best schools, the best personal chefs, the best cars, the best vacation homes, best country clubs. I'd have the same, but more. Whoever dies with the most toys wins, right? And what is it you believe in? What motivates you? I'll say flat out, I'm not an idealist. I don't think people are good. I think they're selfish. And I think you have to go after what you want. If you don't, someone else will, and they'll take what's yours. Everyone has an agenda. Everyone has ulterior motives. Even you. I mean, you're a professional charity worker, and at the end of the day, what you cared about with me was money. You pretended to be high-minded, but you showed what you care about. Miserable, selfish prick. I asked about money because I thought he needed to be taught a lesson, but now I know for certain that he does. All the goodwill he may have banked from the room cleaning and doing a slightly more passable job is gone. I was pretending. You're right, I say. He makes a look that I'd describe as cheerfully diabolical. I can almost see the sea. Everyone is horrible thought balloon hanging over his head. I'm about to puncture it. I was pretending to care about money. I don't give a crap. I asked to figure out what you'd be willing to make in the form of a charitable donation. So yeah, I'll marry you. If you make $1 million pledge to the shelter. His face is no longer smug and self-satisfied. Now it's humbled, disoriented, and shocked. So wait, you're asking me about money for the shelter? Not for you? That's what I said, isn't it? So, we have the answer for how much. Now, I need an answer for whether you're in. Are you? I don't need money. All I need, for myself at least, is that deer-in-headlights look of Alton Lorde getting his ass handed to him.
Chapter 23. Lord, how could someone who probably pulls in less than $100,000 not take a millionaire to the cleaners when she has the chance of a lifetime right in front of her? I don't know how, honestly. So I triple-check after I double-check just to make sure. You don't want anything for yourself? Sky's the limit. I'm asking a kind of big favor. No, Lord, I don't need anything, she says. I don't want to feel beholden to someone. I'd rather do it as a favor. especially to benefit a good cause, than feel bought and sold. Money can't buy self-respect. If it could, I'd pony up $2 million to buy some this second. I've never been outmaneuvered by someone refusing my money before. It makes her even more attractive. If only she were less uptight. Come on, Lorde. No. The situation is muddy enough without sticking your nose into the mess. She's hot, but it's irrelevant. We have business to discuss. So, she says, so yeah, the donation. Count me in. We'll figure out the details, I say. I think it makes most sense if I write the check first, and then after that we can sign a contract setting the terms of the relationship agreement. Sounds like a prenup, or last will and testament. She smirks. I thought it was my life that was over, not yours. That was before I agreed to be your fake little wifey, she says and laughs. True, true. I see an image of her baking cookies in a French maid's outfit. Maybe I could borrow the feather duster for my chores around here. Great. So that's out of the way. I have your chore assignment. Laundry. She's got to be kidding, right? I'm giving this charity $1 million. I'm manning the reins of the washer and dryer. Bullcrap. Okay. I'm gonna need you to show me the ropes, though. Oh, they're just regular machines, nothing special. Not too different from the laundromat, just bigger. Easy. Well, I'm still going to need you to show me. I haven't done it before, I say sheepishly. You've never done laundry in your life. She looks like 1,000 thoughts are racing through her mind, none of them good. Not even in college? Lisa asks. I sent it out, wash and fold, dry cleaning. Wow, she says. Okay, well, follow me. I feel like I'm walking through death row before my execution date based solely on the disdainful vibe I feel oozing out of her. She keeps shaking her head and giving a little bitter laugh. Never done laundry. You don't want to know what my mama would say, Lisa says. No, I definitely don't. You don't want to see a grown man cry. Grown? You? She says with a lifted brow. So, over here, this is the washer. You put in detergent in this drawer, then you set the cycle for what's being washed. You'll sort it here. That's a lot of steps, I say. Here, I'll do the first load for you. I've been doing it since I was 7 years old, Lisa says. God, I can't imagine. When I was 7, I could barely go to the bathroom by myself, Lorde says. I cooked too, cleaned, made lunches. I learned to be self-sufficient. We did things by the book in the Bennett house, Lisa says. That must have been hard. I don't know if it was hard. We didn't have a choice. It's how things were. She probably knew how to do more things at the age of 10 than I know how to do now. I saw her in the garden with a hoe the other day, and yesterday she taught some of the women how to thread a needle. She was drilling something into the wall earlier. I wouldn't know a power drill from a fire drill. I watch her doing the laundry like I'm about to defuse a bomb. So that's how you do it. You're a smart boy, she says, clapping me on the back. You'll figure it out. Thanks, Lisa. I really do appreciate it. There's a pile of clothes the size of a small car. Am I supposed to finish today? The next few hours I get into a groove. Carry a load to the washer, then something in the dryer is ready. Fold. Take out the laundry. Repeat. By lunchtime, I feel like my arms will fall out of their sockets. It's official. Laundry sucks. Still preferable to calling Franco Lorde. Hi, Dad, how are you? Fine. How's Operation Fiancé? She's agreed. She wants $1 million for the women's shelter, then we'll sign tonight. It's done. Done. This is just the beginning, little Lorde. Screw you, big asshole. Okay. We're not done until the crisis is firmly over, and we're still in the middle of the crap. Your crap. First step of a 1,000-mile journey. I'll make sure to wear supportive shoes then. I have to go. Talk to you later, son. I can't believe I'm related to that tyrant. No wonder the name suits him. I wire the donation anonymously, and Lisa confirms its receipt. My secretary emails me over the contract. After that ordeal, laundry feels like a reward. It passes quickly, and I'm shocked when I look toward the pile and there's nothing there. It's a gorgeous day out. I wait for Lisa outside by my motorbike. Doing nothing never felt so productive. A little while later, the doors open. I'm so used to resenting Lisa when we interact that sometimes I forget how drop-dead beautiful she is. She doesn't see me. "Hey! Lisa!" She turns around, surprised. "You done?" "Yes, thank God," I say. "Laundry is torture. You want to go decompress over dinner? And I have this with me, too. It's ready." I hold up the tablet, the contract. She nods. "Yeah, I know a place. Vicky's Diner. See you there." She drives off and I immediately follow. That's her in front of me, my soon-to-be contractually obligated wife.
Chapter 24. Lisa. Vicky's Diner is where I come when I want to be alone. And not. It's 11 p.m. and I want to blow off steam at a bar. Alone. More like I want to hide behind some booths so that no one can bother me. Alone. Today, it's the I don't want anyone who I actually know to recognize me kind of alone. If no one besides me, Lorde, and Lorde's dad knows about this so-called marriage, that's fine by me. Although I know I'm just delaying the inevitable, since the whole point is to be seen. "Table for two today, Sherry," I say to the waitress who's usually working during the times I come in. "Really? That's a change," she says. "Oh, there are a lot of things that are about to change," I say. Just then, Lorde pounds through the glass door, pushing harder than he realizes he has to. He's still wearing the leather jacket from riding his bike. Sherry gives me a look that says silently, "That's your +1? Damn, girl." He kisses me on the cheek, and Sherry raises her eyebrows even higher. She leads us to my usual table. "Some water and coffee to start," Sherry says. "Yes, please." We both say it at exactly the same time. "That's funny. That's always what I get when I come here," I say to him. No one can accuse us of having nothing in common. Same beverage preferences. What all good marriages are built on. "Speaking of which," he says and pulls out the tablet. "Straight to business, huh?" I put on my reading glasses and pull the tablet over to my side with both hands. I quickly get immersed in the words. Both spouses' rights and obligations, Ms. Bennett and Mr. Lorde, for purposes of this contract, agree to wed for a set period of time. Donation to women's shelter. Terms and conditions shall include, upon breach of contract. I'm not an attorney, but between negotiating grant agreements with funders and dissecting orders of protection for the shelter's clients, I have a pretty good command of legal language for a layperson. Overall, it looks okay. I have some sections to strike and some others to add, I tell him. "All right, Miss Bennett Esquire, lay it on me. My attorneys used standard boilerplate, so lots of room for adjustments." "Good. Well, first of all, I won't accept a monthly living allowance. That needs to be stricken immediately, non-negotiable." He looks a little disarmed. It's been fascinating to witness him learning the lesson, maybe for the first time in his life, that you can't control people with your wallet. "Okay, that seems okay. Anything else?" "A few other things. I know we have to act all lovey-dovey for appearances. It's necessary for the whole thing, but..." He scowls. "But no PDA or cutesy-wootsy stuff without telling me first. I don't want to be ambushed. And it's good for you, too. You don't want to be accidentally slapped." "Oof, with those guns? No thanks," he says. I laugh it off, but inside I'm delighted that he's checked me out closely enough to know I have killer arms. And then there's the big one. SEX. That is not on the table. But how about other places in the house? He imitates a drum set rim shot. I give him a look that says, "I am not amused, dumbass." "Kidding, kidding," he says. But what? My temper starts to flare. If he wants to wheedle his way into my pants, he has another thing coming. And it definitely won't be him. For appearances, we should live in the same house. My mom always told me not to scowl growing up, or I'd get wrinkles. I should check the mirror after this dinner to see once and for all if it's true. Okay, I'm thinking. I'll do it, but only on the condition that it's divided into my territory and yours. I do not like sharing my space. I'm a neat freak. Any space we share will be maintained according to my specifications. You prepared to do that, Mr. Never Done Laundry? That's not true. I've done it once, he says, smiling. But that's fair. I think I can do that. You think you can? I mean, I'll have to, right? He asks with a frown. Yep. This is not going to be fun. We're like oil and vinegar, but not the kind that tastes good on salad. We're red wine vinegar mixed with motor oil, spraying from a fire hose. Messy. So yeah, I'm big on privacy. That means no intruding on each other's personal lives, except no extramarital infidelity during the course of the marriage. Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course. That defeats the whole purpose of doing this for appearances. Which reminds me, before I forget, I don't want to fully strike the allowance part, he says. I'm listening. I need to provide for you so that you have the bearing that I would expect a wife of mine to have. I roll my eyes. In human language, please. My wife should look immaculate. That's not cheap, to live up to those expectations. The clothes, car, hair, nails, handbags, jewelry. Okay, I get it, but it's a loan. I'll give it all back at the end, or I'll reimburse you if it can't be returned. I'm not accepting anything. That's fine, but it's nothing to me in the grand scheme of things. I can't believe I'm even pretend marrying someone this shallow. And of course, if there's any breach of contract, it's divorce, I say. Of course. We pause for a moment, letting the immensity of what we're about to do sink in. Anything we're forgetting? I ask. I don't think so. We can always reopen it if we forgot something super important. We input the changes and each sign with our finger on the tablet. We shake hands across the table. Lorde clears his throat. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's order. We can tell each other all about ourselves, Lorde says. We're going to be husband and wife. We should probably get to know each other. Chapter 25. Lisa. I always hated icebreakers. From elementary school to the first day at the women's shelter. When you're breaking the ice with a guy who you kind of loathe but also kind of have a crush on, it's so much worse. But when you're going to marry that guy in a matter of weeks, breaking the ice is a necessary evil. So, I say, trying to think of anything to fill the unbearable, awkward silence. If you weren't a money manager, what do you think you'd be? A money manager, he says without missing a beat. He laughs. Oh, come on. Did I make the right decision to sign the contract? I wonder to myself. Maybe it's not too late to back out. He can tell that's not a satisfactory answer. To tell you the truth, I haven't thought very much about it. I think I'd open a laundromat. I seem to have the knack for it, right? He grins like he's just won the Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Comedy. The confidence of a beginner, I say. But yeah, I could see you opening a business. Better to launder clothing than to launder money, right? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that in my industry. Easy money isn't worth it if you have to break the rules to get it. I'm pleasantly surprised by his concern for ethics. He finishes his thought. You don't want to have to go to prison or get a fine from the SEC. And there it is. And how about you, Eleanor Roosevelt? What would you be doing if you weren't saving the world? You mean helping women rebuild their lives? I don't think anyone is single-handedly saving the world, I tell him. I guess that's probably just as unsatisfactory an answer as his, to be fair. I know right away that I also have to give a real answer. Maybe a business executive of some kind, or a compliance officer maybe. You know what a stickler I am for the rules. And how, he says. I pretend to smack him on the shoulder. 3 demerits for that, Mr. Lorde, I say, then pause. How'd you get the name Lorde? Is it a nickname? God, that name. It'll be the death of me. I go by Lorde, my last name, only because it's slightly better than my first name. Which is? You should know this from my timesheets. Alton. It's not that bad. It is when you're in grade school? All 10 of you? All 10, like the Tin Man? 10 ear, tinnitus? All abroad? Control plus Alt plus Delete. Kids are idiots. I hate my first name. I always will, he says. Yeah, but didn't you get, like, Little Lord Fauntleroy when you started going by Lorde? He shoots me daggers. Yes, but anytime anyone ever called me that, no one else dared do it again. They learned pretty fast not to mess with me, so I never really had problems. You can see memories of his childhood on his face. Anyway, what about you? Is the name Lisa from anywhere? Not really. My mom thought Lisa Bonet, the actress, was really pretty, and she had a little crush on Lenny Kravitz. She just liked the name. And then she married the Game of Thrones guy, you know, the sexy one. Ooh, Lorde has a crush on Khal Drogo. Shut up. No, I don't. I cried, though, when... No spoilers. You haven't seen it? Nah, I don't watch much TV. You? I watch a ton of it, Lorde says. I have an amazing setup in my media room. You'll have to, well, I guess you will come over. You'll be living there. Sherry comes over with the check. It was so strained initially, but now that she's here, I kind of want to stay talking longer. The more we know each other, the more we laugh. I've got this, Lorde says. I roll my eyes. We should put it in the contract that we'll switch off who pays. We're getting married. Pretty soon it won't matter. We're by a small romantic waterway built by a developer. The river, they call it. It's a perfect, clear night. I walk in the direction of the water. I can feel his presence behind me, like a shadow. Something about him clings to me, pulls me in, makes me not want to leave him. I'm not walking fast, but my heart is racing. Lisa, you don't have a crush on this guy? Come on. He's like your servant. I laugh on the inside at that. If only he knew I had just imagined him that way. You want to sit on the bench here? It's beautiful out here. He wipes it with a handkerchief and motions me to sit. I didn't know you were such a gentleman, Mr. Lorde, I say, eyebrows raised. There's a lot you don't know about your future husband, he says, wagging his eyebrows. He does a little runway sachet, pausing for the imaginary photographers. At the end, he raises his arms triumphantly, like he's just performed a magic trick. I can't hold it in. My ribs hurt from laughing so hard. I'm sure you're full of surprises, Lorde. Hopefully some of them are good, I say. I think it would be a bigger surprise to learn there are bad things about you, he says with a big smile. Oh, I like your flattery. That's a good trait in a husband, I say. Good to know. No, but for real, I'm glad I was placed at the shelter. It's amazing that if I didn't make that big mistake, I would have stayed totally ignorant of this really important work. It means a lot that I'm able to contribute to it, he says. Yeah, I'm so glad to hear that, Lorde. One of the reasons I'm so by the book there is because I care so deeply about the work. I want it all to be perfect. I want everything to be perfect for our clients because they've had it so hard, you know. They're lucky to have you, Lisa. Although I hate admitting it, I feel lucky in that moment to have him there with me.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 26. Lord. It's nice out here, Lisa says. I agree. Something about sitting by the water is so relaxing. You know what I really want? Right now, she says. I look at her out of the corner of my eye. She's gazing out over the water. The lights are dancing on the river. Something about this is quite romantic, but that's not what this, us, is about. I clear my throat in my head. What? A beer. A beer would make this perfect, don't you think? Wow, I say. Wow! It just so happens. I walk away from her without finishing the sentence. I always stash a six-pack in the bike's saddlebag. I pull out two and walk back to her. Ask and ye shall receive, I say as I hand one to her. Are you always this prepared? She asks as I pop the top off for her with the bottle opener on my keychain. I like a beer when I ride, and sometimes I ride out in the middle of nowhere. Cheers. To being prepared. To having something in common, I say. She turns and faces me. We should have a speed round, she says, if we are going to pretend to be married. She pulls out her phone and pokes at it. 10 minutes, starting now. Go. Before I can respond, she starts firing questions at me. I counter with my own. We don't talk about anything important, nothing substantial. When the timer goes off, we are both laughing. I think all we have in common is we like beer, I say. Is that enough? Enough to build a marriage on, you mean? She says, raising one eyebrow at me. Something like that. I take a long sip before I continue. I mean, we should at least get some basic facts straight. Like what? You have a roommate? No. Where are you from? It's her turn to take a long drink. Far, far from here, by choice, she says. You're not close with your family. It should be a question, but it doesn't come out like that. Because the answer is obvious. You could say that. Not like you and your dad. I sigh. My dad, yeah. The marriage was his idea, by the way. It was? Yes. I'm not sure what I would have done, but I wouldn't have come up with that. Well, he's just trying to fix this, right? So he doesn't have to fire you. Right, I say, and raise the bottle to my lips so I don't have to say anything else. My dad has always done that. Maybe I could have fixed this, or anything else, if he had ever given me a chance. But he never did. If I got less than an A in any class, he was right on the teacher's ass demanding I be allowed to make up the work. I wince as I remember his voice bellowing from his home office. I have a team of lawyers at my disposal and I know how to use them. I'll sue the school. I'll sue you personally, mark my words. I mentally drag 8-year-old me out of the hiding spot in the hallway and back to the river. I need to grow up, in more ways than one. Enough already. It is my fault, I confess to Lisa. I've been doing this as long as I can remember. I always mess up everything, and my dad fixes it. You shouldn't get used to that, she says. How do you mean? Don't let him do that anymore. Take care of your stuff yourself. And don't say you never do anything right. That's not true either. He tells you that, doesn't he? A lot, I think, but I just nod. I think he's just trying to protect me, I say. Well, I think he's just being a jerk. I can't help it, I laugh. She's very fired up over this, and there is something very attractive about it. Like I can almost see what it would be like to have her in my corner always. She wouldn't put up with any of my crap either. But at least if she was trying to steer me in the right direction, it would be because she really cared. My dad, I'm not so sure. He cares, all right. Just more about his reputation and his firm than about me. I think I know how you feel, she says. You do? Almost done, she says, raising her bottle. Yes, I think so. Far, far away, remember? We finish our beers in silence, but it's a comfortable silence. It's as obvious as the awkwardness at dinner, but far more pleasant now. All done, she says, standing up and brushing herself off. I need to get home, it's getting late. I agree and take the empty bottle from her. I walk her to her car, but when we get there, the awkwardness returns. Should I hug her? Kiss her? On the cheek, I mean. See you tomorrow, I say. Yes, you too. I follow her out of the lot. When it's time for me to turn off to head for my house, I keep following her. I just want to make sure she gets home okay. I park down the street and watch until she enters her house. I'm sure she wouldn't like me following her, but I can't help it. Anyway, now that we are officially a couple, though a fake one, I'm allowed to be protective, right? She's not that bad, I think, as I pull away. Actually, a little bit better than not bad. She's really kind of nice. I don't think the fake marriage is going to be that awful. Maybe not awful at all. But as I crawl into bed, goddamn, I'm completely exhausted again. All I can really think about is that morning can't come fast enough. Whatever horrible task she has lined up for me, at least I'll get to see her again. And I can't wait.
Chapter 27. Lisa. I roll over and pull the pillow off my clock. I had placed it there at 2:15 because I couldn't stop looking at it. Now it's 3:45. Great. I couldn't stop thinking about Lorde when I got home. He isn't that bad. Once we got over the initial awkwardness, it was actually a nice evening. I tried to focus on that, but I just kept remembering how awful I've been to him. I judged him without giving him a chance. I have to stop doing that. When the alarm goes off, I moan and dive under the covers. I only managed about 2 hours of sleep last night. I'm going to feel like absolute hell all day. I stand in the shower for way too long before I remember to reach for the shampoo. How am I supposed to act around him? Nobody knows about our plan yet. I don't want to tell my friends. I don't need to involve them in this. What about Leslie? I can't tell her it's fake. This is going to be complicated. As I towel off, I realize with some relief that I don't need to tell my family anything. I've never known what I would do if the day should ever come when I want to get married. Would I tell them? They aren't a part of my life. Most people get to share their joy, especially over something as big as getting married. Focus, I tell myself. There is no need to worry about any of that right now, thank God. Being a fake fiancé does have its benefits, it seems. There is still the matter of how we are going to act around each other in public. We never got around to discussing that last night. So when I walk into the staff kitchen at the shelter, and he's already there, working his cute butt off, I end up tongue-tied. Hi, he says brightly, and drops what he's doing to come over to me. I panic. Good morning, I say back, even more chipper than him. When he gets closer, I cough into my hand. Keep it professional here, I add gruffly. I can tell he's startled, but he nods and steps back. Then he adds a wink. I was just heading outside anyway, he says. Heard the gardener needs some help. Good, I say and march to my office. As I wait for my computer to boot up, Lorde wanders outside. Pretty soon he's on his knees over by the fence. I have no idea what he is doing. Weeding, I suppose. He doesn't seem the least bit bothered by the manual labor today. Maybe it's because it's outside. Maybe I should find something less pleasant for him to do. I search my desk for the post-it of crap tasks I came up with for him. Aha, I say triumphantly when I find it, raising it in the air like it's the freaking Holy Grail. Then I glance out the window. Lorde's finished weeding by the first section of the fence. It looks 1,000,000 times better. The gardener is standing there, nodding and smiling. I can't pull Lorde off the yard work today, I decide. That stuff has been neglected too long. I circle the word basement on my list with a red pen and pin the paper on the bulletin board next to my window. The yard is no longer in the shade, and I watch Lorde wipe his brow and then take his shirt off. He hangs it carefully on the fence. Okay, the rest of him is as good as his butt. And he's got just the kind of build I like. Muscular but not jacked. Lean enough to see his biceps and pecs, but only a hint of abs. I get some work done. How, I'm not sure, because I'm looking out of the window every other minute. And every time I look, there's another woman from the staff out there talking to Lorde. When I see another one bring him water, it's like his 5th glass of water this hour. I roll my eyes. He puts one hand on his waist and chugs the water. He's got his face tilted up and his hair's hanging down his back. I slam my pen down. It's almost lunch. Outside, Lorde is not working. He's talking to the latest water bringer. He must be tired, I think, and hungry, probably famished. I should do something. I head out to the backyard. Lorde has one arm outstretched, leaning on the fence. As I approach, the breeze picks up, and I swear I can smell him. It's a mix of expensive cologne and hard work. I have to admit, it smells really good. And I'm obviously not the only one who thinks so. Hey, lunch is on me today, I announce. The woman who was talking to him shoots me the evil eye. I decide I don't care. And I also decide Lorde and I are going to have to talk about appearances. Namely, he shouldn't appear to be flirting with other women when we are engaged, fake or not. My savior, he says, smiling and jogging towards me. Let's see, ma'am. Can I have 5 extra-large burgers, 3 extra-large French fries, and 2 cans of soda? Oh, and a sundae too, please. I like a little sweetness to go with my lunch, he jokes. He rubs his hand together. There is a little bead of sweat rolling down his chest, and I try not to look at it. Our eyes meet, and it feels like he knows what I'm thinking, exactly what I'm thinking. The heat starts deep in me and spreads everywhere. When it hits my face, I just know my cheeks are going to give me away. Get dressed, I snap, hoping to disguise my fluster as anger. Also, I'm not customer service or something. Get your own food. Then I turn on my heel and hurry back across the yard. Lisa, thank you, he yells. I force myself to keep walking. I like my French fries a bit overdone. I grunt in frustration as the door shuts behind me. He really is infuriating. But that body...
Chapter 28. Lorde, 12 days. That's how long it's been since the bar incident and my life changing overnight. Sure, there have been moments when I've not known what the hell has happened or what I'm going to do about my new situation. But then I think of her and all that seems to just melt away. Even though I never saw myself as someone who had it all planned out, I still strived, still made plans, still wanted to feel as though I knew exactly what I was doing, just like my dad. Just like he always insisted I be. I now know those things can change instantly. The best laid plans, I murmur to myself as I work out back at the shelter. It's having time like this, away from the reports and the emails and demands, that's given me a chance to reflect. Just thinking about how mortified I was at having to do community service, washing pots and pans, working out in the yard, and all the other stuff that I've never done in my life, makes me realize how wrong I was. Because even though I want back into the company, this break may just have been the thing that I needed. For once, I'm putting my back into work, not my head. That's been refreshing and strangely liberating. In truth, I don't think I've had this much fun in ages. It might not be all extravagant dinners and drinking until the small hours at fancy clubs, but it has been real and strengthened my connection to the lighter side of me. Sometimes I feel like a kid when I'm around her. Not in the childish sense, but in that she brings out the playful, carefree side of me. Especially because she can be so uptight herself. Maybe I see in her what I couldn't in myself. Who knows? Teasing her is something that I actually look forward to now. Even though she gives me that same look every time, I know she doesn't mind. She enjoys it even, or I wouldn't do it. So far, it's fair to say that we've been having fun together. When she laughs and smiles, she's beautiful. She thinks she's uptight and closed off to her emotions, but I don't think that's the case at all. It shows in her eyes, which are full of life. But that side of her that seems tough is alluring too. She's not like other women who, even if I say it myself, tend to fawn over me for the looks, the body, the money, and connections. 3. It's been 3 days since I asked her to marry me, and it's going much better than I thought it might. She's made it clear she doesn't want anyone here at the shelter to know about us yet, and I have to respect that, but at the same time can't seem to stay away from her. It makes me laugh how she tries to ignore me, though, because I see the way she gazes up and down at me, sometimes biting at her lip as she does. "Hey there, fiancé," I tease, sneaking up behind her as she appears from inside with a bag full of garbage for the trash. "Will you stop that?" she admonishes, almost jumping out of her skin. "And stop with the fiancé stuff. We're supposed to be keeping this quiet." "Sorry," I say, smiling. "Need a hand with that?" "I can manage," she replies defiantly, and I grin at her constant need to be a strong, independent woman. "You know they'll find out eventually, right?" "Yes. Of course I do," she says defensively. "I'd just rather they heard from someone else or on the news, maybe. I don't want to announce it myself." I'm not sure where this is coming from. Guilt, maybe. But though I like to tease her, I respect her decision and play it her way despite some of the others noticing. I need her to be in on this, after all. Before I can say anything else, the door swings back open and she's gone. It leaves me standing there like a fool, still grinning to myself. For the next hour or so, I do the chores on my list out back. Then one of the female staff members approaches me. "So, seeing as it's Friday and you're almost done, we were wondering if you wanted to hit the town a little. Have some fun?" My head instantly turns to the window of Lisa's office, where I see the light is still on, whereas the others aren't. She must not be going. "Thanks, but I'm a bit beat, and I'm doing community service after all. Appreciate the offer, though." She looks back at me, obviously a bit disappointed, but takes my excuse and leaves. I go on to clean up and check everything is in order before I call it a day, hoping that Lisa will eventually come down, but she doesn't. Unable to help myself, I go up to her office, where I catch her poring over files spread out on her desk. She doesn't even notice I'm there as I lean against the doorframe, watching in silence. She's so caught up in whatever she's doing that she doesn't register my presence, so I knock lightly on her door. "Lorde, you're still here?" "So I was thinking," I say conspiratorially. "It's been a whole ass day since we've been out together. I want to ask you out to dinner. It's a Friday. Why don't we go out? Let's boogie." I shake my butt like the jokester I seem to have become with her. "Care to join me?" She stares at me in disbelief, a look so serious I'm sure she's going to refuse. "Sure. Let's go," she says, like I asked her to attend a meeting and not a night out. Even so, inside I'm over the moon. I'm starting to realize that my fiancée, though fake, is the only woman for me.
Chapter 29. Lisa. "Did you have a place in mind?" I ask Lorde before we leave the office for dinner. It seems so spur of the moment, especially for a Friday night. We're lucky if everything isn't booked up. I'm in the mood to get out of the city, to go someplace scenic. Let's take my car, he says. You didn't take the bike today? Nope, just the boring old car. Boring. Uh-huh. I don't think it's possible to feel boring in a Maserati. It's one of my more subdued cars, probably. It's black, not bright yellow, right? Sure. We take in views of canyons and desert greenery on the south side of town. The stacked houses of McDonald Ranch look like Aries built into the landscape against the crystal blue sky as it transitions to the oranges of dusk. I have to keep myself from grasping his hand as he shifts. I could get used to being his passenger. Even though he's nearing 80 miles per hour, I've never felt so protected in a vehicle. I can feel myself dozing off as the vibrations lull me into a state of peace. When I wake up, I think I'm at an island resort in Macau or the Maldives, not Clark County, Nevada. Where are we? Lake Las Vegas? We're eating at the yacht tonight, he tells me with a smile. Surprise. Lord, it's a Friday night. You're sure we can get a table? I hope we didn't drive all the way out to Henderson only to have to turn right back. I guarantee we have a table. Maybe you should call first. I reserved it. I made the reservation the day I proposed. Actually, he says, that familiar, self-satisfied look returning to his face. You were so sure I'd agree to come tonight, huh? I had a feeling. And what if I had plans tonight? You didn't. But if you did, I can be persuasive. He takes my hand, and we board the boat. Hi, Mr. Lorde. Right this way, the maitre d' says. We're about to set sail. We wanted to wait until you boarded. We're in an exclusive roped-off spot. Everyone in the restaurant turns their head. Lorde takes a moment for us to settle in and get comfortable. I'm surprised by the nervous expression on his face. He keeps touching his jacket pocket, like he thinks he's forgetting something. I figured there's no better time to show our relationship to the world, Lisa, he says to me. Wait, are you proposing right now? No, that's for a little later, not quite yet. In the spirit of our agreement, I felt compelled to let you know it was coming tonight, since a public marriage proposal is about as lovey-dovey as you can get, Lorde says. He touches his jacket pocket again. I have a ring prepared. I can't help myself from gasping. I'm equal parts elated and terrified. I know it's not a real proposal, since it's not a real marriage. But to the cavewoman part of my brain, it makes no difference. There's a chemical chain reaction that goes off in your body when you know you're about to get a marriage proposal, like dropping an atom bomb. I can't believe he prepared all of this in advance. I can't believe that before the evening's over, the plan will be in motion. We can't hide forever, and we wouldn't want to. The whole point is for everyone to know that we're locking it down, sealing the deal, taking each other in holy matrimony. Holy hell. All right then, let's get engaged tonight, I say with a cautious smile. We order the prefix wine tasting menu, and he whispers something separately to the waiter. I know he's about to propose tonight, but I'm still nervous. It feels like I'm watching someone else. He suddenly gets down on one knee and pulls out a velvet box. I'm surprised by the size of my smile. Get up, honey, I say and pull his arm. You don't have to kneel. He opens up the box to reveal the massive diamond, a dusty rose color, like the clouds above our heads that very moment at sunset. Lisa Bennett, will you make me the happiest man in Las Vegas and agree to marry me? The surprise at the proposal itself is an act, but I'm genuinely stunned by the depth of my emotion. My eyes well up and real tears spill out. In my younger, less cynical years, I dreamed of having real love, and in my mind, it looked like this. I expect to see alarm in his eyes, but instead his face is serene. He looks content and purely at peace. Yes, Lord. Yes, I will marry you and make you the happiest man in the world. With trembling hands, he places the ring gently on my finger. My tears flow faster. It might just be my blurred vision, but his eyes look watery too. He pulls my hand gently to his lips, cradles it in both of his hands, and kisses my ring finger softly. I take my hand back, and he wipes the tears from my face. He pulls me in close and kisses me on the cheek, with as much intimacy as if we had just made love. I wonder to myself if I should have been so explicit with barring that possibility in the contract. The crew and the passengers all stand and applaud. The waiter uncorks a bottle of champagne from 1999, the year I was born, and pours it in 2 flutes. Lorde and I toast. The tears are still rolling down my cheeks, and I'm laughing. To the future, Lorde says. To us, I add. We drink the glasses down, and Lorde pours us 2 more. Hello, fiancé, he says. He puts his hand over mine. Hi, my husband-to-be, I say. I feel like there's a stone stuck in my throat when the words come out. Inside, all I feel is happiness, pouring out of me like the rays of the setting sun.
Chapter 30. Lorde. The mood of celebration is contagious. The ship's captain and 2 other patrons insist on treating everyone on board to a champagne toast. To the happy couple! Cries ring out all evening, from appetizers to the after-dinner coffees. I'm surprised by how natural it feels to be affectionate with Lisa, even after knowing each other for such a short time. We've barely stopped holding hands since I slipped on the ring. There's something about her that's comforting. Because we're embarking on uncharted territory together, it feels less overwhelming, even if the uncharted territory is each other. It's just for show, but by the end of dinner, everyone has an investment in our happiness as a couple, including me. You'd better be back when you're newlyweds and let us see how you're doing, the maitre d' says. We promise, Lisa says. She's glowing. Getting engaged, even to someone you're marrying for reasons other than love, is one of those experiences where you don't know how it feels until after you've done it, and it changes you. Lisa's tears didn't freak me out, amazingly. What's even more shocking is that my tears didn't either. Let's hope no one saw. What surprises me most is that I'm not in any hurry to go home. I want to spend more time with Lisa. I mentioned dancing while leaving the office. I don't want to disappoint. You up for it? I ask Lisa in the limo home. I arranged in advance for an assistant to pick it up. I'm always up for dancing, she says. I'm always up for watching that body move, I think to myself. Let's go to Omnia at Caesars. See and be seen, I say. Should get us in front of a lot of society reporters. Not that that's why we're going. 2 birds, 1 stone. Of course, Lisa says. There's a part of me that's sad whenever I remember the transactional part of the arrangement. She deserves to experience this for real, not just as reputation rehab for someone else. Nonetheless, it's why we're here. We'll make various announcements soon. Press notices to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, Sun, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. Then there's alumni associations, Country Club, Inferno. She looks like she just found a hair in her salad. Inferno? The notorious, mysterious Inferno Club? Please don't tell me you're really a member there. I am. I didn't know that was a bad thing. I didn't think you'd even know it existed. Its reputation precedes it, I guess. I've heard, not good things. What sorts of things? Misogyny, entitlement, nasty behavior. You don't seem like that, though. Bit spoiled, maybe, but not a misogynist. Not all rumors are true, including the ones you've heard. But yes, I'm a member. She no longer looks like she found a hair in her salad. She now looks like her salad sprouted eyes and a mouth and started talking to her. You must be really, really, really rich, Lisa says. I sigh. I've always hated that part of being my father's son, among many other aspects. Not me, my father, I say. So by extension, you... I collect myself before thinking about him. I don't want thinking about my dad to ruin this night. I want to make my own money, not live on the back of my father's coattails. I admire that about you, Lorde. But I've read articles in Las Vegas magazine, and even the Review Journal about the boy genius financial manager who will quadruple your money. God, if I hear the words boy genius one more time, I swear. Lisa, do you know what you call a firm that guarantees you'll quadruple your returns? What? A Ponzi scheme. I mean, we're not one, but the hype my dad is paying his PR people for shouldn't encourage confidence as much as it should raise alarm bells at the Securities and Exchange Commission. It's blown out of proportion and it's not smart. I want to build my reputation on quality, not on hype. You are building that reputation for quality, though. I've read stories about your investing prowess, and they were about you, not your dad. You shouldn't put yourself down. I know how good you are, and I believe in you. You should too. I'm not used to hearing such candid encouragement. Usually it's someone blowing smoke who wants something. When Lisa says it, I can feel her sincerity. It's genuine. In the light of the limo, with such an earnest look on her face, she looks like an angel. I can't stop staring. Maybe this marriage wasn't the worst idea. It's a nice change to be with someone who makes me feel genuinely good about myself, especially someone whose motives I don't have to question. We make an appearance at Caesar's for one drink, but neither of us is feeling the place. Too glitzy, too fake. Let's go to that dive bar on Sammy Davis Jr. Drive, I say. The one that gives you a tiny plate of nachos whenever you order a beer? I love that place, Lisa says. We dance for hours to an eclectic array of music. The latest pop, old country western, 1950s doo-wop, heavy metal monster ballads, 1970s funk, smooth R&B. Lisa has me slow dance to Dua Lipa, even though it's not a slow song before last call. I have the limo drive her home and I get out to say goodnight at her door. I blurt out the thought before I even have a chance to think about it. How about living with me sooner rather than later? We're together now. Let's stay together. She doesn't say anything. My heart's racing. Her expression gives no hint to what she's thinking. Maybe she can tell that it's out of more than just appearances that I want to be close to her, reasons that aren't quite so pure. Every time I'm with her, there's something about her that makes me want to be around her even more. I can't explain it. She takes a deep breath. How many bedrooms in your house? 3, I answer. Game. Let's do it. I'll move in tomorrow, she says. Also, when's the wedding?
Chapter 31. Lisa. Wow, I can't believe we're actually doing this. What? Packing my stuff or me moving in with you? I smile. Both. It's nuts, right? But man, is this fun. Lorde jogs in and out of the front door, bringing in more empty boxes and packing paper. His face looks like it's Christmas morning, and he's unpacking a new life, not a normal midweek day where the moving is temporary, and we both know it. Well, don't get too excited. I'm only bringing the essentials. Lorde's smile melts. He drops the boxes and the paper and sports sad doe eyes. Why? 'Cause you know my place is big. There's no need to pare down. Whatever you want in our house, bring. Ah, that's sweet, but it's nothing like that. You're forgetting something. What? Lorde picks up a box and hands it to me. I take the box and start packing the wrapped items. I look down at my work. I can't meet his eyes and stay calm. Neither of us knows how long we'll be married to one another. When your dad will bring down the hammer on this game, and when he does, you know I'm back here, right? Lorde trods further in and plunks down on one of the stair steps. My words puncture his joy like a needle into a balloon. You know, there for a minute, I come over and sit beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I know. But let's not go there right now. Hey, after we schlep this stuff over to your place, our place, how about we head for pizza and beers? Lorde pops his head up and the smile returns. You're on? I could eat your couch right about now? I laugh. Okay then, let's get a wiggle on so we can gobble like hungry tigers. Moving tigers, roar. I laugh. I hate sometimes that Lorde's so much fun. It's really hard to resent him these days. I continue to pack as Lorde carries one box out to the moving van after another. For a minute, I look up and watch him. He looks like a husband helping his wife. I so want his wife to be me. I sigh and get back to work. I remind myself I'm getting married this coming Saturday. The thought makes my hands shake. I smile like I'm happy, but know I have no right to be. I know it's just Lorde's father wanting this charade done and dusted. Who is this man anyway? He sure has a tight leash over Lorde's life, that's for sure. After the fourth trip, the move is done. Both Lorde and I are dusty, dirty, and dog-tired. So where can we go to eat and drink looking like this? I ask, wiping down my jeans and brushing my windblown hair from my face. There's one place I know. Lorde flashes a smirk. Oh God, you're not thinking what I'm thinking? Yep, are you game? I stand there, think for a sec, and flash my own devious smile. To Sam's bar, Lorde, drive on. We howl with laughter as Lorde wheels us to the same seedy bar that started the entire game. There, we munch on pizza, drink beers, and dance the afternoon away. Nobody notices our grimy clothes once. Neither of us says it, but we're both thinking the same thing, freedom at its finest. Later that night, bushed and dragging tired feet, we head back to Lorde's home. Our home now. Just saying the words makes my stomach give birth to butterflies. Both of us have showers. Then, in our comfy clothes, we plunk down on the couch to gobble popcorn and watch Netflix documentaries. Hey, but what about a movie? Don't girls like rom-coms or something? Maybe, but I'm not most girls. I dig real-life docs. Wow, so do I. I'm nuts for them. Lorde's face boasts a happy, surprised smile. As the evening wears on, we watch one doc after another and go over our likes and dislikes about the films and about life in general. Hey, I love World War II docs the most, I say, crossing my arms. No way. It's World War I for me. Way more interesting 'cause less is known. Lorde crosses his arms. Oh yeah? Well, whoever has the remote decides. I grab it off the table, giggling. Oh, no, you don't. Lorde reaches for my hand. The next thing I know, Lorde and I are in a full-on wrestle for the remote. Our laughing weakening our resolve. He grabs it and jumps over to the end of the couch. No way. Here I come. Without thinking, I jump on his lap and wrestle with his arms. The remote slips out and slides between the armrest and the cushion, and we both wriggle for it. I feel his body heat under my legs. Suddenly, I feel more than heat. His body is reacting to mine, and not merely in a friendly way. Shocked, I stiffen up. My cheeks explode with an intense heat. God, what's happening to me? I keep losing control around this guy. I jump off and head for my room, mumbling. It's late, I'm going to bed night. I don't dare look at Lorde. I close my bedroom door and look up at the ceiling, feeling like such a fool. I had a shower when we got home, but I'm having another. This time, cold water. Maybe freezing to death will get me back in line. As I shiver under the fountain of water, slowly my sanity returns. Lisa, you can't do this. Treating him like he's your fiancé for real. He's not. You know he's not. Stop mixing business with pleasure. If you don't draw a line, you're cruising for heartache, and you know it. You're smarter than this. Suffering the cold water no more, I switch off the tap and run for the bed covers. I know Lorde will be on the other side of the wall, his body so close to mine. I softly touched the divide, as if to touch him. The wall is so cold. My heart beats hot. Before I close my eyes and fall asleep, I mumble to myself, "Lisa, please calm down. You can't fall in love with a lie."
Chapter 32. Lorde. As Lisa gets off my lap and runs to her room, I whip an arm over my head, so embarrassed. How could I let my body react to her that way? She's going to think I'm a perv or something. It had been so much fun. We were fighting over the remote. I flung it over to my end of the couch, and she innocently hopped on me to dive for it between the armrest and couch cushion. We were laughing and tickling one another, both scrambling for the remote. And the next thing I knew, frustrated and disappointed in myself, I flick off the TV with the remote which had slid under the cushion, get up, turn off the lights, and lumber to my room like the idiot I am. I quietly close the door and flop on the bed. Lord, man, you gotta calm the heck down. Even your body is betraying your emotions now. The tension between you and Lisa is eating you alive. But you can't act like a lust monster around her. I rip off my clothes and hit the shower, turning only the cold water tap. I yelp, but endure the frigid torture. This is one way to get you to settle the heck down. I shiver getting out, then run for the bed covers. Serves me right. Throughout the night, it's a constant roller coaster of waking emotions and disquieting dreams. I eventually find myself hugging the wall my bed is up against, knowing on the other side is Lisa's bed and her warm body. Images of her flash through my mind. Her eyes, her thighs hugging mine. Scents of her, her perfume, her neck so close to my lips. Waking or dreaming, my night is in constant replay of the evening at its end, of us play fighting, of her beautiful body on top of me. I punch my pillow. Oh my God, will these images, these intense feelings, ever end? Dawn seeps through my curtains and I wake. Instantly I realize it's not a weekday but the weekend. Lisa and I will be at home, together alone for 2 solid days. I get up and look at myself in the mirror and whisper, God, I'm only human. I can't be around this girl alone for a minute more. Morning. Lisa looks up at me over her orange juice and my newspaper. Morning. I fly around the kitchen, filling my travel coffee mug and locating my briefcase. Where are you going? You realize it's Saturday, right? Lisa smirks. Yes, but ever since I've been working at the shelter, I've gotten behind on my clients' portfolios. It'll have to be a working weekend for me. I'll be late. Don't stay up on my account. And I rush to the door, grabbing my car keys along the way. The minute the door closes, I regret leaving, but I know I'll regret staying more. No matter how my mind tries to tell my body to behave, I know it won't. I'm in too far now. I drive off and head to the office. Once there, I throw my briefcase on the sideboard, plunk down in my chair, and stare out the window at the world below. I literally have nothing to do. The client homework is non-existent. I pick up my phone, order in breakfast, and read the office copy of the day's newspaper, then take a nap on my couch. God knows I got no sleep last night. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to stay away from Lisa Bennett before my heart screws with my head, and I ruin this fake marriage before it's even happened yet. I put in a long 2 days, always coming back to the house into the late hours, so I know Lisa is sound asleep. In the wee hours of Monday morning, I tiptoe to my bedroom, close the door, and slide into the cold sheets. I lay flat and stare up at the ceiling, my thoughts a whirl. I have to do this. It's the only way. I don't want to ruin what we have. I really like Lisa as the friend she's supposed to be, not a lover to the end. I wake and get dressed. Another day at the shelter. I show up, wave and smile at Lisa, and I only get a nonplussed head nod back. Congratulations, Lorde, the staff chorus. Leslie shakes my hand and shows me the front page of the society section. It's our engagement from the yacht proposal the other night. It's out. There's no going back. Leslie drags Lisa into the break room, and everyone there shakes our hands and gives us hugs and well wishes. Lisa looks terribly uncomfortable. My stomach does flip-flops. And although everyone is happy for us, some of the female staff who had been eyeing me shirtless the other day have pasted on frowns. "Are you sure this isn't a conflict of interest, Lisa? Supervising the man you're about to marry. Won't you be too biased?" one female staff member says. I frown, fearing the worst. Lisa stiffens. "I am never biased with work colleagues. It is not in my nature. I can and will retain a high level of professionalism, regardless of my personal life." I interject, hoping to stop a fight before it happens. "There's no issue here. You've seen how Lisa treats me while I put in my hours here. Have we ever acted like a couple here at work?" You know that answer to that question. We are less than a couple here, aren't we? Everyone smiles and nods. The fact sits like a boulder in my gut. "Okay, everyone, back to work. This place won't run itself," Leslie calls out. The staff members separate and go back to their desks. Leslie ushers Lisa and me into her office and closes the door. "Okay, now that the lie is complete and swallowed by the staff, you two care to fill me in?" "What do you mean?" Lisa asks. "Don't be coy, Lisa. What's really going on here? Can one of you explain to me this newspaper spread and the instant engagement? I'm ready to call it fake news."
Chapter 33. Lisa. "Okay, Leslie, I'll explain." And I do so. From the very start at Sam's to the moment just now in the break room. As the words come out of my mouth, I find the story hard to believe myself, but I know better. Every once in a while, I glance over at Lorde, who sports the same look I'm feeling, a mix of disbelief and embarrassment, all rolled into one. After my story ends, Leslie sighs, raises her head and looks at both of us with concern bordering on worry. "I hope you two know what you're doing. This marriage may be fake, but you two had better be dead honest with one another while you're in it." "Yeah, we know, and we will be. It's the only way it'll work for as long as we need it to." Lorde looks at me with a meek smile, hoping I will agree. I smile back. I do. What other option is there? "One other thing before you go." "What's that?" I ask. "Can I have an invitation to the wedding?" Leslie brightly smiles. I'm flabbergasted. Leslie looks sincerely happy. I'm not sure what to do. She did hear us say it was fake, right? Well, see, what Lisa is trying to say is we're not in charge of the arrangements. My father is paying for and managing the entire deal. Lisa and I are mere players, if you know what I mean. Oh, right, sure, I understand. I can tell Leslie is disappointed by our slough-off, but I'm helpless to ease her mood. This is not my game, and I well know it. Even if a ring ends up on my finger, my hands will remain tied. Is that all, Leslie? I think I should be getting to work, I say. Yeah, me too. That grass won't cut itself. Lorde says. Oh gosh. Yes, of course, you two go on your way. But remember what I said. Tread carefully on each other. I don't think this lark will end up as easy as you two might think. We both quickly nod and smile, get up, and leave Leslie's office together. Out in the hall, we stare at one another. I tug on Lorde's sleeve and eyeball my office. He nods, we head there, and I quietly close the door. Well, that was completely awkward, I say, averting my eyes away from Lorde. Lorde looks out my window and sighs. As comfortable as sleeping on spikes. I finally get up the courage to look in Lorde's direction. He must sense my look as he turns around and faces me too. I figure if it's me with the overwrought feelings for Lorde, I had better be the one to take the first step. Leslie was right in there. We had better be up front with one another from the start, so I'll begin. This last weekend, were you avoiding me? Lorde's face flashes concern and what I discern as a smidgen of embarrassment. No, not at all. I nod as if I believe him. My gut doesn't. Well, listen, I have a couple Taylor Swift concert tickets. I won them in a radio contest. I lie, of course. I bought them especially for this moment. Would you like to come with me? What date are they for? That's not the response I had hoped for, but I keep up appearances and tell him the date. Oh, that's when I'm at a finance conference. I'm sorry, Lisa. I won't be in town. Hey, sure, fine. No worries. It was just a thought. They were free tickets. I'll probably give them to Leslie and Jeff. I try not to gulp. There goes a huge wad of cash. Hey, listen, I better get going before we have the office staff start to gossip. Lorde's expression is sober and honest, and, if I'm telling the truth, slightly hurtful. Yeah, the last thing I need is for their accusation of conflict of interest to be right. Lorde smiles and leaves my office. I plunk down in my chair. My cheeks are hot, and I cover my face with my hands. I'm so lost in my emotions, I don't even know what my body is reacting to anymore. I'll admit it. I'm jealous. Did those female workers have to fawn all over him like that? It was all I could do not to clobber them all. If I'm around Lorde, if I'm having anything to do with him, I simply lose control. It's nuts. I lean back and rock in my chair, gazing out into the shelter's yard. Everything outside is calm and pleasant looking. Everything inside me is a roiling cauldron. I'm like a kettle about to boil. I can't deny it any longer. I like him, okay? I like him a lot. Happy about yourself now, Lisa? You've made a complete mess out of everything. I had the entire weekend to think things over without Lorde around, and my feelings are too strong to fight any longer. I'm between a rock and a hard spot, all right. What must he think of me now, after what I said in the break room to everyone? We surely didn't offer the best first impressions when we careened together at Sam's. But we're friends now, aren't we? But what if that's all Lorde sees? And I want so much more. My head throbs. A stress headache reaching from the back of my neck overtakes my entire head. I close my eyes and rub my temples. This situation is nuts. Now, our fake engagement has hit the papers. There's no way to retreat, to go back to how we were when we first met. Oh my God, why did I agree to this dumb game? This isn't me. I'm the rational one. I put away my files, lock my cabinets, and grab my purse. I find Lorde in the break room. I brighten. Hey, listen, I'm done for the day. I'm going home and cooking dinner for the two of us. Will you be coming home early tonight? Chapter 34. Lisa. No, sorry. I won't be home for the dinner hour. There's a social function at the finance office tonight, and I have to be there in place of my father, who is busy with our wedding arrangements. Lorde pulls me out to the hall and whispers in my ear. Listen, even though this marriage is fake, it can't be seen as shabby or put together on a whim. I smile. Sure, I completely understand. I lie. I don't understand. I know it's a fake event, but the whole thing makes me sad. I have no say in how it goes. I assuage my feelings by reminding myself it's not a real wedding or marriage. In the end, we are going to divorce and go our separate ways. Regardless, being left out of the loop still puts a dent in my heart. I head out the door. As I pass the shelter residents and various employees, I make sure to throw them a joyful smile. I'm supposed to be gloriously happy. I'm engaged, about to be married to a handsome and very wealthy man. Every smile and jaunty wave turns my stomach and makes my headache rage. I get into my car, and before I hit the ignition button, I stare outside, void of all emotion. Never once in my wedding fantasies did I think I would walk down the aisle as a secret corporate game. I thought it would be a union for life with the man I adore and who adores me back. We'd happily plan the ceremony and reception together. I would get to leaf through wedding magazines and try on gowns, Instead, it's a laughable prank which nearly brings me to tears. I sigh. I know there's nothing I can do to change things. I come to my senses and wheel out of the parking lot. I arrive home. My headache is pounding worse than before. I quickly make something to eat, but the pain steals my appetite. Instead, I go lie down. I know Lorde won't show until after I'm asleep, so I have the place to myself. I don't have to put on a face for anyone. I close my eyes and quickly fall asleep. The next thing I hear is the front door. I look at my bedside clock. It's only 10. I get up, comb my fingers through my hair, and wander out. Lorde, you're back so early. Did the party already end? No, it's still going strong. I put my secretary in charge of it. I couldn't stomach the endless shop talk. I've had enough fakery for one day. All I wanted to do was come home and have dinner with you. Is it too late? Is there still some leftovers lying around? Canapes don't cut it. I laugh. No, it's not too late, and yes, there are plenty of leftovers. I didn't eat earlier because of my headache, but I made a whopping heap of shrimp fettuccine. It's in the fridge. I'll reheat it. Take a seat. I make up 2 plates and pour 2 glasses of Ruffino Chianti. In front of a single lit candle, we dine at the kitchen table. Nothing fancy. Plain and simple, both the food and the talk. But everything that's real. 2 loud bangs coming from outside interrupt our conversation. I yank on Lorde's sleeve and whisper, "Lorde, somebody's out in our yard. I hear bangs." Lorde chuckles. "It's okay. It's somebody I know." I get up, part the curtains, and look out past the garage and into the alley. Lorde follows me and stands by my side. There's a man. It looks like Yes, he's homeless. His name is Dean. I've talked to him before. He was a super successful Silicon Valley programmer, but fell on hard times and eventually lost everything from an addiction. But now he's clean and sober and wants to stay that way. He wants to stay at the level he is, having none of that past stress and nothing more to lose. Geez, that is so sad, I say. I don't think Dean sees it that way. To his mind, you can't fall if you're already down. I accidentally leave things out in a couple of coolers out there for him to discover, and a few used blankets and pillows once in a while which simply disappear. Lorde smiles. Oh gosh, do you want me to try to find him a room in the downtown men's shelter? Never. Dean refuses to be put into permanent housing. He likes the outdoors. He's like a wild man, but super nice. We watch him gather his treasures and wander off. I'm taken aback by this experience. I thought I knew Lorde. It turns out I don't know him at all. You've done this for this man even before your community service? Yes, of course. The man came around. Instead of looking at him like a bum and calling the cops, I learned more about him and helped him out instead. He has pride, so my handout is never on purpose. I tell him if he ever sees anything lying around near my garage, it's probably been left by someone else. That way, he's not taking from me, and I'm not helping him out. He saves face, and I go to sleep happy. A win-win, really. The more I find out about Lorde, the more I end up falling deeper. My feelings erupt, and I can't stop myself from voicing those feelings. Thank you, Lorde. For what? For being on this earth. Lorde stares at me, speechless. I simply smile at the amazing man. After a while, as we both start outside, Lorde finally finds his voice. Why would you say such an odd thing? Because you make the world a better place with what you do for this man. I feel my cheeks grow hot. I can't look Lorde in the face. I head back to my bedroom without another word, not wanting to stick around for his reaction.
Chapter 35. Lord, Lisa tells me she's grateful I exist in this world because of how I treat the homeless man who ventures into my backyard. Her honesty, her sober words, they leave me speechless and have my heart race again for her. I can't believe someone sees me this way. Everyone measures me against my money-grabbing father. To see someone liking me for me. Well, Lisa's warm words echo in my ears. The next few days float by so well for us. Everyday life, simple, beautiful, just like married life should be. Cooking, cleaning, having so much fun, just being with one another. It gets so I can't remember my life before Lisa. And I don't. I won't. No! Not so much paprika! You'll ruin my casserole! Lisa shoves me and the spice jar away. I laugh and sprinkle the spice on her head. She screams and chases me around the house. I stop in my tracks, put up my arms and surrender to her and her mighty spoon. Hey, after you're doing being Sesame Street's chef tell, how about a road race? A road race? Are you nuts? Yeah. I have 2 Dyson vacuums. Let's see who is faster. The next thing I know, we're revving around the place, chasing one another with machines never intended to suck up their drivers. Afterwards, we're so breathless we can barely laugh, but the house ends up dust bunny clean, and we have a blast. With everything we do, every place we go, every word we utter to one another, I grow closer to Lisa. The way she acts in return makes me feel it's mutual. At least I hope it is. In my gut, this playing house, I know it's wrong. My feelings, hers, if they exist in her as much as they do in me, we'll end up hurting one another far too much. In the days which follow, we talk up a storm, but never on the subject of a warm meeting turning into a bitter lie and dying a bitter truth. I'm afraid of voicing my attachment to Lisa, fearing if I do, she will not say the same. Yet I sense so much more between us. With every lone coffee I swallow in the morning or on breaks at the shelter, my mind tries to talk down my heart. Nah, Lord. Jump down from your fantasy castle. You're imagining what's simply not there. You're friends with Lisa, like 2 chummy roommates having fun. Don't read into the fun more than there is, or you'll get kicked in the gut. You know it. The days before our fake wedding fly by. My community service at the shelter is about to end. The old me would be ecstatic. The new me is so sad. My reputation around the shelter due to my yacht proposal to Lisa is so much better now. The staff tells me I'm chivalrous and protective like a real man should be. When they see me in the break room or outside in the yard, they talk a blue streak about the upcoming wedding and all the plans. I smile, say thank you, and answer their queries in vague terms. I walk away with my stomach in knots like the real liar I am. I come home every day after work. Hi, Lisa. How was your day? She answers me, but I don't hear her words. My mind is elsewhere. I'm not allowing myself to appreciate the present as it's filled with the future and the many what-ifs. What happens when the marriage ends? When the charade has served its purpose? Are my feelings for Lisa supposed to end too like they never were? How am I going to romantically see her after a public divorce? It's all such a mess. I end each day with a smile for Lisa and a light-hearted goodnight and a 2-fingers cocktail for myself to drown my fears. I simply don't want to face the future when the present is so wonderful. I don't want to live the present for its impending loss. On the last night before our wedding, I find myself alone. Lisa has already gone to bed. It's a big day tomorrow. She tells me she needs her sleep. I can't sleep for it being a big day. My feet don't bother to ask my mind if they should stand outside her bedroom door, but here we are. I look down at my hand. I ball a fist, wondering if I should knock. I raise my arm, unclench my fist, and lower my arm. I curse myself. Would a real man in love with such a woman act like this? If I knock, I know what's going to happen. Lisa opens the door. I gaze into her eyes. I smell her scent. I lose control. I know I will. I'll do something I'll regret, like scooping her up and throwing her on the bed. She'll scream. She'll run. and you'll never see her again. Is that what you want, Lord? By God, is that what you want? I sigh, turn on my heels, and pad to my bedroom door. On the eve before a man's wedding? Is this what it's supposed to be like? I enter my room and slide the lock on my own door. I don't trust myself. Even half asleep, I don't. I can't. No, I won't destroy what Lisa and I have right now to satisfy a yearning deep inside. It's bad enough you have Lisa caught up in your own familial web. Don't make things worse for the poor girl. I strip down and slide into the bed covers and stare up at the ceiling. Yet again, I know my past. I screw up wherever possible. At the finance company, in front of my dad. At Sam's bar with Lisa when we first met. And now I'm risking making another rash decision I know will end in sorrow for us both. The last thing I remember thinking before falling asleep, Alton Lorde doesn't deserve a beauty like her.
Chapter 36. Lisa. It's the wedding day. I wake. I blink my eyes. I read the date on my bedside clock 3 times. No, it's not a dream. I'm getting married today to one Alton Lorde. By the dinner hour, I will be known as Mrs. Lisa Lorde. Geez, that has a ring to it, doesn't it? I lay in my warm bed, engulfed in silky, smooth Egyptian cotton sheets, smiling, drinking in the moment, knowing this day is the beginning of a new life, even if that new life will be fake. The smile wanes. Fake, 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 fake. Damn, I wish it wasn't fake. A light rap on my door stops my reverie. I quickly find my robe and answer it. It's Lorde's maid. Here you go, ma'am. This is from Franco, Mr. Lorde's father. And may I say congratulations on your beautiful wedding day? She smiles and hands the gigantic white garment bag over to me. Thank you so very much, Flora. I smile, take the billowing bag in my arm, and slowly close the door. I lay it on the bed and gaze at it, afraid to open it and see what's inside. It's not like I think it will be wrong. It's that I fear it will be so right. I squelch the fear with some self-talk. I was wondering when this would arrive. I didn't figure Lorde's dad would want me to get married to his son in my bathrobe. It's all been so weird, having zero control over every aspect of this fake wedding, including my gown. The one thing a bride is supposed to conjure for herself to match the blissful dream inside her head. I unzip the bag and take out the gown. It's the most beautiful lace and gossamer material gown I have ever seen. The tag reveals it was hand-stitched in Belfast, Ireland. I'm amazed. It's simply a flowing work of art. I do my own hair and makeup, soft tones across my face, and warm curls in a romantic upswing do with tiny pearls clipped throughout my hair. Once ready, I look at myself in the ornate wall mirror. I barely recognize myself. Something has changed in me. I see it with my own eyes, my aura. I'm transforming into a delicate butterfly. As much as I order my mind to face facts, my heart has other plans. I look like a joyous, excited bride. I look beautiful. Are you ready, my dear? It's Franco, Lorde's father. He will escort me to the altar. Yes, sir, I'm ready. I take his arm and smile. With every step, I lie. Franco looks at me with tearful eyes, like he is a good and decent man and is truly happy for me to be his daughter-in-law. I know it's an optical illusion. There has to be more to this financier than the warm, fatherly figure standing before me. I float down the stairs. The guests stare in awe. I see them not. My eyes find Lorde's, and I can tell he's breathless. I serenely smile back. The living room is done up in tremendous displays of white roses. The scent is enchanting. I reach Lorde's side on his father's arm. Only the chamber music and the swishing of my gown invade my ears. It's a simple gathering in front of the Lorde's white marble fireplace. Leslie is the only guest on my side. The rest of the attendees are strangers to me. It's a simple ceremony, but beautiful in its simplicity. Yet my heart is left cold. The promises we make I know are lies. I hold myself together until the minister speaks to Lorde. You may kiss your bride. Lorde softly takes my hands, and I fall into his arms. The kiss is warm, soft. I refuse to let him let go. My lips refuse to part. My body screams to stay. I fear this may be the first and last kiss Lorde and I will ever have. A lie or not, I beg it to last. The reception is a media circus. Franco invited the paparazzi. Our eyes go blind with the constant flashes. Tears come to my eyes, and I see Franco is thrilled with my act. Only it's not an act. They are tears of joy and sorrow, mixed all together into one heartbreaking soup. Regardless of the subterfuge, Lorde and I make the most of the night, dancing, sipping champagne, luxuriating in the marriage that never will be. I stay close to Lorde the whole evening long, never wanting to part from my pretend groom for even a minute, and Lorde doesn't fight my urge. He holds me tighter to his chest and smiles more. The honeymoon goes off without a hitch, too. We head to Greece, a luxurious trip Franco planned and paid for. We live, sleep, swim, and play like the honeymoon couple we are. And despite all fakery, we have such fun. Getting back to work ends up being a whole other kettle of fish. Lorde's community service ends at the shelter, and we all bid him a goodbye. The staff and residents know it's not a goodbye for me, being his wife, but I know better, and know I will lose Lorde soon. I know in my heart of hearts there is no reason to continue the farce. We'll stay married on paper for a bit, just to make things more compelling. But before long, the illusion won't be necessary. A few weeks after that, when the divorce is done, no one will remember this lightning romance, and then Lorde will cut me out of his life for good. Lock, stock, and barrel. I will return to my solitary world. In the days left to our relationship, I act the fool, suggesting outings and events which will keep us together. No, sorry, Lisa. I can't tonight. No, not today. I have a conference. Hey, Lisa. Maybe another time, okay? I'm met with Lorde's rejections at every turn. He's nice. He smiles. He's polite. But the air between us is cold. I know the clock is ticking down on my fake life with my fake husband. The place I know as my home will soon disappear like dust carried away on a harsh, cold wind. What I don't know is where I stand with my make-believe husband in my make-believe world.
Chapter 37. Lorde, I want Lisa's first sight of New York City to be like a view of Emerald City. The New Jersey Turnpike is no yellow brick road, so I charter a private plane to LaGuardia. She gasps and holds my arm when she spots the Empire State and Chrysler building. I can't believe I have to look down to see them and not up, she says. And that's Central Park. Is that Times Square? Lorde, how are we going to do everything? She's like a child at Christmas who can't choose which present to open first. We just have to know that we'll be back, I say. I want her to know, without overtly saying, that I want to go everywhere with her. Forever. I'm just not sure if she feels the same. But how do we decide this trip? She says insistently. If we try too hard to do everything, we won't actually enjoy anything. You have to mix planning with chance. If you miss the serendipity of the place, you miss its soul. How do you know so much? My family's in finance. This is the center of that universe. I went to Columbia for business school, and we've lived here off and on. I come all the time. We cruise through Manhattan down FDR Drive. Lisa cranes her neck at the towering pre-war apartment buildings. She can't believe the UN is right there. Cyclists and joggers pass us on the left, by the East River. Oh my God, do people actually fish here? Sometimes they even eat it. The thick treetops of Central Park come into view behind the cobblestone surface of Grand Army Plaza. We're staying at the Plaza? Nope, nicer. The Pierre. I didn't know there was nicer, she says. It's called New York's Palace in the Sky. The black and white floors and gilded cornices are classic New York glamour. "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Lorde," the concierge says. Lisa grins. I beam with pride. My wife. I slip $100 bills to everyone. Our 5-room suite has fresh-cut flowers on every table and a view of the ponds of Central Park. Champagne and flutes are on the table. "I dreamed of coming here as a girl," Lisa says. "I imagined staying in a seedy motel." "Instead, you get the nicest hotel in the world," I say. "Lisa, I never want to stop surprising you." We step out onto the balcony. I put my arm around her to let her know she's safe. I don't think I could help touching her if I tried. We have a spa day to recover and walk around Central Park. We make it a tradition every day of our week-long trip to roam the park first thing. We see Van Gogh's Starry Night at the Museum of Modern Art and an old silent movie with piano accompaniment. We drink cocktails at the Modern that Picasso could have missed himself and eat oysters with kumquat mignonette. We burst out laughing as the popping candy in our horchata ice cream sandwich explodes in our mouths. We can feel them from each other just inches away. We have pasta at Sardi's before Hamilton. At Bar Central after the show, she tugs at my sleeve to talk to Lin-Manuel Miranda. We see a drag show at House of Yes in Brooklyn, a den of vice that's part burlesque, part sex club, part circus. We grind against each other in day-glow raver garb. The aerialists practically make love in the air. I want to tie myself in knots in her, surrounded by the cheapest people on the planet, from crust-punk hipsters to European socialites. No one comes close to Lisa. I can feel myself falling for her more. It's terrifying. We go to the Studio Museum of Black American and National Jazz Museum in Harlem. We dine at Sylvia's, the restaurant of New York's queen of soul food. Lisa says it tastes like it's her grandmother's bayou kitchen. We end at the Apollo's Amateur Night, where Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong made their names. No one deserves less than a standing ovation. This reminds me of the jazz clubs my mom performed in, Lisa says. She wanted to be a singer. And little Lisa, what did you want to be? I ask her. I didn't know exactly how, but I wanted to help people. I was 6, I think, when Hurricane Katrina hit. If it weren't for those aid workers, I don't know, she says with a long pause. How about you? That's tough, I say. I feel so shallow. I wanted to get out from under my dad's shadow. I wanted to succeed as my own person, on my own terms. And you have, Lorde, she says. I help rich people get richer, I say. How do you think organizations get their funding, Lorde? From you. I want to kiss her. I don't know how I've been able to stop myself all week. We started the trip on the deck of the Empire State Building, and we end at Top of the Rock, the viewing area perched on Rockefeller Center. The day of the big gala, the reason we came here, we get to Bloomingdale's at 10 a.m. I pick up a tux and finish at 11. The personal shopper has a reputation as New York's fairy godmother. My black Amex is her magic wand. Anything she wants, it's hers, I say. Understood, Mr. Lorde. I'll take good care of your wife. I shudder with delight every time I hear it. She emerges with ropes of amethyst, shimmery, ethereal makeup, and shoes the women of Sex and the City would call excessive. Her hair cascades in velvet streams against skin, the color of hot coffee with cream. Then, the dress. It's lilac purple, the color of domestic violence awareness. The skirt falls in rippled tears to her shins in the front, and the back has the train of a queen. The bodice curves gently upward, as if to say nothing can equal this face. If I could see nothing but her forever, it would be a gift, not a weakness. Your steed awaits, my princess, I say. We get into the Bentley out front. We have tea at the plaza, a dream of hers since she read Eloise. Then one last surprise before we head to the Met for the gala. We tramp deep into Central Park. I help shield her skirt against debris. Where are we going? Will I be heard from again? Probably. A wall of light bulbs illuminates the trees and soft rolling hills. It's an old-time carousel with painted wooden horses, waiting empty for us to ride. The pipe organ and drum fill the brick dome. I've reserved it just for us. A quick turn in our own little snow globe before a gala at the grandest museum in New York City, a metropolis at the center of the world.
Chapter 38. Lisa. It's a dream to spend this time in New York with a man I adore. And I can't believe I get to parade him around as my husband at a gala for women's shelters at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Our marriage is just for appearances, but this entire week, it's only felt more real. I don't know if it will ever feel real for him, though, I think, but I'm determined to give my worries the night off. If I felt like a princess before, the scene outside the Met seals it. There are flashbulbs, photographers, red carpets, and limousines. It's the home of the world's most famous ball, after all. We wander around the Egyptian wing on our way to the Temple of Dender, where the gala takes place. It's a glass-ceiling jewel box with floors made of black marble. The alligator sculptures, papyrus reeds, and shallow pool evoke the Nile from 10,000 years ago. At the center are real tombs from the ancient world, transported whole from Egypt. Guests of the museum can enter and transport themselves to the past. "My Cleopatra," Lorde says, claiming me with his arm in the curve of my waist. "I guess that makes you Mark Antony?" "Mark Antony?" he echoes. "Ancient history was never my strong suit. I like the future better anyway," he says. "More to look forward to." He looks at me meaningfully. I can smell the wood and citrus of his perfume. "Tell me about future history, Mr. Lorde." "It's been looking up lately," he says. There's something in his voice and eyes that sends a chill in my stomach. Maybe it's the wine or the setting, or the glamorous crowd. Toned, beautiful women glide into the space wearing $20,000 dresses and dripping in borrowed jewels costing millions. Actors, models, dignitaries. But all Lorde can see is me. It makes me dizzy. Suddenly, I spot the director of the Women Helping Women Foundation, the organization hosting the event, and one of the major funders of our women's shelter in Las Vegas. "Lorde, could you excuse me? Leslie wanted me to have some FaceTime with the director, Harry Braun. I'll just be a minute." "You want me to come with you?" "Oh, no, it's fine. I need a chance to cool down from the high of being next to Lorde, and to soften the tension I feel down below when he stands even a few feet from me." "Harry, so good to see you," I say and give him a hug. "It's so good to see you, Lisa," he says. "You're doing great things at the shelter. And congratulations on your marriage. You looked so happy over there." He gestures toward Lorde. From across the room, I feel like a doe in the clutches of a wolf. If looks could reach out and fondle your ass, this one would. He makes a beeline to that part of the room with a look of desire mixed with surrender. I tried, it seems to say. "I'm Lorde," he says, reaching out a hand to Harry. "Your ears must have been burning. I was just telling Lisa how happy she looks with her handsome husband." "You think?" Lorde says to me. "I might look even happier, because I'm the one who's luckier. Can't believe I get to call this woman mine." "He's not so bad either," I say. He puts his arm behind me and squeezes possessively. My hip is pressed up on his thigh. Even through my cake frosting taffeta skirt, I can feel a firmness and heft rising against the gap between my legs. I forgot how big he is. I'd put it out of my mind since the other night. The otherworldly atmosphere in a city where anything can happen makes me feel that everything is possible, including taking a risk with a man whose one look makes me swelter. I try to pay attention to our conversation with the director, but extra space in my consciousness is quickly diminishing. All I can focus on is that luscious member just inches away from my core, separated by a few inconvenient pieces of fabric. We look like innocent, affectionate newlyweds, but I feel like I'm practically in the most luxe event this side of Versailles. I want him even more. The agenda of the evening has suddenly changed from our initial plan to stroll through Central Park or explore corridors of the Labyrinthine Museum. An emergency appointment came up. I have to do this man, or I will die. The heaving of his breath, the pheromones on his sweat, and the growl in his voice all tell me he had the same change of heart. Tonight, the spark between us caught fire. We let our limo driver know to pick us up early. I can't wait an extra moment to have my hands all over him and his all over me. We race through the long hallways of Egyptian art toward our escape. I want him to pin me against a sarcophagus and desecrate me. I take off my heels, and we run down the piano keyboard of steps onto Fifth Avenue. "Ladies first," Lorde says, panting. I go to the far end of the seats in the limo, and he practically pounces. It's not the first kiss technically, but the first one that wasn't predicated on performance, staged for the altar. This kiss is consummation, completion, a culmination of a month of painful, urgent desire. His kiss is soft and rough all at once. He grabs at me like a falling man clinging to a rock face, like his entire life rests in his hands. This chapter's heat level is off the charts. Too much for YouTube, in fact, but you can catch every sizzling detail at tylawalker.com. Don't forget to use code SAVE40 for a hot discount. Now, back to where we left off.
Chapter 39. Lord. My groin is pushing so hard to escape my pants. I think my seam is going to burst. Even if I had to throw a $2,000 tuxedo in the garbage, if busting out of my pants is what it takes to do Lisa, I'd pay for 20 more. All week, I've been a perfect gentleman. Tonight, the wolf comes out. Tonight, my libido acts out its fantasies. Not that one night can be nearly enough. God, a lifetime with her. But for right now, the night. Evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lorde. How was your... I pride myself on my treatment of service industry staff. But tonight, politeness takes a back seat. I have a mission and nothing will take me from it, not even for a moment. We're practically running toward the elevator. It's not here. I jam the button with my thumb. Come on, get here. While we're waiting, I can't keep my hands off of her. I push her up flat against the wall, interlacing my hands in hers. You're lucky you didn't wear a short skirt, or a little gossamer thing, I whisper in Lisa's ear. Because if you had, I would have already had you 4 times already. This would be preparation for the 5th. The ruins at Dendur, behind the sarcophagus, the anteroom to the bathroom leaving the Egyptian wing, and the limo. She gives me a look like there's a devil on her shoulder asking questions, instead of one standing in front of her. I see that look. And yes, I can go many more rounds than that. I kiss her with the intensity that I wish I were doing her with right now. I can't be not inside her, and my tongue will have to do. An older couple comes out of the elevator slowly. Lisa's catching her breath, and I take on the goody two-shoes Lorde look I've perfected over the years. But the man gives me a wink. He knows. And the elevator would be time number 6, I say. I surround her with my legs and can hear her tiny moans. I put her hands down to feel my shaft. You feel that throbbing? That's for you. All for you. Every last inch. She sucks in a deep inhalation of breath. That's right. Mentally preparing yourself. Good girl. In the room, I push her up against the dining room table and hoist her up to a seated position. Now, let me see the princess. Lift up that skirt. Now. Looks like we've hit a scene that's just too fiery for YouTube. For the uncut, unabridged version, visit tylawalker.com and enter code SAVE40 for a scorching deal. Let's dive back into the story. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 40. Lisa. I wake up slowly. I turn to one side to find Lorde is next to me, lying on his back. His face is perfect, like a magnificent statue chiseled out of marble. He lets out a small snort, mutters something in his sleep, and shakes his head. I giggle quietly. Carefully, I reach across him and grab his wrist, pulling his arm across his body. Then I snuggle up against him on my side, hoping he'll turn on his and spoon me. He does. I'm a very happy little spoon. I let my eyes wander around the room, trying to memorize all the details. I never want to forget a minute of this trip, of our time together. When my eyes reach the clock, my bliss is interrupted. Lorde. What? He jumps out of bed and starts racing around the room. He is naked and, ready to go, which I was already aware of. The little spoon always is. He isn't just a statue of a head anymore. He's a come-to-life Greek god. I don't think Michelangelo ever carved that, though. Or maybe that's what the fig leaves were for. I shake my head hard, but I still can't talk. I can only stare. Lisa. What? Can you tell me why you just yelled at me? Wait, let me guess. You're really horny? That's it, right? Tell me that's it. He motions to his crotch, but I force myself to tell the truth. His pilot friend gave us an earful about being on time. Something about heavy air traffic patterns. I get out of bed. That's what I'm talking about, he says, coming over to me. But I put my arm out to keep him back. With my other hand, I point at the clock. Look at the time, I say. We're screwed. Again, that's what I'm talking about. We can't. We're so late. I'm going to shower. You start packing, now. I get around him. He cops a feel, grabbing my chest, but I keep going. He could stop me if he wanted to. I know he wants to. It's very obvious. I'm a little disappointed when I slip out of his grasp. The shower is frustrating. I'm stuck rubbing myself all over with my bare hands. With body wash, I forgot to grab the loofah when a perfectly able specimen of the human male is just feet away. Naked and ready to go. He pops his face in the shower, startling me out of my thoughts. Out, I say, grabbing the shower curtain and pulling it between us like a shield. I can be quick, he says. I know that's not really fair to you, but I'm, very needy here. Out. You're going to regret this, he tells me, but he listens. I don't have time to worry about what he means. I get dressed and packed while he showers. I stay out of the bathroom when he's in there so I'm not tempted. We exit the hotel just as the limo pulls up. See, our timing is perfect, I tell him. I always thought timing was overrated. Once we are settled in our seats, I turn to him. We'll be on time, I say. He doesn't answer. He kisses me, softly at first, but it quickly turns more urgent. His hands move all over my body. He slides one down my abdomen, and when he gets lower, I part my legs for him. He rubs me lightly and slowly at first, then harder and faster. I moan into his mouth, and he sits up and pulls away. What? I say, sitting up. No time, he says, turning away from me and staring out the window. I twitch in my seat. He smirks, and I smack him on his shoulder. Then I turn away from him and stare out my own window. I'm hella frustrated. What was the word he used? Needy? I'm extremely needy right now, but now that we are on the way home, a little bit of doubt is creeping into my mind. I probably shouldn't have let it go this far. The sex was amazing, but where are we now? We've got spectacular chemistry, but does he like me for more than that? We barely say a word, getting on the plane. I figure I owe him for the limo, so when we are airborne, I decide to change seats. I climb over him, making sure my chest grazes his face ever so lightly. I'm sorry about the limo, he says as I sit down on the other side of the plane. You are? Yes. He leans across the aisle to whisper in my ear. We had total privacy in there. I should have used my tongue. He sits down next to me and looks towards the back of the plane. What are you doing? I ask. Keeping an eye out for the flight attendant, he says right before he puts his hand up my skirt again. We go on like that for the whole flight. One of us keeps lookout while driving the other one crazy. By the time we get home, we are damn near out of our minds. As soon as the front door shuts behind us, we tear each other's clothes off. He pushes me up against the door, and I wrap one of my legs around his waist. It's over fast, but he promises to make it up to me, and boy does he ever. The next day when I walk into work, I can't even feel my feet touching the ground. I'd ask how the trip was, Leslie says instead of hello. But it's obvious you're glowing. And look, I saved this for you. She hands me an article about me and Lorde at the charity event in New York. She starts going on about how great this publicity is going to be for the cause. I can't really focus on that. The headline of the article says, "Bad Boy Redeemed." Lorde's reputation is getting better. It worked, which means only one thing. It's almost over.
Chapter 41. Lorde, where are you? The text on the group chat reads. Right outside, I text back. I ignore the rest of the texts coming in. I'll see them in a few minutes. The last 3 weeks have been a bit of a whirlwind. I never expected it, but I really love being married. Fake married, I remind myself. It's nice, though. It's nice to come home to someone who is happy to see you. I know she likes me, but could it be more? No, it couldn't. I know she did it for the money, to help the shelter. The sex was fun. Well, a lot more than fun. Phenomenal would be a better word. But amazing sex is still just sex. They are waiting for me in one of the private rooms at Inferno. Here he is, the man of the hour, Bruce says. Welcome to the club, Jaden says, clapping me on the back. I've been here before, I say. Have you guys forgotten? He means the married club, says Jeff, which is why we are here. You can't skirt this forever. It's time, Jeff says somewhat firmly. I know what they're talking about. We don't have to do this. We aren't really married, not really, I protest. I don't believe you, Jeff says. Why not? Bunch of little things. That's your evidence, I say. You want evidence, Bruce says. This girl, wait, what's her name again? Lisa, I say. Jeff claps his hands and points at me. Bruce and Jaden are nodding. What? I say. Right there, it's in how you say her name. All dreamy like. You got it bad. You guys stop, I say. We are living together. I see her all the time. It's a transaction. I helped her pet cause, and she helped me repair my reputation. She doesn't feel like that about me. I leave out the part about the sex because even if it is just sex to Lisa, it's a little bit more than that to me. Okay, a lot more. Jaden sits down next to me. We've all seen how she looks at you. I don't think it is a transaction to her, Jaden says. I'll take that bet, Bruce says. Me too, Jeff chimes in. She doesn't want me. She knows she saved my reputation. She knows who I really am. Who are you really then? Bruce says. I'm just a perpetual screw-up. Come on, you guys know that. I know that whatever Lisa brought out in you, it was there the whole time, Jaden says. You just needed to find it, and now you need to believe in yourself. Think about it, Jeff says. They're all looking at me rather earnestly. I don't know what to say. I can't say anything until I know what to think, and my thoughts are a complete jumbled mess. I could ask her, properly, seriously. To what? Be my girlfriend? No, that's ridiculous. I'm not in middle school. Besides, we are already married. I want her to be my wife, and not just on paper. I want it all. My cell phone goes off, interrupting my thoughts. My friends groan as the first notes of Beethoven blare out of my pocket. They know who is calling. I still think the theme from Jaws would have been better, Bruce says. Jeff and Jaden start making their own suggestions, and I motion for them to be quiet as I answer. I don't put the phone on speaker, but everyone can hear my dad anyway. I think it's time Lisa met the rest of the family, my dad says. Bring her to dinner tonight. Okay, I say. He hangs up and I stand up. Guess that's it for me tonight, guys. Sorry. I text Lisa that I'm going to pick her up from the shelter for a surprise. I instantly regret it. There's not going to be anything fun about this, but a text is sent. As I shake hands with the guys and make my exit, I wonder if I'm going to spend the rest of my life immediately obeying whatever he orders me to do. Just get through tonight, I tell myself. When I get to her office, my heart breaks a little when she smiles at me. What's this big surprise? She asks. Well, I say, realizing this is going to be a big disappointment. I kind of low-key hate myself for disappointing her, even on this little thing. My dad called. We are ordered to appear before the family. It's time. I attempt to deliver it like it is a royal decree from the king, which in a way, I suppose it is. My attempt at humor falls flat. What? Tonight? Now? She says. Her dismay is obvious. Not only have I disappointed her, I'm the cause of her distress. I'm sorry, I say, holding out my hand. It's just one night, and it's not really a big deal. It's just for show, right? Right, she says quietly. She doesn't take my hand, and after another beat of holding it out to her like an idiot, I stick it in my pocket. So, shall we? I ask. I guess we shall, she says. We walk to the car in silence. On the drive over, all I can think about is how I don't want it to be like this. I want to introduce her as my wife and mean it. I sneak a look at her. She's staring out the window, and I swear she is as far away from me as it's possible to be in a car. Still, I know there have been moments of genuine affection between us these last few weeks. Her smile when I walked into her office before I told her where we were going was real. Maybe the guys are right. If I want to know what she really feels, I have no choice. I'm going to have to ask her. That means being ready to hear that I'm right, and my friends are wrong. I just don't know if I can take that bet. Not yet.
Chapter 42. Lisa. The drive to Franco Lorde's feels like a funeral procession. Lorde pulls into the driveway, but waits a minute to take the key from the ignition, looking over at me. How are you doing? He asks. I feel like he's comforting me less than he's comforting himself. I'm fine. Should I be nervous? About the Ring of Lords? Dumb name I call them, but no. Aunt Alice and Aunt Fran are nice, just gossipy. Uncle Walter, Uncle Tim, and Uncle George are pompous but harmless. But then there's Franco. You know how I feel about him. The Dark Lord Sauron, I say. He slumps over in his seat with laughter. Hoo boy, I needed that, he says. Anyway, we'll be a united front. He grabs my hand. Here goes nothing, I say, but I'm afraid of losing everything. Lorde rings the doorbell, and we wait. I still can't believe that he can't just walk into the home he grew up in. Hi, Alton. Hi, Lisa. Come in, Franco says. I don't know if I'll ever get used to hearing his first name. To me, he's always Lorde. "Hi, Dad," he says. I give Franco an awkward hug. His aunts and uncles stand up when he comes in. "Alton, it's so good to see you. And your beautiful wife," one of the aunts says and kisses both of us. "I'm glad to see you all," Lorde says. "This is Lisa. I'm thrilled you're meeting each other. Lisa, this is Uncle George, Aunt Fran, Aunt Alice, Uncle Walter, and Uncle Tim." "Pleasure to meet you all," I say. I feel like I'm in front of a panel of judges on The Voice, or maybe The Masked Singer. The people wearing those crazy costumes underneath 100-degree TV lighting can't feel more uncomfortable than I do at this moment. They remind me of the Addams Family. I don't even want to think about what that household was like for a child. "So tell us all about the wedding," Aunt Alice says. "We have a pleasant enough dinner of rosemary chicken, mashed potatoes, creamed spinach, and poached pears for dessert." The conversation is exactly what I'd expect from Franco Lorde and his brood of siblings. Inoffensive, dull, and meaningless. The wedding and trip to New York let us avoid talking about anything personal. "Would anyone like to play cards?" Aunt Fran asks. "Actually, I have some business to discuss with Alton and Lisa. Will just be a moment," Franco says. Uh-oh. Talking to Franco under any circumstances is nerve-wracking. Talking to him about business is like talking to Tony Soprano about waste management. "Come into the study," he says. "Probably some lavish gift," I overhear one of Lorde's aunts say. "They're a beautiful couple. I'm happy for them," one of the uncles says. It breaks my heart to hear them talking about the real couple they see instead of the fake couple that I know we are. "Thanks for coming over this evening," he says to us, as if we had a choice. It's time to wrap this thing up. There's lots of business to discuss, and we need to do it now. I know we've all been inconvenienced. I imagine it comes as a relief to get on with your lives after this detour. My cheeks feel hot. I'm losing connection with my body. I can feel my palms start to sweat, and a chill oozes into my skin. It reminds me of the words Lorde said when this all began. My life is over. I grab Lorde's hand and give him a pleading look, trying to convey telepathically what I can't say in front of his dad. Don't let him do this. Tell him it's not time. Tell him it's not his choice. Tell him we're doing this on our own timeline, on our own terms. Tell him you love me. Tell him you want me to be your real wife. He gives a grim look back and squeezes my hand. Maybe he's preparing to stand up to him. He clears his throat. His voice cracks at first. "Yes, I suppose it's time. The plan worked even better than expected," Lorde says. He says these words, but his face says the opposite. It's like he's possessed. I can't say anything, even though every cell is screaming out. I don't fear Franco, genuinely, but Lorde would never forgive me. If I told Franco what I really think of him, I would lose what little chance with Lorde I still have. It's getting smaller by the second. Well, I'll have my lawyers start drafting something up. Congratulations, you two. It's almost over. Only Franco Lorde would congratulate a couple on divorce. It's over. We say our goodbyes and head home in silence. I can't believe Lorde didn't say anything. Once we're home, I decide to find out my fate, despite fearing the answer. I pray he's changed his mind. "What do you think, Lorde?" He pauses. We knew this was coming. This was the plan all along. Maybe it's for the best. My heart breaks like a mirror. I feel like I could faint. I want to punch him, to bring this full circle. Instead, I run to my bedroom and pack my things like a tornado's about to hit, as if one hasn't already. I storm into the living room with my suitcases. Maybe he's just as devastated as I am. Nope, he's not. He's on the sofa with his legs crossed, sipping a glass of wine. "What are you doing?" he asked in shock. "What does it look like, Lorde?" I can't believe him. I think it's best that we spend the rest of our remaining time that we have together apart. I'm done. As soon as my car doors shut, the floodgates open. The car shakes from the force of my sobs. My shirt is covered in tears. This is the last thing I want. The last thing besides living in a house with the man I love, knowing it's all about to end. After all of that, he's still a child who can't say no to his daddy. Maybe this is the sign I was waiting for. Maybe I really am better off without him. Why did I have to fall for Alton Lorde?
Chapter 43. Lord. Lord, you can't just stay in your room for the rest of your life, Jeff says. Says who? I ask. Says me, you dumb idiot, Bruce says. You've been here a week already. You look like crap. You smell worse. I think staying out of everyone's way is the most productive thing I can do, I say. Even I know how pathetic I sound. I've been too drunk and too heartbroken to care. I'm angry and ashamed, and I know this is what I deserve. Jesus, man, are you opening a goddamn distillery? Jeff asks, picking up bottles. How much whiskey have you drunk? I'm still conscious, right? So not enough, I say. Lord, Jeff says softly, you need to dry out and come back to the land of the living. Give me one reason. Lisa's there, Bruce says. Jeff grabs my shoulders and Bruce grabs my feet. What the hell are you doing? I yell. They pull me out of bed, and I try to put up as much of a fight as I can. Not that it's much. I've barely eaten, and I've been consuming my water in the form of beer and whiskey. Lord, it's 11 a.m. You're unwilling to take care of yourself, so we're taking care of our friend. Plus, there's an event you need to come to tonight. You have enough time to clean yourself up, even if it's just barely. No, I'm not fit to be around other humans right now, I say. Lisa's going to be there, Lord, Jeff says. She doesn't want to see me. She's better without me. During heartbreak, it's comforting to think life won't get better. It means there's no reason to try. Bruce and Jeff see right through me. That's not true, Lord, and you know it. If you never see her again, think about what you're okay giving up. What you risk losing, Jeff says. The love of my life, I say weakly. You don't want some other man to swoop in because they will, Jeff says. She's a catch. And you know what? You are too. Even now. It's easier to pity myself than to do what I know I need to do. I need to stop being a coward. I need to fight for the one thing that has ever given my life meaning. I need to go to the event tonight and talk to Lisa. I just don't want to admit it to myself yet. She deserves better than me. I'm not good enough for her. I should give her the opportunity to meet someone who is, I say. I always mess everything up. I don't want to mess up her life too. You're messing it up right now, Lord, by not trying to get her back, Bruce says. Look, I love you, so I'll tolerate your wallowing. But once you're done with this song and dance, you need to get over your crap. They frog march me to the shower and put me under the icy cold water. Hopefully this will wake you up a little. You have to snap out of this, Lord. Not just for you, but for Lisa. She's not doing well, he says. What's wrong with Lisa? Is she okay? Is she hurt? Is she sick? Lisa's been on my mind nonstop, but mostly just how much I miss her and imagining how much happier she is with me gone. Jeff snaps me back to reality. Not everything is all about me. Yeah, she's hurting, Lord. What do you think? She's lovesick and heartbroken, Jeff says. She's in love with an idiot who held his tongue because he's so afraid of what his dad will think. All she's been doing is working. Leslie's worried about her. I am too. It's not good for her. She's not looking after herself. So she's taking this like I am, I say. I don't know exactly why I'm so shocked to hear it, but I am. The idea that she would want more from this had never quite seeped into my consciousness in a way I could believe it was true. I wouldn't go that far. She still has some self-respect left, Jeff says. I say this because I love you, but you gotta get it together. You want her to have the man she deserves? Step up and do it. You have to go tonight. It's time to be honest with yourself. And with her. You might not get another chance. The cold water and candid words hit me like daggers. It's exactly what I need to break out of this trance. Jeff's words echo. You might not have another chance. I know he's right. I'm not ready to admit it, but he's right. Look at me, though, I say. Why would she want me back? After all I've done. I've been such a coward. I don't know if I can face her. Why would she want you back? Because she loves you, dude. You have two choices. Face her or lose her, Bruce says. Yeah, she could say no, but if you don't try, there's zero chance of it working. You're worth it. You both are. Don't let your jerk of a dad destroy your life. If anyone isn't worth it, it's him. I've used self-pity as an excuse to avoid facing my fears. If I'm worthless, then I don't have to risk my heart or try to win her back. If I'm a coward, I can let my dad lead me around by the balls for the rest of my life. If my decisions aren't my own, I'm not responsible for my own misery. I'm better than this, and Lisa is too. Lisa deserves more, and I can give it to her. Lord, I've known you for how long? 5 years, Jeff says. At least. I've seen you during highs and during lows. I've never seen you happier than when you were with Lisa. And I've never seen you more miserable than you are now, buddy, Bruce says. Please stop torturing yourself, for everyone's sake. It's scary to admit to myself that I deserve happiness, because then it's my own responsibility. Failing intentionally was easier. You're both right. It's something I need to do, and I need to do it tonight. I say it so quietly over the sound of the pounding water, I don't know if they hear. What did you say, Lord? Jeff asks. What time's the thing? I'll go.
Chapter 44. Lisa. Lisa, why don't you take the rest of today off so you can get ready for the donor event tonight for the new shelter opening? You've been working late every night this week, Leslie says. And don't think I don't see the weekend timestamps. Throwing myself into a project has always been my go-to coping mechanism. If I turn my life into work, then I can avoid thinking about my life, forever if necessary. Thanks, Leslie. I'm fine, though. It's just easier to get the work done on autopilot and not think about anything else, I say. She can see how hard the breakup has been on me. The fact that she lets me work, even when she knows I'm such a mess inside, shows what a good boss she is. Work is more a form of therapy than an occupation at the moment. The biggest problem is that, for the first time, work isn't the escape it usually is, because everything here reminds me of Lorde. This is where we fell in love, in many ways. I walk past the laundry room, and I remember how adorable he looked, admitting that he had never washed a load of clothes before. I look outside my window and remember when he caused a frenzy by taking off his shirt. I look at my desk, for God's sake, and I see him sitting across from it. Next week, after everything is finalized, I'm planning on talking to Leslie about getting a transfer. I need a fresh start, and that's impossible here. There are just too many memories. Any city where there's an opening is fine, just as long as it's not here. I guess New York isn't the best idea either. How could we go from being so happy to heartbroken in a matter of days? I keep replaying in my mind how it all could have gone differently. In the end, I always come back to the same conclusion. It never meant anything more to him. I work until 5 p.m., then take a detour home to get ready. Every item in my closet reminds me of a time I wore it when I was with Lorde. I whip through the hangers, but I've known for days which one I'm going to wear. The dress I wore in New York. It's black, so appropriately funeral-like, but it also reminds me of a happier time, so it makes me happier too. It's at the MGM Grand, so of course it reminds me of the time we went to Craft Steak. He knew I loved Top Chef, and he arranged for Tom Colicchio to say hi. I'll stay just for the bare minimum required to get attendance points, I think to myself. I'm not in a mood to be around anyone, much less people I have to impress. I haven't been sleeping well, so I'm barely able to string together a coherent sentence. I put on the cheerful persona I use as a mask at these events when I don't feel like showing my real self. Lisa, how are you? I hear someone call. It's Jonathan Byrne, one of the major donors whose gift started out the capital campaign for the new shelter. I've always liked him and his wife. Hi, Johnny. So good to see you. Thank you for all you've done. Have you been to the new shelter? I have. Leslie gave me a tour. It looks unbelievable, he says. All thanks to you. You made it possible. We just put the money to good use. His wife, Marlene, joins us. How's married life? She asks, the dreaded question. It's good, full of surprises, I say. I want to hear about what your secret is. How did you meet? I'm a master at shifting the topic away from myself. I'm half listening, half wondering how much longer I have to stay. Then Marlene hits me with the last thing I expect to hear that night. Oh, I see your handsome husband now. What? I feel a sudden urge to run, but I know I can't. In this setting, I have to stay composed. Oh, wow, yeah. I wasn't expecting him this evening, I say. Well, it makes sense. It's a donor event, and he certainly made some big contributions, Jonathan says. It's funny how donors pretend not to keep score of the people they see as their friendly competition. Every step closer he gets, it's like an earthquake is cutting deeper into me. Well, hello there, he says to me and gives me an awkward hug. Fortunately, these events are always awkward, so it's hard for anyone to tell. Hi there, Lorde. Good since I saw you last, I say. Yeah, it's been so long. Jonathan and Marlene laugh. They hear a married couple bantering about seeing each other this morning. We know it's an exchange between newly estranged exes, trying to survive the throes of acute heartbreak. Could you spare a moment, Lisa? He asks, then turns to the couple. Would you mind if I stole her for a moment? Of course. Talk to you soon, Lisa. If he wants to talk about signing divorce papers, I'll throw wine in his stupidly handsome face. That stupid, handsome face that I realize I missed even more than I thought, now that it's right in front of me. I feel like I've been dead the last few days. He takes me to a little alcove, far from the view of anyone at the event. I'm grateful. I don't want to burst into tears in front of the patrons who essentially pay my salary. I look into his dark brown eyes. There's an expression in them like he's laid himself bare, stripped away everything but who he is, deep down. I try to speak like things are normal, but my emotions are raw and dangerously close to the brim. What's going on, Lorde? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. I miss you so much, Lisa. I really do. I thought I missed you before, but now, seeing your face, I can't even describe it. I've really missed you.
Chapter 45. Lorde. What? She says. Just do it, I think. In the back of my brain, Jeff and Bruce pop up. They believe in me. I take a deep breath. I have to do it. The agony I've been living with the past couple of days, it's horrible. But if I tell her, and she tells me to take a hike, Lorde, it's now or never. If she says no, I'll deal with it. Probably poorly with a lot of booze. I take risks all the time. I wasn't this scared when I jumped out of a plane. None of the base jumps I've done had me quaking internally like this. But this is really important. This is the rest of my life I'm talking about here. To have the best life possible, I need Lisa in it. She's staring at me. When she opens her mouth, I shake my head. Give me a second, I say. I have something to say. It's important. I want to get it right. She nods. I take a deep breath, then dive in. I love you, Lisa. I really do. I didn't expect this to happen. Not in a million years. At first, I was just appreciative of you helping get me out of the mess I made. Side note, it was a mess 100% of my own doing, and you didn't need to help me, but you did. Maybe that's when I first started to know there was something different about you, that you were really special. She's listening intently, thank God. I'm used to screwing things up badly, and my dad and my friends help me out. My dad, well, he really does it for himself, I'm pretty sure. I know my friends like me and care about me, but it really is time for me to grow up in a lot of ways. It's true, I realize. I need to grow up. I had a good excuse for being the way I am. Well, I thought it was a good excuse. I mean, when I was a kid and went to live with my dad, my mom didn't say boo about it. Who does that? That part comes out unexpectedly, and suddenly, my stomach is full of butterflies. Focus, I tell myself. She doesn't want to hear about your stupid, crappy childhood. Anyway, hers was just as bad, if not worse, and she doesn't complain about it. Never mind about that, I'm bumbling around badly, and I rush to get back on track. The point is, with you, I can see my life differently. You make me feel like I can do anything. She doesn't say anything, and I think that is probably a bad sign. If there was any spark between us, I probably just stomped it out completely. But I can't give up, not yet. I haven't told her the most important part. I love you. I didn't expect this to happen, but I've fallen in love with you. I've never felt like this about anyone. So what do you say? Nothing. She says nothing. I grab both her hands. Just give me a chance, okay? Even if you aren't sure. Even if you don't feel anything for me yet. I can't lose you. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make you love me as much as I love you. I promise. Her hands are shaking in mine, but she's not talking. I've probably scared the living daylights out of her. I let go of her hands and take a step back. I'm sorry, I say, looking at the floor. I can't even bring myself to look at her. If there was ever a chance between us, I blew it. I could have said anything. Why don't we not get divorced? Why don't we try a regular date and see where it goes? Now she thinks I'm certifiable. Lord, she says softly. Man up, I tell myself. I force myself to look at her, to see the damage I've wreaked again. My life is one train wreck after another, isn't it? Her dark brown eyes are shimmering. It's like looking into a bottomless pool. Oh, how I wish I could just dive into her, completely immerse myself in her. I'll go now, I say. Have a good evening. Looks like a great turnout. Good for the shelter. Congratulations. I make a mental note to put an annual reminder in my calendar to donate to the shelter on this date every year. Maybe if I remind myself, that will help keep me on the straight and narrow. Not that I'm really going to need a reminder. I expect misery to be my constant companion from now on. I turn to go. She grabs my hand. Yes, I say, turning back. Whatever she has to say to me, I'll take it. I cross the fingers on my other hand that she'll throw in something nice. Then I can remember that and try to forget the rest. I love you too. What? You're not the only one who's haunted. All that stuff you did that messed up your life. Well, I did the same thing in a different way. I squeeze her hand in what I hope is a reassuring manner. I didn't go out there and do anything and everything, no matter the risks. I avoided everything. I locked myself up. Instead of trying to get myself hurt, like you did, I did whatever I could to prevent it. She grabs my other hand and pulls me towards her. I have zero regrets, though, she said, because it all brought me right here, to you. She kisses me softly. I am, however, a little annoyed, she says. The agony you put me through. What took you so long? I brush my lips against hers. I could kiss her forever, but I need to answer her question. I'm sorry, baby. I promise from now on I won't go far away from you, and I'll be here for the rest of our lives. Then I kiss her, and there is nothing soft about it. I kiss her like she has made me the happiest man in the world, which of course she has.
Chapter 46. Lisa. So you probably have work to do. Want me to get out of here? I can wait for you at the house, Lorde says. Absolutely not. Oh, okay. So you'll be staying at your apartment for a while? No, you shouldn't wait for me at the house because I'm coming with you, right now. I don't want to waste another second without you. I've shown my face enough for the evening. Let me go tell Leslie, and I'll be back in a jiff. I hustle over to the table where Leslie's talking with a few of the donors. I pull her aside. Lisa, is it all right if I get going? Instead of explaining, I bop my head in the direction of Lorde. Immediately she understands. Of course, thank God he came to his senses. Jeff will be so happy, Leslie says. I know I'm happy. Tell him hi for me and have fun tonight. She gives me a wink, then hugs me hard. I whisk myself across the room. Let's get a car service. I don't want to spend one extra second not making out with you. You read my mind. It'll be here in 1 minute. We head into the car and make out like teenagers. It feels so good just to feel his hands on my body again and to feel his warm skin underneath mine. We look at each other in the eyes, almost incredulous that we're really looking at each other. An hour before, I didn't think I'd see him again. Now I can't imagine ever being without him. Thanks for the lift, Lorde says to the driver. We hold hands and walk up to the front door. Welcome home, my love. I've been home since you came to the gala, Lorde, I say. This is just a house. I put my hands on his shoulders and kiss him. This is home. He carries me over the threshold. It feels like weeks, years even, since I've been here, even though it's only been a matter of days. He takes my hand and pulls me up to the bedroom. Get on this bed, Mrs. Lorde, he says. Now. Anything you say, my husband? Let's find out what's happening with our lovebirds. Don't worry, the full, uncensored version awaits you at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 to save big on the complete heart-racing adventure. Back to the action. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 47. Lorde, we talk it over, consider all the angles, and finally we make the decision. We're going to head to the finance office and tell my dad how we feel. As I drive over, I glance at Lisa. She's wringing her hands. Her lips are tight. And there's no sign of her signature smile I've come to know and love. I try to settle her nerves, ignoring mine. Lisa, it'll be fine. I'll simply tell my dad how our relationship has evolved. It'll be an announcement, not a request for his permission. The days of needing his permission for anything in my life are over. But Lorde, your father, he's ruled your life for so long now. Which is why you and I are going to talk with him today. That has to end. My life is with you now. We make our future going forward. Not him. I reach over and grasp her hand. It's cold. I rub it gently. I realize my touch isn't helping as my hand is as cold as hers. I wave at my father's secretary. Is he free? May we go right in? Yes, of course, Lord. He's free. I keep a hold of Lisa's hand. It's trembling now. I smile at her and whisper, "It's okay, darling. Let's go in." "Well, hello, you two. Come in. Come in. What brings you by? I thought you were still off for a few days, Lord." I show Lisa a chair, and I quietly close my father's door. The look in his eyes as I do so shows him that I mean business. "Father, we wanted to come in and have a talk with you on a serious matter." Yes, have a seat. What's up?" "Father, Lisa and I have talked this over. We will not enter into a divorce. Instead, we plan on having a proper wedding." My father's expression is severe. "Lord, what's going on here? We had this planned out to a T." "You did, Dad, not us. Sir, we truly love one another. It's not like we planned this, I can assure you, as our initial meeting was less than ideal. But our feelings grew, and we can no longer deny them." I look over at Lisa with such pride. She has more guts with my dad than I do. Franco leans forward on his desk. His hands are in a tight clasp. He eyes both of us like an eagle out for prey. "Listen, you two. It's just your imagination running away with you. You got caught up in the fantasy, is all. These feelings of which you speak, I don't buy them. I don't buy them at all. You carry on with this real wedding lark and you're doomed to fail. This is no marriage. It never has been, and it never will be. You mark my words." I lean forward to match my father's stance. I've never done so before. Now it's time. "Father, I'm not like you. Our marriage is based on love, not a financial contractual union like I know yours was with Mom. Our marriage won't fail because of that singular notion. We started with friendship, and it grew to an everlasting love." Franco sighs and leans back in his office chair, his fingers knitted. I can tell he's thinking. I lean back too, smiling at Lisa while we wait. After a minute or two, he replies, "Fine. You two have made up your minds. That's all well and good. But in order for this union to proceed, I will insist Lisa pass the Inferno test before I can sign off on this marriage." My father gets up from his chair and marches out of his office, leaving us sitting there gobsmacked and mouths agape, feeling like we've both been hit by semi-trucks. "Come on, Lisa, let's go. I know my father. He's heard all he wants to hear from us. He's not coming back." As I'm driving down the interstate, my mind reels. Lord, what does he mean about me passing an Inferno test? It's silly, really, but it goes back a long way. Any member of the Inferno Club, when meeting a prospective partner, must put that partner through an approval process with the group. You can opt out, and I can take the test instead. The way I see it anyway, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. I know your heart. That's proof enough for me. No, Lord. Whatever this test is, I'm going to do it. They want me to prove my mettle. Bring it. Lisa, listen, you do not have to do anything. It's a silly game at best with the older club men who need their head examined. Yeah, I know. I'm choosing to play along. If it makes your father happy with us, that'll be a bonus. I decide to scare her a bit, so maybe she'll back down. I don't think the test will be an easy one. You might regret your decision. Just as Lisa opens her mouth to reply, my cell phone rings. Again, Beethoven fills the air. Note to self. Change the ringtone. It's getting on my nerves. I see the ID. I put it on speakerphone. Lord? Yep, here. This is a formal invitation for you and Lisa to come to Inferno at your earliest convenience. I expected as much. We'll be there. I hang up the call. My gut is queasy. I'm not happy about this move, but I won't go against Lisa's wish. I turn to Lisa, sporting a severe expression. Listen to me. I will be with you every step of the way. If the test gets weird or too difficult, you back out. Agreed? I'll do my very best, Lord. I promise. Lisa smiles an uneasy smile. She didn't answer my direct question, but I changed the GPS course, hit the throttle, and I head to Inferno.
Chapter 48. Lisa. It's fine. It'll be fine, I tell myself. It's just a stupid test. How hard could it be? As if he can hear my thoughts racing, Lorde reaches across the center console and laces his fingers with mine. The warmth of his palm against my clammy one is soothing, and I allow myself to take a deep breath. I glance over at him. He smiles, squeezing my hand as if to remind me that he loves me. I squeeze back and let out my breath slowly. I can do this, I assure myself. I love Lorde, and he loves me. What else is left to prove? Lorde holds my hand for the rest of the drive, and I manage to steady my racing heartbeat and erratic breathing. When we pull up to the building, I can only assume is Inferno. I'm initially unimpressed. Its gray exterior only seems to rise about 3 stories up, and from what I can see, there isn't even an entrance. Lorde hops out and walks around to my side to open my door, then offers me his hand, which I take as I step out of the car. He guides me towards the dull building's facade, and I try to piece together how we'll get inside. Only when we've neared the edifice do I see that the ivy scaling the corner of the building distracts from a break in the building's concrete face, where a door made of the same material meets its frame. Lorde reaches for an unremarkable brass handle, also disguised by ivy, to open the door and leads me inside. The hallway leading from the door is narrow, and the lights lining its ceiling flash as if to disorient. Lorde, still holding my hand, leads me down the hall until we step into a foyer, or lobby of some kind. The lighting is low, but it's clear no expense has been spared. Every surface, the floors, the ceiling, the walls, seems to be made of dark, polished marble. It's intimidating. Suddenly, my pulse and breathing resume their ragged pace. Lorde approaches the man seated behind a mahogany desk that is situated against one of the lobby's walls between 2 of the hallways. The man looks up before Lorde even opens his mouth. "Mr. Lorde," he says, smiling politely, "they're ready for you. Inside." Without missing a beat, Lorde leads me through another door. The room here is the main part of the club, though it's quiet this time of day. Quiet, but not empty. It is filled with extraordinarily attractive men milling around. I realize these are the members, and wonder for a moment if being good-looking is a prerequisite for entry to Inferno. "Lisa, these are my friends," Lorde says, interrupting my thoughts. 2 of the men, introducing themselves as Bruce and Creed, approach us, reaching out to shake my hand. "Welcome, Lisa," the one called Creed tells me in a slightly southern drawl. His fierce blue eyes and dirty blonde crew cut should make him fearsome, but instead, he seems kind. They all do. "How are you feeling about your test, Lisa?" Bruce asks me. "Nervous," I say honestly. Bruce and Creed chuckle at this. "That's understandable," Bruce says, "but I'm sure you'll do just fine." I smile, appreciating the support, and start to relax again. I stand with Lorde as he chats with his buddies. He seems to be in his element in some way, like he's with his people. I don't say much, but I can't help but smile as they talk. Bruce is divulging his latest barbecue recipes when someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn to see the receptionist standing behind me. "Excuse me, Miss Bennett," he says. I'm a little surprised he knows my name, but then I remind myself where I am. "We have some paperwork that needs to be done before your test," he tells me. "Okay," I say, pulling myself from Lorde's side to follow the receptionist. Lorde grasps my arm firmly, and I turn back to face him. "Do you want me to come with you?" he asks, a look of concern on his face. "This paperwork is confidential, Mr. Lorde," the receptionist interjects before I can reply. "I don't care," Lorde tells him sternly. "Do you want me to go with you?" His question is gentle, but there's worry in his voice. I give him a reassuring smile. "No, that's okay. It's just paperwork," I say. "Are you sure?" "Positive," I affirm. Lorde loosens his grasp on my arm. I give him a quick peck on the cheek, and then I turn and follow the receptionist, who was already stalking off back toward the lobby. I follow behind him until we reach an elevator on the opposite end of the lobby from the club door. As we board the car, I glance at the buttons and am shocked to see that there aren't 3 floors to speak of, but 10. In addition to the 3 above-ground levels I noted on our way in, there are 7 floors that extend below ground. My head reels from the magnitude of this place, and I have to grip the handlebar that extends around the elevator's perimeter to steady myself. The receptionist hits the button to take us down 4 flights, and the doors ding shut. I stand beside him silently as we descend, trying to make sense of the building's layout. Before I have time to orient myself in space relative to the room where I last saw Lorde, though we reach our floor and the doors swing open. The receptionist practically launches himself out of the elevator, and I hurry to keep pace with him. He moves with such efficiency, I don't even have time to take in my surroundings. Before long, we've reached a nondescript door and yet another hallway, and my already dwindling sense of direction seems to disappear as he opens the door and ushers me inside. This room is a blinding white from top to bottom, and the only furniture to speak of consists of 2 chairs facing each other. Despite the sparseness, or perhaps because of it, the room has a dizzying effect, and I feel my nerves fray at the edges. Suddenly, the door slams shut behind me. I whip around to see the receptionist has disappeared. Before I can even take a breath to calm myself, a voice behind me makes me jump. "Sit down, Lisa." I swivel again to see none other than Alton Lorde seated in one of the chairs. "Let's get this over with so you can take your stupid test." I try to regulate my breathing and heart rate as I take a seat. Wordlessly, Franco hands me a small packet of papers. I glance down at them. My brain isn't processing everything fully right now, but a couple of words register in my mind. Irretrievable breakdown. I'm still trying to make sense of everything, including Franco's presence here. "Please sign on the dotted line," I hear him say. "Joint petition." I squeeze my eyes shut and shake my head, trying to clear it. When I look down again, the papers in front of me are suddenly painfully clear. Record of absolute divorce. "What?" I hear myself demand, then look up to meet Franco's gaze. "Please sign on the dotted line," he repeats. "No," I shout. "No, we're not getting divorced. I love your son and he loves me. End of discussion." Franco's expression darkens. "I do not accept that answer, Lisa. Or perhaps more accurately, I do not accept you." "Didn't you hear me? Your son loves me. What you think of it doesn't matter. I'm not signing these papers." Franco just chuckles mirthlessly, pulling his phone from his pocket. He taps the screen to start playing an audio recording, and suddenly the room is filled with Lorde's voice, reminding me of our arrangement. Yes, I suppose it's time. The plan worked even better than expected. I draw a hand to cover my mouth in horror. The memory of that afternoon flooding back to me and reopening the wound. But Franco isn't done. "If you don't sign those papers, 2 things will happen. Number 1, I will post that audio recording and the corresponding contract to every social media site known to humankind, and my son's reputation will crumble. Number 2, I will walk out of my son's life forever, and he will resent you for the rest of his days, knowing you picked yourself over his career and his relationship with his father." I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes as I try to muster a reply. "How could you? Why are?" Nothing coming out of my mouth makes sense, but Franco knows exactly what I'm asking. "I'd rather destroy my son than allow him to defy me over a woman," he says, shrugging. Hot, salty tears begin to fall across my cheeks. "But Lorde loves you. All he's ever wanted is to prove himself to you. Why would you do this to him?" I gasp out. "Like I said, I'd prefer this than let him lead a life that undermines what I want for him. You simply are not what I want for him. His words are intentionally cruel. And I'm crying in earnest now. I'm trying desperately to get my breathing under control, but it's not working. So all I can do is stutter through my next sentences. This will damage your son's reputation, I try to reason. Still preferable to tolerating his disrespect. It will break his heart. Don't you care about him at all? I do, Lisa. I care about him so much. I will do anything to ensure you two aren't married any longer. Are you serious? As death, you do not belong together. So sign the papers and walk away. Suddenly, my sobs stop as if my body knows I have to verify if he's bluffing. I stare at Franco for a moment, searching his face for any sign of humor, or compassion, or even pity. Finding none of them, I take the pen clipped atop the divorce papers, uncap it, and sign each page, one by one. My hands shake, and a couple stray tears smudge the ink. Finally, I get to the last page. I sign my name at the bottom and recap the pen. Without looking at him, I hold out the signed documents. As he takes them from me, my sobs return in full force. This is it. It's over. Lorde and I can never have a future together. Franco walks to the side of the room, opposite where I came in, and opens a door that blends into the white perfectly. "Out this way, please," he says. I obey, still bawling. As I reach the doorway, I see Lorde standing on the other side, wide-eyed. "I heard everything," he says. It isn't clear if he intends it for me or his father. "She passed," Franco says softly. Lorde nods. As he does, I see the glint of tears in his eyes. "What?" I say, trying to process everything. Before I can ask anything more, though, before I can resume weeping, Lorde gathers me in his arms. "I love you," he says, and then kisses me fiercely.
Chapter 49. Lorde. Alton? Are you Alton? I realize I'm being addressed and turn around. I know instantly who this woman is. Her resemblance to Lisa is uncanny. "Mr. and Mrs. Bennett," I say. "That's us," Lisa's father says. "I guess you can call us Mom and Dad now if you want," his wife adds. "That would be nice," I say. "No one calls me Alton, by the way. I go by Lorde." "Sorry," my sort of mother-in-law says. I wave it off. "Nothing to be sorry about," I say. "I'm so glad you came." "I'm glad we were invited," she says. "Surprised is more like it," her husband says. She swats him. "Oh, Lorde, thank you for inviting us. I gather you had a lot to do with that." "I wouldn't say a lot," I reply. "We were working on the guest list. Well, trying to work on the guest list. Usually when we started getting into wedding details, we ended up distracting ourselves. Right then, we were lying side by side, naked on the living room rug, recovering from our latest distraction. Lisa had been avoiding the subject of her parents. I pointed out to her that maybe since this was a new beginning for us, it could be a new beginning for them too. She wasn't sure. "You don't know them," she said. "I don't," I said. "And I believe you, but why don't we just try? Take a risk. No more hiding. I doubt anyone will notice them anyway. My dad always steals the show at a party." "I thought you were going to give him a chance." "I did say that," I responded. "Tell you what, let's just invite them and see what happens. I think it will be okay. And if not, I'll be right there with you." I leaned over and kissed her softly on the mouth, then her nose, then both cheeks and eyelids. She pushed my head down. "Give me some incentive," she said, so I did. I even made her promise to try to be more open to everything, while I had her squirming under my tongue. "More open?" she said, indicating her legs. "Your heart. I'm talking about your heart." "Yes, okay. Just don't stop." Now I smile brightly at Lisa's parents. Jeff claps me on the back and saves me. "It's time," he says. "I'll see you after, Mom, Dad," I say. Lisa's mom beams. I follow Jeff down the aisle. Jaden and Bruce reach out to shake my hand. Congratulations, Bruce says. Not quite yet, I say. I'm starting to get nervous. I wave at some of the people from the shelter on the bride's side. My side is fuller. Practically all of Inferno is there. Don't worry, man, Jeff says. You got this. I hope so, I reply. I'm not worried about the wedding. I'm not even worried about the rest of my life, spending it with one woman. I know it's the right thing. I'm just scared she'll wake up and realize she's a fool for marrying me. She's probably running for the hills right now. She's not. The music starts. Leslie comes down the aisle first. We decided just one attendant for each of us. Then Lisa's there. To my surprise, she's not alone. Her parents are flanking her. The officiant thanks everyone, and they sit down. I can't focus on what he is saying. I can only look at Lisa, drink her in. She's absolutely radiant. I couldn't tell you what she is wearing or how her hair is done. The details are lost on me. I just see her. When she begins her vows, I am mesmerized. Lord, a long time ago I locked my heart away. I was too cynical, even as a little girl, to believe that there was some magic prince who was going to come along and whisk me away to our happily ever after. Then I met you. She sniffs a little before she continues. When I met you, I started to want a happily ever after. I know it won't always be perfect or easy, but I know it will always be right, because you were the one who unlocked my heart. Thank you, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you no matter what it brings. Lisa, it would be an honor to be your Prince Charming, I begin, and everyone laughs. I'm going off the cuff now. I had a bunch of stuff prepared, but it doesn't seem right anymore. I wrote my vows, and it was all about how much I love you, and how I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. I pause as the audience laughs again. That's all true, of course, but what I really want to say is, you don't need me. You don't need me or any other man. And in a way, I don't need you. Crap, that didn't come out right. I rushed to correct it. Our love, our life, will be based on want, not need. Because you made me realize I'm enough, just the way I am. Getting to share my life with you is a blessing, a gift. I look at us as two people who are both enough as they are, but we want more. And that more for me is you. Whoa, I think. Better. The words flow easily. Because they are right, I realize. You are the only more I want. And I intend to be your more, to make you happy that you chose me, every day for the rest of my life if you'll have me. I will, she says, and now even the officiant laughs. Okay, hang on you two, let me do my job. That's what you are paying me for. We exchange the rings. Thank you, I whisper as she slides mine on my finger. What for? For choosing me. She doesn't answer, she just leans in to kiss me. And kiss the bride, the officiant exclaims. I can hear the laughter, but it's very far away. Mostly I feel her soft lips on mine. I know without a doubt that in that instant, my life has become everything I ever wanted.
Chapter 50. Lisa. Lorde shows me our flight tickets. He can tell by my expression something is wrong. Lorde, can we delay our departure for a week? Why? Is something wrong? I have several errands to do before we go. A couple I can't put off. Sure, no worries. I'll switch the dates now. I watch Lorde head to his laptop and make the arrangements. I'm bursting. But I know I have to wait. Hey, is this something to do with the shelter? I'm just curious. No, nothing like that. Leslie has everything under control. She knows we'll be gone. I smile contentedly at Lorde, but my head is about to pop off. I settle myself down by pretending to go over some paperwork. The week flies by, as I knew it would. And finally, we are up in the air on our way into the deep Amazon jungle and our thatched roof cabana hideaway. The entire flight, neither of us can stop smiling, We sit close, shoulder to shoulder, and talk up a storm about what we'll see and do. Soon our plane lands in Puerto Maldonado, Peru. The moment we leave the air-conditioned airport, we are hit with heat and heavy humidity, but it feels glorious. Welcome to Peru, Mr. and Mrs. Lorde. Please step this way. Our guide installs us on a river barge, and we start the 45-minute journey to the Inca Terra Reserva Amazonia, a luxurious, exclusive resort nestled on the Madre de Dios River, deep inside the jungle. With each mile, we become more at one with nature. The Amazon becomes us and we it. Sitting at the bow with the florid breeze in our faces, we see no one else. Even our riverboat guide melds with the humming of the boat motor. Oh Lord, look at this place. It's amazing. I gush, awestruck by the wild beauty I see in every direction. You're amazing. So I guess I picked the right honeymoon spot. Lorde smiles and kisses me. His lips are hot and moist like our surroundings. We finally arrive at the resort. The 35 cabanas are practically hidden from view, nestled in the huge palm frond jungle. The verdant forest is alive. Fronds hiss and sway. Exotic birds call. The scent is beyond human imagination. We are living as if in a flower vase. The guide settles us into one of the riverside cabanas. Our hideaway is replete with bamboo decor, our own plunge pool, and a double hammock tied between two palm trees, which overlooks the placid river. Wildflowers, a chilled bottle of champagne, and an exotic fruit basket await us, as well as an expansive bed with crisp white sheets under mosquito netting. Above us, there is the universe's starlight canopy. The days and night swim languidly by. Lorde and I are happily lost in our love. We swim, we nap, and we stroll the suspended treetop walkways and dine al fresco on nature's bounty. The piece de resistance of our trip is the planned canoeing and camping trip, where expert guides take us deeper into the rainforest. The much-awaited trip is better than we both expect. By day, we paddle up the Amazon, often the lazy current doing most of the forward movement. As we lazily float by, Lorde and I listen to the planet breathe. The trip gets us back to our organic selves, the stress of civilization simply melting away. On the first night, our guide set up our camp by the river. We camp under the stars and let nature be our show. Once dinner of cassava and yucca roots on tequila palms is heartily eaten, Lorde and I nestle under our mosquito net tent and gaze up at the twinkling stars. I can't hold in my news any longer. I know in my heart this is the right time. Lorde? Yes, darling? I have something to ask you and to give you. Lorde leaves his stargazing and turns toward me, looking deeply into my eyes. I know he can tell by the tone of my voice it's something important. He says nothing. I can tell he's waiting for me. Lorde, how would you like to be a father in about 8 months' time? I hand him a pair of yellow knitted baby booties I packed into my luggage, without him knowing. Lorde looks at the booties. His expression goes from confusion to comprehension to glee. His eyes pop like I've never seen them pop before. What? You mean... This is... Yes, sweetie. That's why the delay. I had to make sure. I got the confirmation the day before we left. We are going to be parents. Oh, Lisa. I can't. Lorde rolls over and hugs me so gently. I feel his warm tears drop onto my bare shoulder, and the sensation makes me smile with tear-stained eyes of my own. After a moment, Lorde lifts his head and looks lovingly at me with his watery eyes. You've made me the happiest man alive, Lisa. I can't believe it. All this joy coming from a single night out at a seedy joint where all I hoped for was cheap beer and a throbbing head. It's true, isn't it? Nobody could write this story and have it believed. All I was looking for that fateful night was a place to lick my wounds. And what I found in Sam's bar was you. Who knew sticky places could hold such wonder? I adore you, Mr. Lorde. And I adore you, Mrs. Lorde. We probably should send a thank you card to Sam. We laugh so loudly the guides look our way. We shrug our shoulders and lower our glee to stifled giggles. Soon the merriment subsides. We look so honestly and lovingly into each other's eyes. In Lorde's, I see my future, and it's as pure and beautiful as our Amazonian world. I can't ask for anything more in our love story than what I have with you right now, with our baby soon in our arms. Lorde and I hold each other into the night, exchanging kisses, loving and being loved. As the palm fronds sway, the swish of the river flows by, a moment to remember, a life to forever cherish.